This conference will now be recorded.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yeah, people move to the country.
Oh, I was gonna catch you. Until I knew your AIS was
It's not on
good.
there.
Everybody okay with it?
Yeah.
This chair keeps wanting to run south on me.
Yeah, let's ask John to tell her from Hillsborough. John, how come all the people left Hillsborough? The census, you're down 8%.
Now, what did I do?
Did not know that. Doesn't make much sense because Tabor College is supposed to count in now.
Well, it wasn't Tabor's enrollment down there last year.
Maybe on
I
electronic.
think.
Morning. We're sitting here just waiting a little bit probably for Brad to be here. He's running just a little bit late. So we'll be just a little bit, everything done.
While we're waiting, Tina, I have a question. I got some, City of Marion forwarded some census information to Dave and I. Can I forward that to the other board members, or should I send it to you
Send it.
and then you send it out?
Yeah.
Either way would be fine if you're just sharing information
Yeah.
and, but I'm happy to send it out for you if you'd
Okay.
like.
Because I took the cities and then I took the county data, so you've got the whole county. And I thought it was very interesting.
Did that data just come out within the last 2 weeks? Is that
I
why?
just, was it Thursday?
Thursday or Friday,
Yeah,
yeah.
I
from the
mean, I heard
census.
it on the news, and I figured it was just coming out.
But it's very interesting.
Wish they would have waited to do the census till this year.
I was accepting pictures from
You can't keep a house on the market.
what's some of
What
them-
department of the
I
government
just drove by out there
handles the census?
Friday.
I think we'll adjourn our meeting, go out there. There's a picnic table.
I don't know.
No, I just met with them. I like that.
As far as enough people sit.
Oh,
Do you know where that,
what
the
department?
census information comes from? Is that out of HUD?
I couldn't tell you. not sure.
I'm just curious what department in our government administers that?
I do not know. Good question.
I mean, I would think it might be HUD, but I'm not sure.
I don't know if I put glasses on.
What I'm seeing in Peabody, when you said you can't keep a house on the market, Jenna, is I'm seeing that there are people buying anything in Peabody. And there's some flippers doing it on some of the way down ones, but then we've lost some that should be torn down, and they're trying to try to flip them. So
Yeah, 2 weeks ago, a week and a half ago, there were only 8 listings in Hillsborough.
U.S. Department of Commerce.
U.S. Department of Commerce. We trust them.
Well, if you look at the models all across Kansas, it's pretty rough. I don't know what it looks like.
Except for Johnson County, probably.
Yeah, there's a few. Wichita, Sedgwick, Topeka. There's a few, but every other thing is in the red. It's predictive.
It goes from Burnsville to Gainesville.
Yeah, and I think that trend is actually more now than you think, because, like I said, you can't hardly keep a house on the market.
There it is.
Everybody else got theirs quicker than me.
Yeah.
I thought you
Oh,
said-
gosh.
Yeah.
I just hit send.
Oh, you didn't send it?
I just sent it
Oh, okay.
30 seconds ago, 40. Ramona got hit hard, but they were way over county. Way.
There you go. Okay,
Didn't
I
come through
emailed
that
it.
fast. As
What's
soon as
that?
you hit the trigger, it came through.
Good.
So I just sent it. How could you possibly send it?
It's just the graph, right? There's nothing else.
You mean the spreadsheet?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, there's.
This is the only thing I got, is this one you
Yes,
sent?
yeah.
Okay.
It's hard to believe that Hillsborough lost that.
Take a bunch of students and sign up for it. so-
Morning, Brad.
Good morning.
We're just sitting here looking at some census for our
Yeah,
county
nothing
that came out last week. Okay.
I mean, they had to be with the college somehow.
Makes you wonder.
Tampa's is right, because I counted every That was last year.
You can put a name with every
I
number.
can put a name in. They were undercounted in 2010. That's, I think, that's when they closed the post office in Tampa.
Well, they're sure they had 112, didn't they?
We had
We only got 105, didn't they?
let's see the code.
They all have a copy of all
Okay.
you sent
Good.
out.
We're gonna probably just let you, I guess, I don't know how the commission wants to go about this land bank deal. Does anybody have a plan besides Brad here to go through it?
They explained it. and
Overview?
Overview?
I got a question to begin with.
Okay.
If we acquire property, how much trouble is it to sell it?
Not very.
Once you have a land bank.
Is
Yeah.
it easier than what we've been doing in Hillsborough?
Yeah, a little bit based upon how I construct them. Yeah, I haven't looked at every document that Hillsborough generated, but they have a publication requirement that we wouldn't necessarily do. We can, certainly, but in,
I think we're gonna keep it simple myself. I mean,
there's 12 statutes basically that govern this in one small section of the code. It's one of the few times the legislature didn't exercise overkill. So it's fairly basic and straightforward as to what it does and how it works. This started around 2009, roughly. It was discussed for 2 or 3 years before that, but it's primarily Wyandotte County when they decided they were going to acquire and construct a speedway. I mean, that's really what happened. They had a bunch of properties that were distressed in that area and really blighted. And they were trying to figure out a way to kind of accomplish 2 things, to be candid. One was to get the necessary property that they needed. The other was to address that issue. I mean, maybe I'm overstating all that, but that's kind of the general wisdom. And it grew from there, and it's become a very popular program in various forms of government. Primarily county and municipality are the only 2 that can exercise this. In the state of Kansas, we're not the only state that does it, but it's if effectively handled and managed, is a really nice tool. You will always run into people who will grouse about it a little bit because they think that government is competing with private property owners who are coming in and wanting to flip properties and all the stuff you see on cable all the time. But that's really not the case. If you think of a land bank, it's kind of at the bottom of that hill. We're the safety net, as I tend to operate them or work with them in different government settings. Nobody else wants it. Nobody else is going to take it. It sits there and continues to degenerate. It doesn't do anyone any good. And so ultimately, we step in, and again, only to the extent of trying to rehabilitate it in whatever way we can so that it becomes sufficiently attractive and marketable to private ownership again, because our goal here is to put it back on the tax rolls. And it's, you know, usually the taxes aren't being paid on it. Then we go through the sheriff sale process and we start all over again. And someone in many cases buys it thinking that they've got a gold mine, especially in today's environment, with the ability for people from California to say, you mean I can buy a house for 10 grand? Well, they'll bid sight unseen and then maybe get a picture, or actually come out and get nauseous and go, yeah, I've got something here I'd have to put 100,000 in to make it worth 50. And so that kind of stuff is what we run into. Municipalities use it a lot. I've done many of them, even for municipalities I don't regularly represent. And it becomes a very effective tool. Again, it's all in the management of it and how you handle it. Because it's meant to be self-sustaining, as I view it. You're looking to buy. Well, you are. You can go to the sheriff's sale and spend $50 to buy a property. Automatically, if it's done correctly. Some counties it's taken a while. Sedgwick County, it took me a long time to get to the point where they automatically do it. But as soon as it goes into the name of the land bank, it should trigger the notice requirements with the appraiser, the registrar, and the treasurer that it's now off the tax rolls, so that we're not taxed for it as a land bank. Then usually those properties are also ones, in a lot of cases, not always, but where we have the ability, if we've built up any kind of a fund source, that if there's an old structure on there that has no hope, we level it and get a clean lot, and then you have the ability to go ahead and use an economic development format and award that to someone who will assure you, it's part of the contract, that they will in fact turn it into a feasible tax-paying form of property, commercial, residential, whatever it may be. For example, I will pull a permit and I will have a certificate of occupancy within 12 months is kind of what you can put in contracts. And if not, here's a quick claim deed we hold in trust, and with due process, I'm going to hand it back to you. So there's a lot of those kinds of things that we put into the process as we go. It doesn't cost anything per se to have one on an ongoing basis. If you get the county so completely pristine and cleaned up that you don't have any properties like that, we can disband it anytime you want. You create it, you get rid of it. The monies are held as long as it's in existence, isolated to the land bank. In terms of our accounting of this, it has its own books, it's audited independently. Usually we do it as part of our audit or as part of the bid of our audit. They come to you, they being either you or whatever board of trustees you create, and present a budget and what their plan of work is for the year, usually in January, so that you know by the time you get to your budget sequence for the following year what their intent is. So they're planning about 6 months ahead of you, in my experience with a lot of these. Doesn't have to be quite that way, but that's usually how we set it up. How they dovetail with the cities. The city within their jurisdictional limits usually are going to be the ones who hold property there. They also are not limited, and we've had that experience where, like Marion, it's Marion or Hillsborough, one of them got a piece of property in another smaller community that really didn't have the need for or any intent to ever create a land bank. So, and the county is kind of the same way. If someone offered it to us, we do have the ability, although we try to stay out of somebody else's backyard. Ours would primarily be county properties. What ultimately usually happens when you've got this large an entity creating one is we end up trying to be systematic in addressing properties. You do an audit of your county of properties that you all in your districts know are just have been like this forever and they need to go away or something needs to happen. And the owners can be approached. Say, hey, you owe 5 years worth of taxes and you keep getting published in the paper. You get rid of this in one fell swoop. Quit claim it to us. You get the benefit of the tax, well, you get tax benefit in that you made a gift of something. You go ahead and set your value and you defend it with the IRS. That's not our deal. And the taxes go away. That's what we have to offer private property owners, is all of that liability is gone, which is why the banks, when they foreclose on one, and they go look at it, and all the copper's been ripped out of the house, and there's no drywall on the walls anymore, and it's just a disaster. They'll come in and say, we'll give you that property and 10 grand. That's kind of the standard I see a lot, sometimes even up to 15. So that you can clean it up or do whatever it is you want to do with it. Get us out of this. We wish to be released from any tax liability or any other form of liability on it. That's part of the transaction. Here you go. And that's usually on a lot of these land banks what is funded them to start with, and they develop a war chest that way, and they go spend 3 to 5 grand to have a property taken down and leveled off, and suddenly they've got something that is a good clean lot, hopefully in an area where it's marketable or can be used, and they start marketing those to people, and in the right circumstances, people will be happy to take free dirt, and it gives them a leg up on building something. So doesn't always work that smoothly. I will say there are instances where you struggle a bit, but honestly, I've not had that problem. I've had most of the ones in the municipalities. Did one last week. They had a building that had been a Masonic lodge, and it had a roof that was gone and all of this, but they had a lady who wanted to turn it into a really slick little kind of a country store with some artwork, pottery and some different things. And so they put in several different co-op kinds of deals in it. We gave it to them. We, the city, the land bank, gave them that property. They in turn went in and put the new roof on it, cleaned it all up, and opened it up now, and it's worth quite a bit now. In that instance, they're not for profit. So did we gain on the taxes? No, but does the building look really nice and have all of this interest in it and people coming down there and eating in the local restaurant? Yeah. So there's advantages to it. County's a slightly different dynamic because we don't have such a close-knit setting like a Hillsborough or a Marion, but it works in principle the same way, and it's a nice tool to have. And you don't have to accept properties that people offer you.
That was my question.
Yeah.
Can you be selective
Absolutely.
on what you take? Because
Absolutely.
there are properties out there in this county that have environmental issues.
Yes, that's absolutely true. That's why I wanted to say that. You're not compelled. And as and some of what I gave you are the standard things that a lot of them like to have, which is like a mission statement sort of policy, so that those people who want to come in regularly, and that's one that I hear a lot is, well, shoot, why would I bid against you? I mean, I'm a taxpayer in the county, and suddenly you're bidding against me and my competition at a sheriff's sale. What? No. Our general approach to this, that Board of Trustees intends to let private property owners be first in line. We're just standing at the back of that sale, kind of being the bottom feeder that you don't want to have someone else be, because these guys will pay $50 for it and hope that they get somebody else to give them $500, and if not, 5 years from now, they just let it go back to the tax sale. That's not what we want. It's just a self-perpetuating in the way of property that just continues to degrade.
Also allows you to set a minimum on all your tax sales, so every property, there's $100 minimum.
Yes.
The county's gonna take it for $100 if you don't bid higher.
Yep. And it's and that way everybody knows, and we're being very transparent. It's a good way to do it. And again, in terms of the management of it, I would say the vast majority use either the city council or commission or the board in a county setting, but you don't have to by any means. If you want to go ahead and set a standard for county-wide participation from each and every part of the county with different expertise, general areas, realtors, contractors, whatever, you can certainly do that as well. It's just tougher to keep be self-sustaining. It's automatic when it's this board, because it's always going to be here. And now that there are 5, it's a little bit more of a spread, and the representative element of it is there. So and you can have as many liaison kinds of parties as you wish. If you want to get the Realtors Association, if whatever it may be, to come in and also give input, you can always do that. But in terms of voting members, you kind of want to have some control as to who in the heck is going to be making the final decisions on this stuff.
Sort of interesting. First of all, you said three things that's happening right here in Marion County. One of them was buy online and find it for whatever. Happened out at the County Lake. There's a place out there that I know, a local that lives there at the County Lake, was trying to buy, but that was through realty now. This person ended up buying. They're from Colorado. I had an odor check there, and they said, just lock the meter off. We'll be there someday. That was last week. So I don't know what their intentions are or anything. The buy and sell for $50 and sell for $500, that's exactly what happened. I think he bought it for $5 at this tax sale and tried getting $500 out of the two places down on South Olive at Peabody. That happened at the last tax sale, and the guy bought it, and exactly what he did. I don't know where that stands as of today, but it's not good. And then the last one, the other one that we already own it, and Marion County owns it, and we're spending lots of money just to take care of the place. But it's in the city limits, and so like you said, there's somebody that we should we offer to the city first? I don't think they want it. They didn't want the two that I tried working with them on, those other two that I'm talking about up here, from guys from Marion that bought them. So they didn't want those other two, so I know they don't want that one.
Yeah.
I mean,
where I found that's really been a kind of a nice place to mine, if you will, is a lot of these smaller communities, and it's a good thing, are finding that if they're at all vibrant, as the economy has kind of reinvigorated or continues to, is they really need rental property. And so you will find that some of these builders who want to, right now they don't need it, but when they want to fill some time or they know they can make some money off this, or even just private parties who want to have somebody come in and do it for them, if they can get a free lot and they can put a duplex or a fourplex or something on it, that has become, I've seen a lot of those properties go that way. And some of them have developed it into a business where they've got a construction company, and they will come in and say, you know, in between spec homes or in between customs, I'm going to send a crew over and build a duplex, and I've got a plan for it, and I build the same kind basically, and they're good quality, and I can make some money off of those, or I can sell them and do something with that. But the leg up, what gets them there is kind of like in a car dealership. You offer me that rebate, I may come in and talk to you a little bit longer if I think I can, you know, make the numbers work. And I've had a number of those kinds of properties. And again, I don't want to make it sound overly rosy, because there are times when you go, oh, like, can't even say, there's properties you don't want. There's properties nobody wants. Ultimately, sometimes you agonize over and go, well, better that we take it than somebody else, unless it has some kind of bottomless pit like a KDHE, a cleanup site, or a federal, you know, FEMA issue, or something along those lines. Nobody
You
wants
have some experience. How long you get a property like that has environmental problems? No one will take it. It's sitting there. How many years does it normally take for KDHE or whoever, FEMA or whatever, to clean it?
The one that I had at the old Air Force Base airport at Harrington with Raytheon is still going on, and I inherited that. In that case, it's pretty well done, but they still have the monitoring wells. Those stupid things can be in there for 50 years. There's one in Halstead that's still sitting there chugging along.
It's like a landfill.
Yeah, and at least 10,
Old Air
usually
Force
20,
Base.
sometimes significantly longer. Got another one that's got a plume, the one by Burton. I don't have a lot to do with it other than for some of the cities I represent. That salt plume, you know, it's one of those things that's underground, it's in an aquifer. When will it ever be cleaned up? Probably never. So they continue to do monitoring wells, and they do reports, and that's why these perpetual agencies like KDHE are out there, Department of Ag. It's just hard to say. There's the one in Newton. I walk by it every day. There's a little pedestal there. It's a monitoring well, because it was a gas station. Those tanks were leaking. There's no question about it. It's got a nice building on it now, you know, but here's this little well pedestal sitting there that they still have to monitor. And who pays for that? Generally, at some point, the state starts picking up that tab, but no absolute guarantee. You know, once it's been initially cleaned up and reached a certain threshold, then they will go, okay, we're gonna continue to monitor it. But Raytheon spent 2.8 million just getting it to that point. Luckily, they had deep enough pockets to do it. We've got another one by Hodgdon Powder over there that's the same way, and we're still dealing with the letters on that one, and that's, I've been messing with that with the co-counsel who does it all the time from Wichita for 7 years so far, and it's still not done.
It's kind of sad because in small communities you get those, and boy, they're a real blight.
They really are.
Sit there.
C-Mart, you just drove at the main
Yeah, perfect
intersection of
example.
Peabody right there.
Yeah.
That, they've got this in the last 5 years, they've done all the wells right there. And there's a guy trying to buy it that, well, he's just invested in the sausage house and he wants that one across the street. But there's people in somewhere south have their name on it, but yet I think it's still back on back taxes by big numbers. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
it's, I don't know, Tina, you looked at that lately? Nope.
Not specific to the taxes,
Taxes.
but I have looked at that multiple times over the past many years as far as.
Yeah, it's big
There's other
dollars.
interest in it too. There's more than one business right now that's interested in
Yeah.
that
But
property.
didn't that affect some housing around it too?
Potentially.
It could, yes, it could.
Did I get the tanks out of the ground?
Oh, the tanks are out of the ground, yeah.
Yeah.
It's all KU's
So-
monitoring and everything.
Yeah.
And they'll give you, they say, oh, you can build there, but yet don't, you got all these wells right out there too, so I don't know what you would build there.
And it perpetuates itself in a lot of settings. I have 2 cities, Dollar Generals, that went into some of these cities, and they went where the old tracks were. And it was where the old, in one city, where the train station was. Well, those engines would stand there and leak all
Oh,
over
yeah.
creation. And then the creosote and all that stuff from those ties. And so after all that was pulled up, then they got into the ground and did core samples about 20 feet deep and found parts per million, not a phenomenal amount, but enough that they're going, okay, we've got to monitor this. Well, Dollar General immediately, this isn't their first rodeo. They came into the city and said, if you're the one, and we were, in that case, selling us this, you take that on. We're not going to mess with it. We'll happily let you come on the property and do the monitoring, but it isn't our deal. You're indemnifying us. So, you get cities and counties involved in that sometimes, but it's the nature of the game. We've been around long enough in terms of society that we've created some messes. We just have to deal with
Because
it.
I know most of the small towns in this county, way back before my time, there were gas stations up and down the street.
Oh, every corner,
And those
the longest
tanks
time.
are still there.
Yeah,
probably.
yeah,
Some of them.
Yeah.
yeah. And they've had residue in the bottom of them for 40, 50, 70 years.
So,
And
it could be a commercial building on Main Street that you wouldn't even think about
Yeah.
until.
Yep. So, but that's the kind of the overview of what it is. Having one for the county, again, if you've got cities that are really aggressive with them and want to use them, certainly they can fill that role by having theirs, and they can own property in the county. But again, it's in the county, and the board has no input on that other than you can make a request. And just like, again, the earlier question, they can also say, oh, heck no, that's a county problem, and we don't even want to touch that property. Well, we don't have any receptacle for those right now, other than if we go to the sheriff's sale and we end up with them somehow, which is a mess. I mean, we might as well have some kind of a vessel to keep them in, and some way, if you've got to keep them mowed, that there's an entity that manages their properties. And again, it can be this body, or it can be an independent group if you wish.
Okay, here's a current question. How many properties are currently owned by the county that have been picked up from sheriff's sales? I mean, is it one? Is
We
it
have more
100?
than one. We have
Several.
one in Peabody right now, and I believe one in Florence that we got on the last sale.
But there's some.
Yeah.
That was-
The last time,
Every time there's a
we
no
had a
bid.
sale, we waited till the sale was closed, waited,
Right.
I think 60 days after, and then we advertised those, and sought just private bids on
Right.
those, like closed bids. So we got rid of the majority of them,
Sure.
but
That's a question though, that's a good question, is we go through and set this up and get this operating. Do you look at it as just the ins and outs? I mean, the property comes in and we try getting it out. And hopefully it does go to the good things, but all I can see from some of the properties that, well, the one that we own down there is a loss. I mean, that's all I can see from, I just can't foresee no future unless they're gonna start building in the flood area and building, building up in the air and stuff like that, so.
Where we also run into the issue, and I think we've had that on one of our tax sale properties where someone was living in it.
Close water.
So you kind of become landlord and have to do I'm guessing, the whole eviction thing in order to clear that part too.
Well, it seems like this process really cleans up the whole sheriff's sale or tax sale.
Well, it gives you an
process.
option.
Maybe
does,
even-
and that's the
maybe
best
even
way to
a lot
say
of
it.
properties
Yeah.
avoid all of that expense.
You have another option.
And then at the other end of it, even the ones that go through the process, then it's a cleaner procedure to get rid of them or utilize them.
And that's what Dave's asking, and I think, Dave and I agree what you said, but I see why there would be a government entity say, we want to at least have so many days that it's publicized. Now, how, and would be the public, that they're selling this piece of ground, instead of a quick sale between a government entity and some private person that comes in and wines and dines, and I've seen city governments do that. Come in and take a quick trip with somebody and the trip goes sour. And so, but the public don't like to see that because they feel just what you were saying, that there might have been a local person want to do that if they had the chance.
Okay, so what is the process for sale of those properties?
You have complete freedom.
For sale?
When they're held by the land bank, if that can be negotiated with the private property owner, but if you want the circumstance to be, we don't want to do that. We want to go ahead and list them in the local newspapers or whatever it may be, or on our website. We have a land bank kind of these are the list of properties we have, and we'd like to sell these to highest and best offer or whatever. You can do it any way you wish. All the way from, we're going to negotiate with one individual because that we believe is in our best interest. In certain limited circumstances, it can be. For example, you get a piece of property for whatever reason that the adjacent property owner has decided to expand their business on. They're the ones who are going to have it's going to create it appears, the greatest economic benefit. It also is the one who's most compelled to want to do something with it right away and turn it into a tax-paying kind of or generating kind of a property. So you have the ability to do that in that circumstance. You're not compelled then to go ahead and put it up for auction or to put it up for sale. I always, all things being equal, will tell you probably or recommend that you do that to cover yourselves because it's just fair to go ahead and put it out there. But what's nice about a land bank is the land bank owns the property and the land bank chooses its sale approach. You can confine yourselves if you wish. We can create that as part of the original founding documents. We won't sell a thing unless we've done the following steps. You always can use those steps. That's why I don't necessarily put them in there if they're not statutorily required, because you just never know what you're going to run into, and it's nice to have the flexibility.
I guess that comes back to the statute doesn't require a specific. But okay.
I mean,
This-
like, somewhere in Marion, there's a sign that says this land's for sale by the city. I've seen that someplace.
It just
So when you
sort of
mark
started.
all your lots, with that for sale sign, so the public would know.
I think that's all in your, probably just an in-house organizational rules, probably.
Well, and what Tina was pointing out, I put the standard in there, just so you'd see it for
Yeah.
discussion purposes as to, but are you required in a lot of circumstances? No.
Okay.
And again, I probably didn't include those 12 statutes, and I should have, and I apologize. But they're really easy to run through, and it tells you kind of, this is how this thing works, and here's what it has to have. And that is it. I mean, that's still the law.
If we set a price on it, and somebody offers money, we can take the first offer.
Mhm.
And then somebody else can outbid them.
Yes,
Could you do it where you market it like just as an online?
Yes.
You constantly just have those properties up, and then if
Exactly.
somebody's
Listed always on
interested
the
or wants to
website.
make an offer,
Yeah.
then you publish
yes,
at
yes.
that time before the
Yep.
closing?
Yep,
And one thing it says here too, that if somewhere down the road it got to be a hassle with the land bank, the county may dissolve the land bank.
Anytime.
By resolution too, so.
the monies that are in the land bank then go back basically to the general fund.
Yep, I wouldn't wanna make it, so it drags out for 45 days. And somebody wants to buy it, they'd like to take possession next week.
Don't give them a chance to back out.
Does it, and
They
the
come to
land
the
bank would
census
just
and-
issue quitclaim deeds?
Yes. Well, again, that's all in negotiation. If we give it to someone, most of the time I will do those qualified quitclaim deeds because I don't really want to do a warranty deed necessarily. And we're still going to do a closing, and we're usually still going to let them, and that's to let that property owner, which I would want to do, get myself title insurance. So, you know,
Right.
I'll pay the cost of closing, but I want, you know, someone to look at all this, make sure that the quitclaim deed you're giving me isn't me just buying myself a huge headache.
Right.
That also gives them time to find out if there is any FEMA or anything.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, due diligence, everybody that comes into my office wants to buy a piece of property, that's the first thing I tell them, have a survey done, because title insurance doesn't cover boundary disputes.
Right.
And make sure that you don't have any kind of cloud on this title from a cleanup situation, some kind of a spill, any other kind of an issue, anything related to governmental regulation, anything. And that's really why title insurance to me is.
Well, mechanically, would show up also.
Yes, always.
Yeah.
Well, if they're properly filed, they better, and if they're not filed properly, they're not gonna be enforceable anyway.
So,
And what I gave to all of you was kind of the memorandum was to give you kind of, okay, this is the overview of how these work over time, that have thrown different pieces from different things together. And then a set of the founding documents, like the resolution, which would be an ordinance in a city setting, and then that policy statement, because that tends to come up so often with the public that I want them to know up front. Now, this isn't intended to be a direct competitor with you. If you go and find a piece of property you want to buy, you're probably going to be in front of us, because we don't have a burning desire to own any more than we already have.
what's the easiest 3 steps to set this up?
Easiest 3 steps.
Fastest?
One, you decide that you want to do it, and let's keep it to 3. As part of that, decide who the board of trustees is going to be. That's 1. Then step 2 will be me. I've already drafted it, so bring you a resolution after you've looked at it. If you want things like, now we want every piece advertised, and we want to make sure that that's always done, and those kinds of contingencies are noted, then those are noted in the documents.
Would you go ahead and set just the board up and then make the rules, or would they be
Yes,
made up?
well, what happens is the board, you tell me what you want that board to be, and that will be in the founding resolution, okay? Then that first meeting, the bylaws are approved, and those bylaws are what I gave you as the second document of the 2 that primarily found this thing. And within those, you establish the procedural rules of you know, how many officers, well, you typically got 4, but defining them and setting that all up and who's who in it, and the regulatory, here's how we run this every day. Part of the original one also will be, we want to seed this thing, so we're going to throw $5,000 into the land bank fund to start with, so that there's a little money there. And then if we're going to put properties in there so they have the ability to mow them, because again, the county staff can go mow them, but generally what we do is treat the land bank like its own costing center. It pays the county back. You know, if you come in and say, county's going to mow those, you can either say, well, we'll just do it as part of our contribution to the land bank, or like many of the cities, no, you guys own them, you take care of them, and when you take care of them, if you ask us to go mow them, because we're out there anyway, then we're going to charge you the man hours for that and the equipment time to do it. And then the third step is to act on it at a lawfully convened meeting with a quorum.
And requirements to meet for this organization would be?
Usually, most of them, unless they really have a need, like they've got a development in the county or at the lake or something that's really problematic right now, sometimes they'll meet more often than that, but usually once a month. And I put the wiggle room in there if needed, so that those meetings can be called as needed. And I still set an annual one that we're always going to have this one because we want to reconstitute things, make sure we approve our audit, that, you know, do all of the normal annual business of it. But there's not a necessity for it to meet every month unless you wanted to. At the outset, maybe for a few months to get the thing going and make sure everything is working smoothly, probably a good idea. But there will be times where you don't need the land bank to meet. Again, unless they've got something active. I've got one that, in a small town, that really shouldn't have to meet every month, but they absolutely do because they own a lot of lots in a failed development. And they're marketing them with a realtor, and so they want to know what's going on every month. And so they meet monthly on a religious basis to try to make sure everything gets wound up.
And it would be Robert's rules run meetings?
Yeah, same standard. Open meetings requirements,
Yep.
Open records requirements are all the same as any other governmental entity because they are a subset of you. Very much like planning and zoning, treated the same way.
I'm open for some communication here with the board. Just what's the feelings? I mean, give me some thumbs up, thumbs down, whatever you feel like.
I think we ought to do it and keep it as simple as possible.
Okay.
I kind of look at it, no, not the pros and cons, but just as a tool.
I think we have a general conception here. I see some thumbs up down, little ways down there, and I'll put mine up too, so.
And along that lines, I think it'd be satisfactory just to have a commission that does the government work.
That'd be the easiest.
So there wouldn't be that cost.
I guess, from what I'm hearing from my board, that we're in favor of it, and go ahead and set something up, and the commission will probably be the board.
Okay. What I would suggest is take that draft that I gave you. It's not a bad working template. Read through that. Like Tina was pointing out a few things in there, and then she just had a good question. In terms of bonding, I was saying it doesn't really cost you anything to set this up. It doesn't have to. I haven't called K-Camp. I know with EMC, they're so used to seeing them that that's kind of if they do a blanket bond for various officers, they just put this in it. So like again, and if it's this board serving as chair and vice chair, et cetera, it's usually part of that, but it very well can be separate. And I did not call K-Camp on that at all, and I certainly can.
Yeah, this just basically says you'd have to appoint from your board, whoever you put on that board, you'd need to have the chair, appoint annually a chairman, vice chairman, and then you'd have to have your own treasurer, and they would have to be the ones
Handling those funds, and they're responsible, so it does have to be bonded one way or another.
How would that how does that get paid then? Do they have their own checking account, or is that, that makes me.
Yeah, it can be done through the parent, through the county or the city. And I have done it that way. It's all in the level of comfort that exists and how active they are. For example, the ones in eastern Kansas handled so much property, they became their significant business entity of their own. So they did that all themselves. Heck, they had a part-time manager of all of that property. We wouldn't have probably get that sophisticated, but we do keep a separate account. So all of that, Tina has the extra headache to some extent in terms of, because the staffing for the land bank is usually worded as the county staff.
So it would still remain, I mean, you could set it up as, to where the county treasurer is going to
Yes.
be writing the checks, not whoever the treasurer is.
Correct.
No, the
Correct.
boards are delegating.
Okay.
Yes. You absolutely can.
And it would stay under the county bookkeeping, so it can be
Yes.
audited.
Yeah, that was my
Yes.
question,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
because
Okay.
otherwise that could be
Yeah.
an issue.
Yeah, I don't envision, a county one has a little more breadth, and so it has a little more complexity sometimes. But I really, in a county of this population size, I don't envision it running too much differently than the ones that are typically done in a municipality. And that does, all of that accounting, all of that's done through the city staff, or in this case, I would anticipate the county
So
staff.
does the resolution then make it possible, or is that the approval to actually fund the land bank? Like you talked, you have to have some seed money.
Yeah,
to start.
it creates it, and then as part of the accounting process in that creation, it's usually in the minutes of this meeting where it's created and that's approved it, and we will go ahead and make an initial contribution and direct that a line item fund, and it can be done that way too, no, it's just a line item, of $5,000 be placed in there for the use of and controlled by the Board of Trustees of the Marion County Land Bank.
Do you see any coordination between the two if the chairman of the commission's here, but have a different chairman cannot hold it?
There's no prohibition from the same person, like in a lot of the cities. You've got and what's interesting is you'll have a mayor-council format, and the mayor's non-voting, but when they're the chair, like on a 5-person board of trustees, they do vote. So,
I'd sort of like to see that person of this deal be a different person. than
yeah,
the
and you
chair.
can, you absolutely can.
Just throwing it out to keep people in the, and so that you can't dictate two places.
Or if your brethren want to kind of just shackle you with it, they can say, it's all yours.
That's where I get the big pay.
Would one of them take the notes then, if they're the board and they appoint a treasurer or a secretary?
Mhm, mhm. Or they can always delegate that the county clerk be the minute taker as well, and has to attend each and every meeting.
Chances are that meetings would be during business hours, though. I mean,
They would, typically what happens is they're right before your regularly scheduled meeting, only once a month, yeah. That's what makes it easier, and that's part of the reason that I hear it from a lot of these guys who have served as consultants doing these and going out and doing little educational seminars, that, boy, it sure is handier if it's your city council or your county commission or whatever. But you can do it the other way if you want. It's just more of a struggle. If you look at planning and zoning and what it takes to keep that board together and everybody to get there and to meet, it gives you an idea of how that can work. And I'm not advocating one way or the other. It's just pragmatism that enters into that. And the fact that you guys already have a pretty good weekly picture on what's going on and are plugged into it in a lot of ways. So there are times where that's really handy to have that knowledge about, God, we don't want that piece of property, or we don't want to deal with this, or we've got enough of that kind of issue.
And that will be a tough decision sometimes. I mean, it will require, if the property's cleared my end, cleared this end.
Yes.
Cleared all 4 corners, or in the middle, whatever.
And the land banks, when you read through this, you get your kind of mission statement out of it. The intent is somewhat similar in that you're looking out for the best interests of the county's citizens.
Yeah.
What's going to be the best way for us to, in some way, shape, or form, promote useful development of a tract that has been blighted forever. That nobody else is ever going to take this on. That's where the land bank oftentimes comes in.
Yeah, their first line of the bylaws is the purpose of our position, that's it, right there.
And it's, and like I said, if it's properly functioning, and with a little luck, sometimes, it will be self-sustaining, or it should be, and it doesn't require money all the time. But again, in the counties, it's not quite as easy. You don't have the houses side by side, so you don't have these mortgages every 100 feet, where these banks have come in. They've become a really good source of revenue when they just don't want to deal with it. Here, Marion County is on the stoop of the Flint Hills and in the Flint Hills. So you get these people from out of state, I've had to deal with it several times already, who just, oh wow, I can buy a piece of the Flint Hills. Well, that's not exactly what you bought.
Yeah, the resale value isn't quite what you're used to.
Yeah.
But it, not so much rural, but so many of the small towns
Yeah.
are really struggling with properties.
Yeah, and they,
A lot.
and Sharon gets those phone calls a
Oh.
lot, and she and I have talked about a number of these, and that's kind of where this came up to begin with. Peabody's had that issue too on some, that the other cities don't want those properties,
Right.
but yet the county, one way or another, is gonna end up being involved with it.
And the towns are so small, they don't have the ability to use the
Yeah.
resources, and don't have access to a lot of those things. This is where the county can really help a lot of our smaller communities, hopefully get those properties turned around.
And it is surprising how those lots, on occasion, we're thinking, nobody's gonna necessarily go build in those. That's not necessarily true. I've had several people ask, like Tampa, you know, they like going out and living where there's at least some resources in terms of utilities and that kind of thing, but they're not having to worry about traffic or other kinds of problems, but there's neighbors nearby.
And a lot of the disincentive on a blighted site is the old building.
Yeah.
Well, $10,000 to get rid of it.
Yeah, just right out
Right out
of
the
the,
back
out of
of
the
your
gate,
door.
I've got to go ahead and take that down and clean it up. And I've got people calling me already saying, hey, you bought it, so now you need to go clean it up.
First phone call you receive is you need
Yeah.
to clean up your property.
Not welcome to the neighborhood.
No box of cookies.
Yeah.
And you better do it within the first 30 days that you have it.
Yeah, because now we've got fresh meat, so to
Yeah.
speak. We've got somebody we can go ahead and pester to do it. And it also, if you have a number of those, and usually you do, there are several of these guys who do this all the time in terms of taking down that will, if they've got a volume business with the land bank, they will bid them very, very competitively, and come in and do them, level them out, and in, you know, the morning there's this dilapidated structure. By night, everything's capped, and it's a nice round dirt level site. Somebody can start building on the next day.
This is a work session, so if we wanna do something, we'd have to put it on the agenda for
Right.
this afternoon.
And that could be as simple as direction for me to bring back a set, or if you wanted to put it on the agenda, having looked at what's in this as a template, to further any other questions, so I finalize what you want as a resolution with any parameters. And then the draft set of bylaws are not necessarily something that would have to be done. The resolution creates the entity. The bylaws are passed at the first meeting of that new board. So your primary questions are going to be any parameters you want in there, and most everything that, in terms of topical kinds of things, are already in this one as a template for you to be prompted to look at. And then once that's passed, you know, you're, depending on who you have on the board of trustees, would organize their first meeting and get it going.
Any other discussions that we need to cover up here and consider with this land bank?
Is the resolution pretty simple, straightforward, or?
Yeah. Yeah, the biggest question you have in there, number of trustees.
Right.
And the makeup of that board.
Right.
The rest of it, you know, a lot of it can be addressed in the bylaws,
Okay.
even some elements of publications, or how we dispose of properties, or what we do in the way of listings, or that kind of thing can actually flow into there. Sometimes I'll put them in the resolution if they just want it absolutely to bind each and every successor trustee that they ever get, because you can do that. They can always change them later too, but the general standard, and then I think I highlighted, if I did it right, bolded and underlined a section in there that kind of deals with the equities of how this thing is set up and what it's doing in the way of competing with private ownership.
I see also in here that you could set up a committee to make a detailed investigation of the property too, so.
And that's what I was alluding to
Yeah.
earlier, that some of them don't do this. I think it energizes the process, in my experience, to go ahead and do an audit. It doesn't have to be, exhaustive, but kind of a general audit of properties within the county that might be of some concern in these smaller communities or even out in the county. And that, with 5 of you, you don't have quite as much distance to cover. If you know of these things, when you live there and you have, that you want to just kind of make a quick list just for memory. And then you'd have a subcommittee, and it doesn't have to be that board of trustees. It can be 3
Yeah.
people that you want to go out, a couple of realtors and several different people who work with developers, whatever.
That committee can be anything.
Yes, and have them come up with a list to start with. Okay, are these properties, because you don't have to wait for a sheriff's sale. You can approach property owners and say, you've done nothing with it, and we're not going to coerce you, but we exist now, and if you are thinking you'd like to get rid of it, there are some advantages to you quit claiming it to us. In terms of tax liability going away, the tax benefit, in terms of you're gifting it to the land bank, and that is tax deductible for them. So there's things they can, they get rid of a headache if that's how they view it. A lot of them view it as a palace, but it's not always the case.
Directions. Does that sound good to get a resolution set up for our next meeting? That's where we, okay.
Going through your policies, I really like a lot of detail and avoiding a lot of potential problems. I've seen them, I've seen so many of them before, and the county has changed some of theirs on their tax sale procedures, but, because there used to be people with really bad reputations of buying up everything and then it just sitting rot. I mean, I'm talking 20 years ago.
Well, and even the advantage of knowing the culture of the county is you can think of those who will immediately call and comment or have an opinion about all you're doing is, once again, doing big government, which is in some way unfairly competing with us, and you're not going to let us have property that we could otherwise easily, but they wouldn't have bid on anyway, but I'm sorry, so you get a little skeptical about it, but you'll hear that. All of you will hear that. I will hear that. So a lot of that is meant to address that issue, so you say, no. When we passed this, we didn't just pass it, we passed it with specific language in here to address the fact that that's not what we're about. We're doing this where we're the only game in town, basically, and that only game in town can include those instances where you've got somebody. The unfortunate thing about the state law is that people can go to a sheriff's sale and they can buy a piece of property, and the law says that if you are, and most of the counties also have this in place, if you're delinquent, you can't bid on that property because you're the owner and delinquent. But you can, in the evening before, go set up another LLC for virtually no expense in 15 minutes. And now you can come bid on anything and everything else under the sun, including property, if you can show that it's an independent entity. And I've had to challenge that several times because we've had people buy properties, but the district court judges are like, hey, until you get the legislature to change that language, they're free to do that. And so the county board deals with that, and it just is self-perpetuating. So sometimes you do want to bid against those guys.
Yes, absolutely.
Does the mission statement fit what we need to have? I like it.
And then I think like I said, I think the one decision for you to make is, yeah, we'll be the board of trustees, or no, we want others to do it, and that's.
I think I've heard that. these already, so that's my deal. I'd make the motion would be to, you set up the resolution, get the commission, get the board with the mission statement that we have printed.
Okay. That answers my question about the number and everything else, so I can prepare it that way.
Everything I've seen, it's just easier. You recess out of your meeting, and then you get into that meeting, and then you recess back into the,
Yeah.
or into the other meeting and continue on. So
And
it's-
you already have Tina there to do all the note taking and everything.
Yeah, she's already there, so.
Helps her out a lot.
And then when the audit results come in, not to have a special meeting with special people. I mean, it's different.
Other things that you saw?
Oh, I just didn't know if the board wants to like go through some of the policy stuff and see
Yeah,
if there's
it's
anything
entirely
there.
up to you.
I don't know how long you want the meeting to be, but you may have time.
Yeah. Like a lot of them have, they appoint somebody to be the manager of the land bank.
Generally, they're self-administering with the five of you. You can. If you have someone who can serve in that role within county staff, you can do that. You absolutely have that ability. You can do it within the bounds of your trustees as well, that someone who's really got that acumen and that skill can do it. There's nothing that limits any of that for your purposes. Sometimes it is nice.
Does it need to be in prior that's an option to have?
Nope.
Okay.
Because like when we do your bylaws, if you want it in there, we can always say, reserve the right to, but you have that right pre-existing.
What are you talking, Tina? Are you talking more of this down here after the land bank procedures, or are you talking?
Well, I mean, you have 3 different documents here that are proposed, language, so do you want to tackle going through one of them, in the time that you have left
Yeah.
to see what you want in there, what you don't?
Yeah, that helps from my perspective.
Sure.
Now, again, setting it up with if you look at the resolution, it's fairly short,
Mhm.
and the biggest issue is one you've already answered. But I still do prepare all the rest of this because the intent is, once you've set it up, to get you up and running. So these other documents do become germane very quickly.
Sure.
So Tina's point's well taken, that all the direction, sometimes they want to go, everybody wants to go home and look at it in their own time, and then they send me independent emails, and that's fine too. It's whatever you want to do, but you have a little bit of time yet today. If there's anything that, those things that were previously distributed that you have questions about, by all means, let's talk about it.
Which
A
would.
7-page resolution is short.
To me, that's short. When I'm creating an entity, I consider that short.
Well, which would you recommend going through first?
Probably
Policies or
the resolution itself,
Oh, okay.
just to be sure there isn't anything else there. That will save us time in the long run. And then, as time permits, probably the bylaws, I'd go in that order.
This is what you sent us a couple of weeks ago?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought so. I just.
So
Because I knew you guys would all go
I
through
didn't
and
have
memorize it.
compared apples.
So we don't,
Yeah, it's in
we
the-
don't create any kind of conflict.
Well, I believe he does.
Any kind of conflict of interest by setting it up this way, in any shape or form.
Are we creating any? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
No. No, because you're the entity that's still throughout this process, even if you have a separate board, you still have the ability to pull the string. If you decide it isn't functioning correctly or it isn't working, you can disband it as quickly as you put it in place. This is completely within the auspices of the county commission. That board is only serving at your will, and at your pleasure, so. And again, any funding that comes from it also is really, it all flows back into the county. If you disband it, everything goes into the general fund. I've had a few instances where a bank may have given monies with some type of, like a restricted gift, if you will, for purposes of certain things, and we've had to kind of navigate that a bit, but that really wasn't terribly hard to do either. We just put it into economic development or something like that.
Throw your, today we may not do it, but just one other thing that's, I talked to Tina last week, that we're coming up on 12 o'clock here for long. Would all commissioners consider putting X amount of money in for 3 months in a row to build a food bank for us for meetings for up to $450 or $500 that she could deduct the money out of, or something to that effect? I'm just bringing it up to, you know, I don't want to continue to hit the county for dinner when we're sitting here. I don't know what that, you know, we build a bank up for.
I'm happy to do that too. Eating, you know,
Yeah.
seriously,
Yes.
because it really is
Yes.
the citizen's
Yeah.
duty.
Dave,
Unless Tina wants to
Crowfoot?
cook.
Yeah,
Can't.
Just toss it.
Yeah, talk about that.
I mean, it works out pretty handy for us to be,
It's real handy,
yeah,
It'd be easier than writing every month,
yeah.
or every meeting.
Yeah, and then, you know, then after it gets up to that, then she deducts, I don't know what it takes for to deduct from payroll and stuff, but you can do it out of our checks, and then after we drop down to 100, then we build it back up again. I don't know, I haven't really talked to her about that, which would be the best way to do it, or whatever.
Unless you just wanna put money in.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, that's probably simpler.
Okay.
After, you know, after you're paid, then
Oh, okay. Well, we can do that too, yeah,
it doesn't matter to me.
okay.
you take
We
cash.
get the face that way with shrimp. I'm just curious.
About $250.
And we need to buy our treasurers, or second clerks
Yeah.
dinner too, so that's, yeah, that'd be fine too, after we do that.
Well, just let me know how you want something set up, or if that's what you wanna do.
Yeah.
Or if you wanna just maybe start, you know, I don't know how people feel about bringing their lunch on those days either, you know, but.
No, I'd rather you do it.
Yeah, packing a lunch.
I don't know, I've never packed a lunch.
Said I wanna eat your lunch.
Can't do that,
Trey.
Dave. We were all thinking it, just he's
Yeah.
the only one that's got to come to the same.
Kinda count on him to come up with that first one.
We always give Dave that chance.
Yeah. We don't give him the chance, he takes it.
He takes it too. No, I saw Jody Gehring take it on barbecue the other day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw him take it once. But,
I did.
yeah,
I mean, we each put in $20 or $50.
yeah, something like that, yeah,
Which I'm being fair with that.
yeah.
Can't keep track of the budget.
Yeah.
Food budget.
That's fine.
Yeah. So, what does everybody want for today for dinner?
Well, I've already made arrangements to get pizza, cause
Good,
it's
sounds
too
good. Oh,
late
pizza.
for.
Sounds good.
It's too late to make that decision to
Okay.
get it here by 12, so
Okay.
we already took care of that, but
Okay.
you know, going forward,
Yep.
I think,
I want to.
maybe decide how you wanted to handle it, and
How much of an initial contribution would be appropriate? You kinda know what this costs.
it's costing about around $40 to $50 a week,
So
you
if
know,
we each-
every time.
If we each put in 20, that'd cover two.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yep, that works. That'll start for today, and then we'll go for that. 20 today, and then after that.
I'll just keep track of it.
Yeah, so we know.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll have another meeting next week as well.
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
Yeah, and then if
We
you
need
let
more
me
work
know,
sessions.
maybe let me know today what
That's
you
what
might
you-
want next week, and we can get it ordered, or,
Yeah.
he doesn't get a say.
Nope.
He wants shrimp.
I'm shrimp.
Okay, well, I
I
got
got shrimp
that.
tacos at the.
You have to wait till Friday when the grocery store has shrimp on Friday.
Do they?
Yeah, every
I
Friday.
need to drive through town.
They have shrimp tacos.
Oh, yeah, that's
Taco
true.
stand.
Yeah. If they hadn't been open today,
They're not?
I don't, who knows? I don't know if they have a schedule.
All right.
That's probably all the restaurants in Marion.
Feel like schedule?
You have to drive by and see the open.
Gambino's pasta.
That's pretty good too.
The pasta.
Yeah.
What kind?
So,
I have no idea.
Oh.
Just pasta.
so we're working, are we
It's better
still
than
working,
pizza.
are you still on the resolution?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any
I got a
other
question.
thoughts, suggestions? Yes.
No, I just have a question, under section 7, item number 4, where it says property purchased by the Land Bank Board of Trustees to complement properties previous identified. So that means if we have a property that's given to us, and we can enhance it by buying the.
That's exactly what it means.
We have the ability to enter into a private contract
Yes.
with someone that, with it, With the
Yep.
landowner.
Yeah, and the reason I said that is because our general mission here is to take properties that are just not attractive to anyone, they're truly blighted. This will still follow that generally, but what we're trying to do is develop a parcel. You know, you have those situations where somebody has this unbuildable little site that many years ago was a 25 by 55 lot
Right.
in Florence, Kansas.
Right.
Pick on them for a minute.
No, all the little towns had 25 foot
Yeah,
lots.
and the only way you can build anything today that meets their current planning and zoning code, which will come into play, is to go straight up and be 5 stories high with an elevator.
Yeah.
Well, that's not gonna work in most cases. And so, but the lots on either side of it have become equally blighted, or maybe they haven't even, maybe they're just houses
Sitting
that,
there.
yeah, and they're not being marketed, there's nothing happening to them, they're empty, whatever. They've become kind of a very low-end rental. You have the ability to go and say, you know what, we can turn that into a marketable lot if we could acquire one or both of those on either side. That's what that's for.
Okay, then how do we negotiate that? Just ask them for it?
Yep.
I mean, we can't put $1.
You can buy them as well.
That's
if
what I was
you
wondering,
want.
if it's a $2,000 lot.
Yeah. Yeah, if they say, well,
2,000 for it?
you know, if they come in and say, well, I got a little bit of investment in this and I'd like to get that back out of it, you know, would you give me $1,500 for it? We have the freedom as a land bank to do that.
Okay.
That's what I mean by the flexibility of a land bank and its ability to do a lot of things. You want to be somewhat careful with that because once again, we have to remember that we represent the public, and so we don't want to become a competitor for certain things, but no one else is doing it, clearly, and we've got this lot now that is completely unusable. The only way we're going to turn it around and put it back on the tax rolls, which is our ultimate goal, is to acquire something next to it, and then I can go ahead and do the lot merger and turn it into something that we can use.
On section 8, have you
Are
seen?
you guys all on the same resolution? Because there was a sample resolution and then there's this one.
The back page.
It's the
page.
back
I'm
2
looking at
pages
the one
of the
that was stapled
bylaw,
together.
with the bylaws.
Yeah, the back 2 pages.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
And section 7 also has a county of Sedgwick in it, so.
Oh, that's wrong. It's county.
I know, I'm just catching them. Just catching them because they gotta be right.
Have you seen a land bank offer incentives for development?
You want to be careful how we use it. Yes, we can. Where it has come up is the land bank in the more active situations have come in and said, we will assist with hookup fees. You know, it's all a matter of what they do. You don't go hog wild with that because it's very limited as to what we
Maybe
want to do.
infrastructure
Yeah.
related?
Yeah, and again, that somewhat ties to the fact that the county, in some instances, may have certain types, since we have county planning and zoning, where we may have the ability to say, you know what, as a policy matter with the county, we already do this, this, and this, and we would like, as a land bank, to be able to incorporate that into an agreement to get something done. Commercial properties, it comes up sometimes as well. You know, we will assist in acquiring some dirt to bring it up to a certain minimum flood level. And that, it can be just about anything.
Yeah, because there's gonna be, you know, you're talking about flood level. Of course,
Yes.
we don't have to take a property that's in a flood zone. That just hit me. Because we do have a lot of properties in this county that are in flood zones.
Oh, yes, yes. That lot that's down there that I'm talking about, that city and county owns, it's in the floodplain.
The other kind of incentive kind of relates back to what many times we do anyway. I have one land bank that, and it really did work out well. They they owned 30-some lots in a development. They picked the 5 least desirable ones and said, they're selling all the others. They took those and said, within the next 6 months, just as a promotional, the Kmart Blue Light Special, we will give these 5 lots to the first comer on them, so long as they will do certain things in terms of development on those. And that's a form of an incentive that fits into that category
Yeah,
too.
well, you see those signs all over the country, free lots.
Yep,
Yeah,
yep.
yeah.
And that doesn't always necessarily spur development, but sometimes right time, right place takes off.
You said 7-page, but this is only 2-pager,
I
right?
know, I was looking at the sample one.
Okay.
I gave you the short
pages.
version.
Okay.
You got too much, too
Two
many
pages, there we
papers.
go, two's good. I like the second.
Yeah.
The longer one has all of the stuff in it that you've been asking about, or that you might go, well, do we want that in there? And then this is a real base resolution.
16 has 2 places where city of enterprises are.
So you can tell I pulled it from all these different
Yeah.
sources.
Yeah. I'll give you my highlighted copy.
I'm just gonna note it right now.
You also have 2 KS that you have under 15, you have
Mhm.
KSA.
Where's Cherry? I'm giving it to her anyway.
And I'll give you the
Yeah,
grammatical
yeah.
things
I'm
later.
I'm used to it.
I'm not gonna catch any spell checks.
Ready to go.
I can, if I can tell what you're saying.
Yeah, the intent was really just to give us a starting point, so we had something to discuss, but.
Well, guys, that's, any other? Tina, you got next ideas? Got anything else we need to cover? We got too
How
much
about
time.
from the administration side, anything you can think of besides what you've already discussed? You have questions or
Well,
concerns about
I just wanna look at all the,
stuff?
I wrote down all the KSAs I saw in all this material.
You know, in the evening, when she's got nothing else to do, you're gonna
Is that
sit
the
there and
same
read all
one we use
this.
for executive session?
That's all I'm saying. Just make up numbers and put it.
Yeah, over the years, I just kind of pick
As long
whatever
as it
feels
says
right.
KSA, who's gonna look? Yeah.
Just, being aware that you have to set a budget and that it has
Yes.
to be approved by the commission. The one thing I wasn't sure about, it talks about the budget shall be prepared, adopted, and published, like all political subdivisions. I don't know what the effectiveness of the SB, how SB 13 affects this. Because, it shouldn't.
It's a big lot.
And the only reason I ask that is because rec commissions
Yeah.
are treated as separate entities, even though they have to be sponsored by a municipality or a school, and,
The jury is still out a little bit. Historically, what this has been is they come to you.
right,
This is then merged and incorporated. Tina's question becomes, okay, are they now gonna make all of them do these separate things? Well, the rec commission, as far as I know, the answer is yes. I have not had anyone tell me that the land banks have to do that yet, that they can't still do what they're doing, but the problem is there's that precedent.
right. Same thing with libraries.
Yes.
I've had that question, or I've asked the state, because technically the sponsoring government entity is the one levying, and they're putting that in their budget. But then they determine the rec commission,
Mhm.
it still has to have their own.
Yeah, which I thought
units.
was inconsistent. I was surprised by that solution. Because the land bank, again, they don't have any ability to independently,
Right.
and the
Right.
library actually has more power than we do, because statutorily, they can mandate, we want so and so many mills, Land bank doesn't have that option. It is whatever you choose to fund it with, or adopt from what they're doing. If they ask you for, we'd like a mill to provide us with something, and you don't have to do a thing. And again, in most cases, if it's run very much like a business, they have a revenue producing source. It's almost enterprise in nature, because you get these lots, you hope you get them moved in a way that you generate a little bit of money to be self-sustaining. At least that's usually my goal with them. I don't want to get to a point where we're, doing this under the table subsidization of all of these properties that have been blighted. We do that anyway already, because there's no taxes many times being paid on them. Subsidization. I'm saying that right.
How would you determine the amount you would need for seed money?
It's
Just pulling it out.
You just pull it out of the air. Most of the time, anywhere from $2,000 to $5,000 is what they'll do to put in there. Again, knowing that it's county money if it ever needs to be. They hold it, and you manage it as the land bank unless and until the board comes in and says, we don't want the land bank anymore, then it gets pulled out. You don't get to go to them and say, give us, if they've got 3 million in there, give us 2 million because we want to build some roads. No, it stays in that land bank until the land bank is no longer existing. There's some exceptions to that. I shouldn't say it absolutely has to, but generally that's the goal.
Yeah, there's gotta be a way.
There is.
Through that, because
There is.
otherwise you just dissolve it and then recreate it.
Yeah. Start again.
I mean.
We need their money, so we're gonna shut them down and then we'll come back.
Next week, he can start back up.
Yeah, I don't think there's gonna be a bite on
Yeah.
large bucket.
No, they're really, to start with, no, what you're really trying to do to begin with is get it in place, get an idea of the scope of what we need, whether it's in these smaller cities or it's in the county somewhere on some things that have just been a chronic problem forever. And then determine, all right, now let's see if we start approaching individuals, what kind of property we end up having to manage. That then begets money, because if we have to mow it, if we have to, like it's in a city, it's ours to take care of, and the city can contact the land bank and say, hey, you guys got it, so take care of it. And that takes a little bit of investment. So you get an idea of what you're gonna need, and then as you roll along, your budget gets developed accordingly.
Okay, so the properties that the county's acquired from previous tax sales and are being mowed, where does that money come from?
You can quit claim them into the land bank and then develop the budget for the land bank to take care of them.
But I
If you
mean-
want all of, anything like that that Tina's been talking about that the county has, if we still have some, and you wanna make it clean, we just put them all in the land bank.
Right. My question is, where's that money coming from now?
We're paying it out of the general fund.
Just
Oh,
comes out
I'm
of
sorry.
general.
Yeah.
Yeah, just background. Yeah, that's, to me, once it's in it, well, then it's clean. You know what it's costing?
$60 every 2 weeks for the one property
So
in Peabody.
You need to be put in 10,000 for seed money.
Maybe so.
Well, how much does it cost to demolish and dispose of a house?
5,000.
About 5,000.
About 7 now, probably.
Yeah. Nope.
Used to be easy.
The last two that got bid last week in
Even
one of the
for
cities,
practice.
they still were doing them at $5
Fire
grand.
departments need practice.
And then the rest of the ditch.
I've also been told that there's somebody piling junk out there now, like there's a bunch of trash been dumped on the property that they're having to mow around and.
That's a common
Called
issue.
the transfer station.
The one that gets me the most is
Yeah,
Is the new
Holmes
transfer.
County, so it's supposed to be a transfer.
sitting
Yeah.
out there on the street when you're trying to drive down to the park.
Mhm.
Yeah, my sister loves that, because the house I built's right behind that, she's in it. Yeah, yeah. And you ought to hear the language that goes on there. They invited me over Sunday for breakfast. We heard the language.
Yeah, if they go ahead and plant flowers in them, according
Oh.
to the case in Minnesota,
Right on the corner.
it's a piece of art.
Right.
And we don't get to tell them to take those.
So I don't think anything is growing now.
Yeah.
What's this?
It's pretty nasty looking.
So the bylaws that's up here ahead of this resolution is what we need to get ready for the first meeting.
Yeah, those would be something that, once the resolution's been passed and published, then those bylaws are going to be something you tackle at your organizing meeting. And you establish who that chair is, whether the chair of the board is gonna get to do that job too, or if he's gonna be able to convince the others that somebody should do it besides him.
And that will change every year then. The rotation.
So the building commissions, they all have a head. That's usually not the mayor.
Yeah.
The mayor becomes a voting member. And
Yeah, public building commissions are very similar in a lot of ways in terms of how that gets run.
then land bank can be president of the council.
Now, I don't know, Dave, I know Mueller and Dave Crokin both, well, it'd be new to all of us. I mean, Public Building Commission has been prescribed to us too to build buildings and things like that, to get something
There's another work session for us. I mean, I'm happy to go through that education too.
Kent and I went through that.
They are very useful tools.
Yes.
Just in a lot of ways, and I've used them many different ways, and they,
So what
boy, in
is this
terms
now?
of your bond limits
Building
and stuff, it's
commission.
really handy.
Public Building Commission.
Building codes.
For the county?
Yeah.
Not
well, it's
code.
Not, it's, I mean, that would be beneficial too, but, building commission is more like,
It's a-
properties that you own, you maintain, you pay from, you make repairs, you collect rents, you.
No, that's not what I'm speaking about. There's different sections, different guidelines to
Yes.
this, and
It's broader than that, but for example, if, well, that's been a common one. Public Building Commission created to own and operate and facilitate funding for a hospital within the community. A Public Building Commission to own, operate, and facilitate a assisted living environment, or apartments, or certain rental units, or a civic center, or, you know, you name it. If we decided we wanted to have, like Red Rock, you know, this considering the popularity of the last festival at the lake, we wanted to create a forum out there for all of these open air concerts. Public Building Commission is a great way to do that. Because in terms of our bonding and our limits, it's a complete separate entity. And so it does not create a problem for us in terms of our ability when we need it to be able to borrow and you know, bump up against the ceiling. So
I think the last time that we addressed it in this commission, we was looking at that building, just take that building over there.
Yeah.
That it could be just prescribed by the Public Building Commission to need for that building, and then we wouldn't have to go to the public vote to do something like that.
It has a lot of benefits to it, a lot of different avenues that you can pursue. You know, you can create a building with a huge county commission chambers in it, if you want.
Yeah.
Amphitheater. Get fairly great. It's kind of like the lease versus, you know, it frees up a bunch of money.
Well,
Generally, we hope it will fund itself. I mean, most
Doesn't that create another level of bureaucracy?
Sort of,
Yeah.
sort of.
Yeah.
I won't say that it doesn't, that would be misleading you, but if you set them up correctly, the analysis oftentimes is like IRBs. We're not gonna do this unless that Public Building Commission can be self-sustaining again and fund itself. If we're gonna put this thing up, we wanna know that the money will be there. Now, some things like a building for the county, it serves a function, it's not generating revenue, but other types of things, you're going, well, like a hospital, we assume is going to fund itself. And so we don't intend for all the money that goes through that Public Building Commission to ever be something that is supported by other tax dollars from the county entity.
Well, so
Or
we're
we can
set
take
for-
that one up too, if you guys wanna tackle it.
Yeah.
Not this week.
Let's deal with this one for a
Yeah.
while.
Yeah, but I think it's a necessary tool.
It is, it's a good tool.
Okay, so I got what I need to make a motion to set a resolution up.
And it doesn't even necessarily have to be a motion. You guys can come into that meeting and just give direction to staff, meaning me, to come back with that
Okay.
for review and action.
Is that okay with the board then? All right. Let's recess for dinner.
Should they, when they're doing work sessions, should they just adjourn the work session?
Yeah, there's no necessity to do anything else.
Okay.
Just adjourn it.
Just, all right, adjourn the work session.
Okay. All right, we're adjourned until regular meeting at 12:30.
I was all ready to.
This conference will now be recorded.
Okay, we had a work session this morning from 10:30 till noon. We adjourn the work session, come back into regular session here for county commission meeting. Gonna jump right into some public comments to start with here. We do have some public in the meeting room today, so do we have any public comments on screen?
Nothing on screen.
Okay. Public comments.
Yes, thank you. I'll be very quick. I just
Okay.
came, my name is Diane Novak.
Oh, would you mind? Thank you.
I'm sorry, I forgot.
Forgot the system on.
Well, we try to,
Okay,
try to
so-
make sure everybody's accommodated online.
Sit down, I guess, huh?
Well, whatever you want, Doug.
Oh, okay. So my name is Diane Novak. Everybody knows I live on Limestone Road in Tampa. And so my question, I have a couple questions, just 2 or 3 maybe, actually for Tina, the election clerk. And that is, I was just wondering on our ENS 450 calculating voting machine, if there's been any updates on that machine since the 2020 election?
Any,
Updates?
no.
Okay. And did you get it, have you heard anything at all about the future of possibly doing updates on that machine?
I haven't really had, we're scheduled for once a year annual maintenance on that, and that hasn't been scheduled yet for this year, so.
Okay, okay. Those were my questions on that. I've been really following, I don't know if you guys have or not, the voter fraud deal throughout the states of the United States and things like that. There's been a lot of eye-opening facts and information coming out, and so that was one of the things that I've learned in some of the states. When they do the updates on those machines, they're actually wiping out all the past election voting ballots, the images, etc., and putting in the new. That's been a big issue on some of the states. And so that was one of the things that I was just wondering, because they're supposed to do, the clerks, and I know Tina knows this, but they're supposed to do a complete full backup before they allow any updates. And I was just wanting to make sure that here in Marion County, that we haven't had something already done, because it's been going around like that. And so the only other thing that I will have, and as far as a comment, since she answered my questions, thank you, is I just got back from California. And in California, I was in the San Marcos, Oceanside area, came through this, and I don't even know where it was at, somewhere between that area, because everything there is 4 or 5 lanes, 80 miles an hour. But I came through this one area to where it was like wind towers everywhere. I've never seen so many wind towers in one spot, in hundreds of them. As far as you can see in front of you, as far as you can see on both sides. The interesting thing about those wind towers is some had 1 blade, some had 2, some had none. But they all had one thing in common, and that was the top 1/3 of that, I don't know what that thing is called, the post pole, you probably know the name of it, was black. Oil coming down from those. I mean, it was the ugliest thing you ever want to see, because it was all over all of them. And I said to the people that were with me, what's the deal with this? Who's responsible for this? And I said, well, nobody's taking charge right now. They didn't know what they were going to do, but it was just eye-opening, because I never thought about it, and I never seen that before. I've seen this in blades, but I've never seen the oil coming down like that. It was just amazing that much oil comes down and then strips of it. And so, and I was out in the pasture here the other day, and just happened to look up at a turbine, and sure enough, on the bottom of that thing on the top, all black. Now, nothing's running down, but there is already looking, so I just thought, oh my God, I hope we're not going to be faced with that, because it's a pretty ugly sight. So that's my comment. Appreciate the time allowing you to let me talk, and thank you, Tina, for answering those questions for me. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Diane.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we see any comments up there now?
Just 1 second. Okay. The comment was just they couldn't hear the speaker, and I was watching her, so I didn't see the
Okay.
comment at the time.
Okay.
Okay, that's
All
it.
right.
Let me double check, make sure that microphone's on for anyone who comes in after. It's on. Okay.
Oh, that's pretty loud. Well, have a great day.
Yeah, see you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Okay, we're done with public comments. Agenda approval. Does anybody have anything to add?
Could we add land bank discussion?
Yes, that will be under administrative business.
I'd like to add a 5-minute executive session, personnel performance under road and bridge.
Okay. Have on the road and bridge, 5-minute executive session with the board
And Bryce.
and Bryce, okay,
And council.
council. Okay. And we also, land bank will be added to the administrative business. She's done with her business. Any others? Okay, Brad, do you have anything to?
No, I don't think so today.
Alrighty. Okay, I'm going back to you then for administrative business.
Okay. Just another reminder about the regional county commission meeting in Clay Center. Is that right? Clay Center. On September 7th, and they're asking for an RSVP of whoever's going by the end of this week. So just wanted to check and see if you are intending to go. Yes, for Commissioner Mueller, yes, yes, yes. Okay, maybe.
Yeah, go ahead and throw it down. I'll tell you if I gotta cancel.
Okay, all right. I will make that RSVP for you.
Thank you. Is that on?
That's, it's on a, I believe it's a Tuesday, it's September 7th.
Seventh.
Yeah, it's a Tuesday, it's the same that you all have a county commission meeting that day, and that's our budget, hearing. Mhm.
Then I'm good to go.
Okay.
I've already messed up my day.
It's pretty good.
You had the right
But
clothes on,
it's,
so.
Yeah.
6 o'clock?
Yeah, they start, it says 5:30 to 6 o'clock is the meet and greet, and then
Yeah.
they start, they'll start the meeting right then,
Okay.
after that. And this is
5:30.
across the street from the courthouse, in the Historical Museum meeting room,
Across from the courthouse,
Yeah.
across the street.
on the south side of the courthouse.
So you have to leave here by 4 at least, probably.
Just a second.
Yeah. Maybe. Hour and a half. Something like that. South end. Might set that car aside that for the rest of that night.
Okay, we'll do that.
3:30, 4 o'clock on.
I think I may have already done it,
Okay.
but I'll double check it. Okay. In your packet, you have some department revenue reports. Have the minutes of August 9th.
Make a motion to approve the minutes of August 9th.
I have a motion to approve.
You got ahead of me a little bit. I had a question
Okay.
on the.
Department revenue?
Yeah, on the revenue reports, I think. We'll get to it. Sorry.
That's okay.
Way behind here. Under the, what do we deposit as miscellaneous under road and bridge? Just miscellaneous. Is over $8,000.
Oh, I'd have to check on that
I mean,
in every
it's a
individual
deposit,
day.
so it's good. I just kind of wondering what includes miscellaneous.
Good question.
Yeah, I'll check and see what
Sold-
comprises that for the
Sold
month.
something.
Okay.
And with that, I mean, even rock reimbursement, is that, you might look at that one too, is that from somebody like putting this house in out here on 160th and building a road for them, or is that, you know, that's, I don't know, when somebody buys rock from us or something, what rock reimbursement?
Okay, I'll get some reports for you
Okay.
and we'll figure out what all those are.
Okay.
Okay. Any other? Okay.
was for August the ninth. Jonah made that. Who seconds?
Second.
Dave Bueller down there has his hand up for to second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, 5-0.
Bryce got us for $290 design reimbursement. 4,000 was from 160th and Remington West New House. Oh, no,
I don't think that that miscellaneous would be that design reimbursement, because that was closer to 30,000 total, and that happened during
sorry,
August.
Sunflower Road.
So. I'll run the report so we just get
Yeah.
detail for you. But it sounds like the rock reimbursement was for a road to a new build.
Yeah.
And then the other, I'll check into that. It would be could be potentially a combination of some just random daily receipts that would
Yeah,
add to that.
I don't know what's included under miscellaneous.
Okay,
Okay.
I'll check it. Since he did bring up, Bryce brought up that reimbursement, the design reimbursement. You know, we had that project. Of course, I'm not sure if it's on 290th, so maybe it's two separate projects.
Yeah.
But there's, we have to pay the engineering directly, but we're eligible to submit that back to KDOT for an 80% reimbursement. And so we did have several of those come through, but I believe it was in August, just this last week. So far, I think we've gotten back around $29,000 to $30,000 of what we've paid out on that engineering. So just letting you know. Okay. Okay, we do have, we approved the minutes. I'll let you sign that if you don't mind.
We'll do that.
Thank you.
Back.
Okay, we do have a couple of change orders.
Can't find no more in there, Tina, so that's it.
There were two, yeah.
That's it. Just checking on you.
Okay.
It's me every time it just says change orders, I'm thinking of a project.
Yeah.
What are
Yeah.
they trying to stick us with?
Yeah, 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 that's your first thought, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's it.
I do have a salary sheet for a new hire at the transfer station.
Okay.
Somebody.
Casey,
Metal.
well, Regalo, I don't know, that's about R-E-G-A-L-A-D-O. And what?
Deal.
I think.
What?
Oh, wait a minute, no, that's
A lot of A's there. Regalado.
That's
Yeah.
it. Except he
That's it.
said you can roll your R's, and that's more appropriate.
it. It is.
Okay.
I didn't try it.
Okay. Hired in at 2,300. This is a new transfer station, worker one.
packet is the pay application number 2 for the Nighthawk and 330th projects. And the requested amount for this payment is $995,752.52, and this is out of capital improvement.
So, make a motion to approve of this payment.
Second.
Second by Bryce, or by Jonah. Looking at Bryce's name here on the bottom.
Application number 2.
All those, or any discussion? Bryce will be here in a little bit, and have some discussion on the road, but nothing for me. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0.
Okay, and I think the last time we had a line on here for you to sign, Randy, but if you could just sign it underneath, that would be great.
Okay.
Yeah, that'd be great.
What else?
860.
Mm-hmm.
The next thing I have is a change order. So this is change order number 2 for the Nighthawk and 330th projects. And this is to add the road in Peabody. It tells you in the text right under the top part what the changes are. So it was, a portion of that was adding the street in Peabody, and each entity's share of that is $39,094.73. And then there was another extra submit cost for a Tampa portion on change order number 1, and that was $10,477. So the total of this change order is $88,666.46.
No, it's 88. I was in 78. It was like this, numbers don't add up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd make a motion for this change order in the amount of what, $88,666.46.
Second.
Second by Dave. All those in favor, or discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, do I need to sign over here on the owner side?
Yes, please. Okay, then I do have early checks, and one of the checks is for the amount of the change order to the contractor in the amount of $995,752.52 out of capital improvement. And then we do have an audit filing fee that was, our audit was filed with the state of Kansas, and so that's what that's for. And then this is the balance that you approved last meeting for the rock crushing contract. This is the balance of the actually approved contract,
Finish.
not the final invoice. So,
Which was,
we haven't received.
yeah,
It ran over on quantity,
yeah.
estimated quantity.
So sorry.
Yes, it's contract, right? The contract.
The contract, right, and then
Less
he's verifying
the-
quantities on the additional invoice,
Okay.
and so haven't seen that yet. I don't even know anywhere close to what that is, so.
So the total of all checks is $1,045,000?
Yes, $1,045,652.52.
Okay, let's make that motion to approve that. All those, or do I hear a second?
Second.
Dave Mueller's down there holding his hand up again. He seconds. Any questions? All those in favor, say aye.
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 You're gonna never get caught down there with just your hand up in the air like this.
All the,
You're gonna be,
Like to spend money.
Brad seated over.
It'll wind up getting you. It'll be somebody upset that you seconded some motion.
Randy usually looks up. I have better luck with the hand than I do with the voice.
Your form, are you used to that? Signing big checks.
Today was 100,000. Easy peasy.
But you got this, yeah, you got a whole bunch of range, it's worth it having right now. It should help a lot more. If it's all illuminated.
Got so much to pause.
In your packet, you had a proposal from Nelson Fowles, and that's to add an exterior door, I
Yes,
believe,
this-
on the north side.
This is on the north side of the building. I don't know where it was left out at, but it seemed like I've heard it for, ever since we've opened up, where was that door we were supposed to have over here, park on the north side, and so I just mentioned it to Jonah, and he had, whatchamacallit, Nelson, go down and look, see what he's come up with, and this is his proposal to put one in. As we've been seeing, our vehicles are parked, both employees and stuff are parked in the fence area, and this would eliminate that. I went back there yesterday, I was called out, working yesterday when I got done. We've got a 6-inch settlement on the backside of this building back here already from probably just from settlement from when it was built and stuff. It needs to be built up with rock and filled out. So once we get the door in, I'd like to build it all rock and let it set for a long time before we ever put anything cement down to nice landing, to see how much it's gonna settle, see if it's gonna do that. If this
On the north side of the building?
north side of the building where you
Yeah.
drive up the old driveway that you actually come down from the.
So why do you want to put cement up there?
Well, I mean, a landing for the door whenever it does.
Oh, for the door?
For the door,
Oh,
just
okay. Oh,
not
okay.
a big
I thought
pad.
you meant the parking lot.
No, not a pad.
Okay.
That pad that's down there, I think should have been up there probably, but it's settled quite a bit, so we need to do some work up there before. So that's what this is all about. It won't be no rush on the project. He probably would get Eldon, or I don't know who he's gonna get, put it in.
Does it need to be bid?
I don't know. Like I said, he's gonna show us that he's gonna take 10% off the top, and he's gonna show you the invoices off all the ones he uses, so. I don't know.
I'm just going by policy.
Yeah, right. We can get bids, see, we can put it out for bids, we can do that.
I did have one question.
It's already printed, and this is all public now.
Yeah.
It didn't say what size door.
Ooh.
Is it 36?
Should be.
42?
Should be a 36.
Okay. I mean, I didn't see it.
Yeah.
I missed it. I've been indoors too small before,
Oh.
and maybe it needs to be an even wider than 36. I don't know, I'm just asking. 'Cause it wasn't-
I would hope 36 would be.
Okay.
That
I
would
didn't
just
know
for
for any
access.
equipment.
Yeah, because it's inside that sidewalk
Okay.
stuff area, I would think that would be plenty.
Okay.
But we can bid it, I mean.
Well, I mean, I like to use local
Yes.
if we can.
Right.
It's just, then we maybe someday we need to be looking at policy.
Yeah. No, we can put it out for bids.
His numbers are already public.
Yeah. it's probably-
So it's not really fair.
Next time.
Yeah, it's not, since it's been disclosed.
Well, just mentioning too, since this is the contractor that
That did the
bid the
building.
building,
Right.
and it's been less than, it's been less than a year, hasn't it? I don't remember when it was
We
completed
listed
exactly.
as an
but-
exception to policy. I mean, it kinda is.
Given that he's
Anything
already
over, it's an exception to policy.
put this out there, it's a little tough. And he was the original contractor of this.
Yeah,
Yes.
that was the reason why I went back to him to do that.
Yeah, we probably had the original guy who built the building, put the door in, so it
Yeah.
should match.
I mean,
I
I
mean,
just
I'll
like
do
to
it.
have, I just like to have a good way to explain to my constituents.
Yeah, right. Why it
Well,
wasn't
I thought
bid.
you had a base bid, you bid everything. Well, okay, here's the reason. Okay.
Mhm.
Well, we just put that, it was questioned and we just put it out for bid. I have no problem putting it out for bid. We'll have to do something if we're gonna, there's gonna be some more changes coming up as we work on this building to get it done, finished up and changed around a little bit, so we'll have to put them out for bids too. So, I mean, we should.
Well, at that point, yeah.
So if you wanna bid this out, what size door do you want to be?
36 inch metal door.
Okay.
What about, I would put a 48-inch door, in
40
case, in case you want to carry something in, or,
Well, there's a concrete wall right in front of you.
You might not be able to.
There's only
put-
36 inches
Yeah.
walkway there,
Yeah,
so
yeah, that was the biggest thing.
there's not
I
much
guess
sense.
a open end.
I would hope that the open end, they would go in if it needs to be inside of that or drive around to that side, I would think. This is strictly for public, for them, not public, but for
Employee parking.
employee parking and access to get in and out of the building. So,
I,
I dropped my motion.
I'd rather just go with the proposal, get it done. If it's not breaking any policies.
well, it is because it's over $1,000.
Unless you
So
do
it's
want
a
to declare it as an exception
continuation
based upon the prior.
Construction.
Well, I mean, it was supposed to be,
No, because it wasn't- it wasn't in the original contract.
That was the main thing. This was put in, but somewhere it got cut out by the time the building was done. And we didn't
This
do
is
it.
your original contractor, I think.
It's almost like a change order.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have an issue with it,
I think
Going forward, you wanna see bids?
well, either that or we need to address that we have the ability to make exceptions.
Right. And I was looking at it, I guess, because it was supposed to be, and at one time it was, where it got cut out, I don't know. But it did get cut out, so.
Or charge an architect.
Well, that's, yeah, well, no, I
He
mean.
left it out.
Yeah.
The engineer?
With the board, I guess I just have to ask the board what would be acceptable here, whether we go ahead and put it out for bids, or whether we accept this just with the explanation that it was supposed to have been in and we didn't do it, and we're just now doing it, so.
I'd make the motion contingent upon it being a 36-inch door, that we go with Nelson Files at $4,156.25.
I'll second that.
Okay, have a motion and a second, motion by Jonas, second by Dave. All of those in favor of going ahead with this proposal due to the explanation that it was supposed to have been in the original plan, but it didn't get put in. With that explanation, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign? 5-0. But we will have to, if we make some more changes, which we will probably have to do some bit on some of that.
I did receive an email, COVID update from Deidre.
Okay.
She says as of 7:30 this morning, Marion County has 14 active cases, 0 hospitalizations, and 24 vital statistic confirmed deaths. Friday, the Kansas Department of Health and Environment announced that effective immediately, Kansas providers may now administer an additional dose of Pfizer or Moderna vaccine to individuals who are moderately or severely immunocompromised and have already been fully vaccinated with Pfizer or Moderna. This follows Thursday's expansion of the emergency use authorization by the Food and Drug Administration for these mRNA vaccines. Today's recommendation of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices and Acceptance by the CDC Director. It does not apply to those who received the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, as there is currently not enough data to determine if an additional dose of that vaccine will improve immune response in people who are immunocompromised. And she said the third dose will be administered at least 28 days after the second dose, and is recommended only for people who are moderately and severely immunocompromised due to a health condition or medical treatment. Initially, the health department will be requiring a physician's order for the booster, verifying the moderate to severe immunocompromised situation, which includes active treatment for solid tumor and hematologic malignancies, receipt of solid organ transplant and taking immunosuppressive therapy, receipt of CAR-T cell or hematopoietic stem cell transplant, moderate or severe primary immunodeficiency, advanced or untreated HIV infection, active treatments with high-dose corticosteroids, alkylating agents, antimetabolites, transplant-related immunosuppressive drugs, cancer, chemotherapeutic agents classified as severely immunosuppressive, TNF blockers, and other biologic agents that are immunosuppressive.
At least there's a way to determine that that person needs it.
Right, so it's basically if they have one of those conditions and their doctor
Okay.
signs off on it, then they are going to administer that booster.
Okay. Well, thank you.
And then in your packet, there is a proposal that Judge Powers reached out and got for a part-time security officer. So I don't know if you took a look at that, but you might remember that in the 2022 budget, we put in $25,000 for security. And this, it talks about, when you add up all the numbers, it's $40 per hour, and for one guard, an additional guard. It looks like if you have a second guard, the total per hour is 60. And it's 24 hours weekly with a minimum of 90 hours a month. So 5-figure, 90 hours a month. That comes out to about $49,920 for the course of a full year. And this would be, the work schedule would be set by district court.
So if they go over budget, does the district court have ample funds to handle the overage, or will that come out of general?
Well, they're expecting us to provide the security. That's not in their budget. They're expecting, and I don't know the answer to that if they go over. This is just a proposal, so.
What was the reason why we couldn't just hire somebody, or have sheriff hire somebody to do a security job? Other than keepers and.
The sheriff says he doesn't have the capacity.
I mean, we just didn't hire a certain individual.
I would think our insurance, if you
Yeah.
see the insurance down here, I think our insurance would request something for us to put a security guard on. I don't know for us, if you wasn't part of the sheriff's office, I don't know. Don't have a clue. But I see they have $1 million coverage.
I just looking at it as if we're gonna put the money out for something, create another job here at least.
Then you would go with who's the supervisor of that position. I don't know if the sheriff is interested in doing that. And then you also have benefit costs potentially for if you're out of position. Just a couple things to keep in mind.
Right.
And then having to have someone qualified to screen and hire the position.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
The contract is the benefits of it, but also.
And they are willing to come and talk to you all if you want them to. But this is just a general proposal that Judge Powers sought out.
They also handle in the district court in Dickinson County, I presume.
Yes.
I don't know about any of the other counties around.
Would it provide some relief to some of our sheriff officers?
No.
They're not spending
We
any
don't
time
have any
up
of
there?
them.
No.
I mean, it might provide it a little bit, but I don't know that that's the intent necessarily. It's to provide, the way he spoke about it here was to provide somebody up there more often.
Sure, got it.
They've been asking for
Right.
protection for at least 2 years now,
Right.
maybe 3.
And the matter is, do you wait for something bad to happen?
I think we have to do it.
So would they be willing to come make a presentation? Is that?
Yes, if that's what you would like.
If they do, I'd like for them to be available by next week, hopefully, so we could get this finalized.
And this is also something that, I mean, if you had something, you know, a plan that you wanted to lay out as far as what you are looking for, you could potentially bid a service like this also, but,
Do you want to wait for the new judge to take office or anything like that and make any difference?
It's actually about the courthouse, I think.
Yeah.
it is, and Judge
They-
Powers is working with the interim chief
Yeah.
judge on this project. He said he would hang in there and work with him on it to get it in place, so he has
So-
been in.
Does this fall
Well-
outside of the scope of taking bids?
Well, this is it's a proposal from, you know, that was sought by district court, and so they're a part of us, but they're not a part of us. So that's what I'm saying, if you want, as a commission, if you want to bid this, you can.
We'd have to research how many companies are out there doing it. I'm sure there's several, but I don't know. I'm sure some of the counties, their own law enforcement takes care of that.
There's a lot to be said for having it done while Judge Powers is still involved with it because of the number of years he's been on the bench locally and has a pretty good idea of what their traffic flow is and where the concerns have been and where he's experienced any kind of angst or an issue. The new judge isn't really going to know that as readily, so that kind of gets to that issue. And I don't know that they normally bid it to, I mean, you can do that with independent contractors of that type, like in this case an LLC. But most of the time, the judges have a pretty good idea of who they can depend on and who they've seen do it elsewhere. Like these guys in Dickinson County have direct contact. Doesn't mean there isn't somebody out there that can do it just as well, but given the circumstances, I don't think you'd be required to bid this. They're coming to you with that request. We fund it because the courthouse, the whole building, is under the auspices of the board here, but they have space within that's mandatorily required, and like Tina said, they're part of us, but they're not, and that they've got a completely separate function, and their hierarchy through the Supreme Court and the funding through the legislature is completely different. We're just providing security. So.
And did you figure that at $40 an hour, you figure some of it at 60, or how did you?
I didn't figure anything at 60 because I just figured one officer at the minimum number of hours per year.
Okay.
It would be 49,920.
50,000.
Yeah, basically.
And
We
basically
put what
it's
in the
turnkey
budget?
since they're independent contractors.
We didn't put it in this year's budget, Ken.
No.
It's in 2022.
It's 2022, so.
Right.
It wouldn't be effective till January, would it?
Well, you could do it whenever. Just know that if you start it earlier, it's gonna pull from some other general fund money. And of course, you've only budgeted half the amount that it may take to actually do this. And so then just know that you're out of your general fund next year, that difference would have to come out of there.
Any more feelings here, or where we need to go, when it'd be effective, when you want it effective? We've heard Kent say within a week or two. I don't know if it's possible within a week or two.
Well, I was just talking about if you want this company to come and talk to
Oh,
us. No, I'm not talking about, just go ahead and vote on it.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, we know we're gonna get short, so I guess I'm asking the commission whether they want to dig the rest of it up and get it going.
Well, you know, even if we could hire another sheriff's deputy that would be exclusively assigned to the court, if you take into account his salary and benefits, you know, might be a little less, but
It's gonna be somewhere.
you're gonna be getting right back up there.
Well, that's going back to what Jonah's looking at, if something.
That's, you know, it'd be nice if you could provide another job. I get that.
They just gotta have somebody to take the job.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That seems to be our problem.
And that's another advantage of the contract. That's not the sheriff's headache, that's not our headache.
And then, if you did find somebody that would take the job, then would we have to send them to 14 weeks of training?
Well, you gotta get, based on this, you gotta twice a year get certified in the range.
Weapons, yeah, weapons.
You know, so there's costs, there's ongoing costs to maintain that officer.
Yes.
Well, and if you add an officer into the budget, I mean, the sheriff has complete control over his people, so he wouldn't necessarily have, even though the intent of the board would be to put them up there.
Yeah, it might be
We would be able
emergency.
to assign them wherever
Might be an
we needed.
emergency out in the county and he's not here when they start court.
Well, there's a lot of different ways to look at it too, is like what Tina's just saying, do we put it on as a line item for the judge area up there as an officer for the court only? And you hire this person, do they have to have weapons? Should they have weapons? Most likely, should.
Or at least have a taser.
And I don't know that all security officers do have weapons, but in the courtrooms, they usually have weapons somewhere. An officer that has, but, well, usually, I think, I don't want to step on my bounds there. But, so there's a lot of things to be taken into, and this here, if you try this out and you like it, then maybe within the next year, if you like this, the way it's going, maybe you could pursue your own at the end of the year, fit your own needs, I mean, fit our needs in if you wanted to change. This would be a contract for the first year or so. Don't look like they're charging us mileage to come down here. You don't see.
Is it a one-year contract?
I would think it would have to be. Seems proposed anything different.
Just in light of the potential issues, in light of the length of time that we've gone into the courthouse, in light of this company's experience in Dickinson County, I would move that we proceed with the bid from SD Security for courthouse security, beginning, well, I guess a beginning date.
We want to come down and talk to us.
It references in the proposal that we will be responsible for generating the contract with SD Security to include the requirements and or expectations for them. That include a start date, that would include all the other elements of it. So it looks as though it falls to staff to prepare that contract.
Very good. Then that concludes my motion.
So would you mind restating your motion?
I'll leave out all the in light ofs, but just say that move to accept the proposal from SD Security for courthouse security.
Effective date?
That's up to staff.
Okay.
But I would say it's sooner the better, before we have a major incident.
Okay. Have a motion on the floor by Dave Mueller to start, implement a courthouse security, with,
Is this courthouse security or district court security?
oh,
I should restate that courthouse, district court.
District court.
You're correct.
I think we're talking about a whole
Yep,
different kind
yep,
of work.
you're exactly right. You're
Yeah.
exactly right.
yeah,
My apologies.
no, that's.
Good catch.
Who's sending the schedule to them? District court gonna do that?
Yes.
Okay.
So,
Because they may not need them every week. It depends on the trials. Let's go.
That all depends on-
Yeah, but
And work with them.
Supposed to send out a monthly, 3-month
Yeah.
Block them when they need them.
But what I said, and I didn't stumble onto it, courthouse security versus just the,
Yeah, it's a district court.
Well, you're talking about a bigger issue than just what we're talking about here.
yeah.
But if you have a
Well-
4-day trial, you'll need them for 4 days that week, and next week you won't need them at all.
I understand that, but there's been a lot of conversation, Dave, about courthouse security.
Right.
And that's why I'm interested in, you're talking about this amount of money. For just a little bit more money, do you have a regular job here? And something to what you're saying.
They're gonna answer to two different entities.
Yeah.
The district court security, as we're discussing it now, is going to be directed by district court.
Yeah.
I understand exactly what you're saying. And then global security within this building, be a different matter, just something as simple as where are they stationed. For example, Harvey County built a small booth, and everything is now secure except the front entrance. And as you come in, you walk right past that person, and he is a sheriff's officer, and has been doing that for some time. And he roams the building, but he serves both positions, I believe, is what they did, courthouse security. And then if they have a trial and that sort of thing, he's up on the second floor monitoring all of these potential witnesses and anyone else that's up there as jurors or that sort of thing, and directing traffic and keeping the peace. He serves warrants, seen him do quite a few things. It's probably more than a one-person job, to be candid, but that's what they've done with it.
Well, I'm just, because if you do this, you got a contract, you come back to courthouse, it's a lot more money than this, so you've got two things going on at the same time.
And you do.
I
So
still
what you're saying, it would be more cost effective to have them come talk to us about
See, if it's-
everything.
Maybe everything, yeah. I'm just throwing it out for, I want you to think about it before we jump.
Okay, I'll withdraw my motion, but I would ask them to invite him for a visit.
I'd like a presentation within the next 2 or 3 weeks,
As soon as possible.
what
Okay.
fits on our schedule.
Okay.
You know, our calendar's getting pretty full.
Does anybody think of anything else? I mean, I'm just throwing it out. Is there any, if there's a vote that we don't want to do the whole courthouse, that's fine too. I mean, I'm just trying to cover so we don't say, oh, well, we've got this contract now, do we do another contract for some more security?
I think we'll bring in the experts and let them tell us what they think we need, maybe.
Then, Tina, I guess would direct you that, I guess my commission, the way I understand and I see too, and I'm sort of in favor of coming down and having them present a whole, have this company come down and present a whole courthouse security versus just courtroom security. I don't know whether they can do that proposal for us to look at our building, or is that okay, Commissioner?
So just for clarification, I'm gonna butt in and ask
Yes.
this. Are we talking about this particular applicant, the SD security, or the district court coming in here to do the presentation?
SD security.
Okay.
District court,
They're making
they
the
want
request,
help.
yeah.
We know what they want, yeah.
I guess the question that I have then is, this puts you right back into the position then of just having one company come and give you a proposal
Yeah, then
without
you might
doing
be
some sort of
changing
an
it up, exactly.
RFP or, so since it's not,
So that's where your bid process might.
Yeah, it could come into play.
You're
Which
spending,
could
you spend a
potentially-
lot more than $4,000, you're spending a
could
bunch of
potentially
money.
then,
So would we be better off to try to find, research what companies there are, at least in Kansas, that would be, have an interest, and have them come and look at this, give us a bid, and then we look at everything and say, okay, we want to talk to this guy?
I think that's probably where you're at, if you want to include the whole building. And I don't know, I hate to send Tina out on a mission like this, but.
You also get into, at that point, expansion of that budget with your sheriff's department, for example. Sedgwick County does. You go in those front doors, and that is the only access by the public. And they have all different types of protocols. If you're an attorney, you have a card you can use, you can carry a weapon, all of those kinds of things. But the general public all go through the metal detectors and then the handhelds if you can't pass the other one. And that's really a county-wide security format, and it seems to be, and even the city of Wichita. You can't get through that door without going through the metal detectors, and they're using Wichita PD, and the county's using the Sheriff's Department. So if you get into the county security for the building, seems to be that most of them that I've been involved with, Butler County, same way, use the Sheriff's Department, and they just fund it through the county and use officers that are in there, but that's their job description, for whatever that's worth.
Well, and there's always, no matter who you have, there'll be sick days and
Yeah.
people fill in and stuff like that. One person just can't do it.
Well, in the ideal world, I'd like to see that our sheriff's department take care of the security. But we've heard over and over that that's not gonna work.
Well,
There's not resources.
I'd like to get clarity on that, on whether it's not able to work because they only have this many employees. But does that change if we say, okay, if you throw another 40,000 at this, does that change things? Or is it, no, I can't find help?
Because I know a lot of those type of officers, if they work for the sheriff department, they may be doing that in Sedgwick County on their day off. You know, they offer it to officers. Okay, if you're 2 days off, you also have an opportunity to, you know, stand guard at the courthouse or whatever.
It also impacts you in that your protocols change. Generally, most of them that develop that security secure the building. That walking through the mechanical area downstairs doesn't happen anymore. Side doors are locked unless you've got a little card key that, you know, for all of the employees. They have one entrance, they come through that front, they go through a metal detector,
And it's also
there's an officer or two there, and that's it.
Handicapped.
Yeah.
So that's the.
So there's a lot of logistics that go into setting that up, but, and I'm not pouring cold water on it, I'm saying that's, the larger jurisdictions have been doing it for years already. The smaller ones are doing it halfway. Harvey County, for example, locked all those doors 2 years ago, which is a headache. They all have to schlep around to that one door to come in. All the attorneys have no other access either, for example. And then they built that area there. It's not a metal detector, but he's there monitoring most of the time as you enter that door. And if you set it up that way, it does work pretty well because everybody has been screened once they get into this building if they don't have a pass as an employee or something else.
I think we had a trial basis last year with COVID.
Yeah.
I think we all come through one door. And I didn't see too many problems. I don't know what Tina seen from this side of having one door, but
We also had appointment only, we also had a lot of things.
yeah.
She's about to sigh.
Or roll her eyes.
No, oh my gosh.
What?
Body language
You
says it
know
all.
what goes on inside of here, so tell us what needs to.
You know, when Judge Powers was in here before, he had talked to this company and he had talked about potentially being able to have this person patrol the entire courthouse when they're not busy upstairs. And so that's a start.
Yeah.
So one other thing about hiring our own person, that's all well and good until we can't keep that position filled. And then we're back to where we are right now. And then we're also looking at more in-depth security issues and access controls and cameras that we want to discuss, which is part of what's on your agenda for the special meeting next week on the 23rd. But because access controls, moving everybody to one door, we had to do that for COVID, and improving the cameras and all of that, and the access control could potentially, if we can tie it to COVID, you know, if we had to lock the building back down, that could be an eligible expense under the American Rescue Plan. With that, that's about a $200,000 cost to do the access control and the cameras. And with that, plus the one part-time person, I mean, I think you would be really good. Some of it is all about a transition. I
Yes,
mean, you
yes.
start somewhere, you can expand it, you can change it. I think that you can get,
He could be walking around.
I believe that's what the judge has said a couple of times when he's been in here. So maybe what we should do is have the individual come and Judge Powers come and talk about what they're thinking and what this would include as far as what the courthouse might benefit out of just this proposal before you decide whether to go out and seek bids for a more inclusive thing, or maybe start here or somewhere like this and then decide you're gonna seek proposals next year.
Get a feel for this.
Yeah, I mean, so you have options. I mean, that's,
Because it is episodic upstairs if they have a docket call on occasion for certain types of cases, it is busy. I mean, there's activity, but there are also periods of time throughout the day where it's just one case set at one time, and you're only going to have 2 or 3 people trickling in. So that security officer is going to have some downtime even on the days that they need them there. So
I'd be glad to schedule them in to kind of explain what they're proposing
I
with
think that
this.
sounds like a good idea, but we've alerted ourselves that there's the big agenda out here to keep our eyes open.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, how does I mean,
Right.
just-
Is that okay? Schedule them in here and see what they're gonna do?
Yep.
Okay,
okay, I'll do
that's
that.
what we'll do.
Okay, thank you.
That's our motion.
I'll have them on the agenda.
All right.
Directive.
Directive, motion directive.
Okay.
So you guys taught me something this today.
So
Directive.
the only other thing on the I know we're running behind now, but the only other thing you had on the administrative is you added the land bank discussion.
Yeah, that's not, I'd like to get a directive again. Where'd it go? It's disappeared from me. It was here.
directed by consensus.
Yeah. Out of the work session this morning, sort of directive I'd like to give to Brad would be to propose a resolution to adopt a land bank. And with that, the commission being the land bank board, and then also with a mission statement attached to that. That's sort of been presented to us here today. See what we can get this started for a land bank in Marion County. The mission statement says a lot of things about what it's, we'll read it next week or whenever we get it. We'll read it to the public. Okay? That's the end of that.
Okay, that's
All righty.
what I have.
Okay, what's the next on our agenda here?
Road and Bridge?
Road and Bridge. Okay.
Just walk the other way.
That's usually what happens.
Hear their name and they.
He thought it was gonna take a long time.
Reward.
Yeah. He just took off.
There he is.
He's coming back.
Had to get a drink. All right, yes, man. Start out with a Nighthawk update. They should finish the milling from 140th up to US 56 and back today. So the chip seal guys will be back in to get that started, and they will move their mill up to 330th to hopefully start tomorrow or possibly Wednesday at the latest.
Bryce, since you started off with this, I've got to tell you what's happening with constituents down south.
Okay.
About, or they like the road, but as they drive, like 60th, you're driving and you're floating up and down.
Okay.
I guess the constituents that I'm getting calls from, and I drove it, I haven't driven from 50 Highway to 140th yet.
Okay.
But you're feeling it, it's moving you. Is there any way to improve this? I mean, you drive it at 60 miles an hour and you feel like something's not flat and level.
Well, the only thing that I'm going to say is structurally we're better off than we were before.
Wait a minute, I said, is there something to improve this?
That's what I'm saying. But second of all, the only way you're going to fix that is to put more layers of whatever else on top of it, or go back and remill it.
Well, and that's what I'm worried about, is and I understand that the milling part of it is the process here, but none of us or you said, well, we want a perfectly level road when we're done. I mean, and that's what the constituents are saying. They're feeling their vehicles being thrown up and down or ways. You know,
Well, the specifications call for no more than 1/4 of an inch and 10 foot in milling. Now, again, other than going back and remilling it and remilling it and remilling it, that's the only way you're gonna solve it unless you put an overlay on top of it to do that.
The only answer I've had so far is that when we did 330th, we come back with blacktop, you know, asphalt on top.
Right.
And so there's a better chance there of getting a nice,
Right.
better, smoother ride.
Well, obviously, the more passes you put at it, the smoother it's gonna get,
Yeah.
plain and simple. But, you know, that's the other option, is to turn around and if you wanna put an overlay back on it to try to smooth it out, but.
Well, I know that, I'm just saying, is there anything we should be looking for here? I mean, because we're all already getting, they like what they're seeing for the road bed and everything, but it's just the feel that they're getting when they're driving. I mean, is there, these guys don't have GPS that levels them out and linear?
With the whole process of going in and remilling 12 inches and recompacting that's kind of I'd say it's a crapshoot.
Okay.
When you take a road that was as bad as what it was, both horizontally and vertically,
Yes.
and you're trying to improve it, it's gonna take more than this if that's the case.
Okay.
I'm looking at getting the base fixed and getting it covered up so that it's protected, and then down the road, if that's the case. Again, I look at the fact is, I thought for what we're doing safety-wise, you know, the potholes and everything else, that, you know.
I'm thinking the public sees what we're spending and they're
Right.
expecting a straight road.
I'm not saying their expectation is different.
Than ours.
Their expectation is a 330th.
Yeah.
And you look at what was spent on 330th per mile compared to this,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, I think they just see in the overall price tag at $3 million.
Yeah.
And then you ought to have something pristine for $3 million.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And so,
but $3 million over 20 miles.
Right.
That's the other thing.
So I didn't know if there's any comments you could give back to the company to help us or anything like that, to maybe eliminate it going up north, I don't know.
Well, again, they're done milling there, but, you know, I guess.
They're done milling up there too?
Well, no, they're done, they're gonna get done milling up to Highway 56 and then back to 140th probably within an hour or two.
Okay.
So that milling would be done, but again, you know, that's what the specifications called for, is 1/4 inch and 10 foot, which may or may not seem like a lot, but when it comes to milling, that's actually, they're doing.
pretty tight.
Huh?
That's pretty tight.
Well, but I mean, they're actually doing considerably better than that, because you think about it, it's, you know, even if they're going like this, we're not doing this. So if we stretch those bumps out, and I think ultimately, like any other asphalt road, it should smooth out a little bit more.
Probably.
Once you put traffic on it. At that point, you know, at that point, we've only had it down for a month. But yeah, other than remilling it or putting an overlay on it.
Yeah, I didn't know, if that's the complaints that the public's given me already, and I've had probably 3 phone calls, and, well, one was a short phone call conversation later, so second conversation, so, but there's been 6, 7 people already that drives it every day.
Yeah.
And that's their comment, and I just was asking if there's any improvement we could ask for the company to do.
It's the hopping, something we're gonna have to fix quickly soon, right?
I don't.
We're just gonna keep putting impact.
Well,
Impact
I don't know.
on spots.
Well, I guess theoretically, if that's the case, those impacts, you'd think the impacts should level or straighten themselves out down the road. But again, you know, we're taking a road and we're mixing up 12 inches deep,
Oh,
you know.
It's-
Even if you went out there and put 6 inches of rock down and tried to do something on top, it's still gonna be the same way. So,
all righty, well, they're happy with what they're seeing, except
Yeah.
they just don't like the way the rides feel. Yeah.
again, that's the process we have, unless we wanna go
Okay.
back and.
Well, we're not gonna go back and do
We
anything.
really like it, but we don't like it.
Well, that's what they're, is what they're,
Need to slow down a little bit, maybe. See, the road's too nice now.
well, maybe, and that may be, I mean, but I drove it at 60, and that's what I was driving at, 55, 60.
55 is the speed limit.
Yep, I was 5 over.
Citizen rest.
Yeah. Yeah, and to be honest with you, I got a call from a peer of mine that said he was driving down the road at 70, he was complaining because he got passed. So anyway, you know, just put that in context, so.
Yeah.
That's what I look at is we're doing you know, we're getting something better for what we have, but, and I'm not saying we couldn't go more. I mean, you look at what they did on the Roxbury Road on 330th. They did the symmetry of subgrade and then went back with 3.5 inches. It's still not exceptionally smooth either. So, you know, the other thing is, you know, roads move, you know, moisture, temperature and everything else, that they're gonna move. That's just part of being out there. So, the other thing that road can face or has faced in the past, and I'd like to get it fixed, is those trees on the south side block the shade or the sun getting to the road. They also suck moisture out of that road. You'll notice every road, I can tell you right now, down by the church on 90th by Chisholm, every tree row out there, you can see cracks up the edge of the road. So, I mean, there's a lot of extenuating circumstances too that are out of our control. So, I mean, I wish we could go out there and put 3 2-inch layers of asphalt out there. It'd be a super highway.
We all like it, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, move ahead.
Okay. Anyway, so that we'll do that. Finish with showing the milling. They'll move up there on 330th. I have not heard when the chip seal guys are coming back, but they should be done probably within a week with what the stuff they have left. They will probably be waiting on Coughlin to get done up there on 330th. So, but excuse me. I also want to bring up the other deal. Unfortunately, one of the downfalls of bidding this by the square yard, everything is great until you make a few changes. One of the changes we made was based on Ergon's recommendation is we're increasing the oil content a little better on the seals. The more oil we put in there, the better adhesion we have. So by the end of the job, it's probably going to be $60,000 to $70,000 just in the change in oil. But again, that was based on Ergon's recommendation, and honestly I agree with it because we want to make sure that we get the oil in there and get that adhesion before we go farther.
They put quite a bit on.
Well, and like I said, it looks like a lot, but again, you can go too far with oil, and therefore when it starts bleeding through and things like that. But they actually brought their expert out of Oklahoma, and I've worked with him before, and that's what his recommendation was. So just want to let you know that we will have that. But I'm guessing we will underrun quantities a little bit also, simply because we're having to exclude some things. I think everybody here should be aware that 190th and Nighthawk, we have that project that's going to be let next year to redo that intersection. So we've actually skipped that portion. There was no sense to double on that. So we will have a little reduction of quantities in the end. But anyway, that's one of the downfalls of doing this by the square yard is because typically KDOT will pay the aggregate by the cubic yard and the oil separately. But then you have to keep track of them on a daily basis. And they end up, KDOT typically underestimates oil, but you just never know until you're out there. So we will face that down the road too. So lo and behold, I don't know whether anybody's noticed, but our fuel pumps our brand new fuel pumps are up, working fine. Well, they have, other than 2 people, we found out that when we add the key fobs, we have to make sure that the ecosystem downloads that before they're able to be worked on. But they got them done, it was a Thursday of last week. Tried several vehicles and they seem to be working fine. Everybody's happy with the fact that you don't have to write things down and document things. So the only thing that I'm still want addressed is when they put in the new spill buckets. They poured concrete around there, and we've got some settlement issues and stuff around that. They said that they're coming back to fix them, but I'm going to make sure that we're not going to release all the money until I'm satisfied with those. So I want to make sure that the spill buckets are safe, for obviously for state requirements and everything else. And they're like everybody else, they're going gangbusters trying to get all this stuff done. But so I will make sure to take care of that. We've had a complaint that when we are mowing grass on the paved roads, we throw grass out on the highway, and one guy has actually got into our got into the mower guy and basically was yelling at him that that's against the state law. And it's like, okay, I don't know what you want us to do, so I guess I'm asking the commission, do you want us to stop mowing? Do you want us to continue mowing, or just throwing that out there?
Is there really a state statute?
That's what he said. I haven't looked at it. I know that we have actually, when we mow our shop up here, we always make sure to mow the grass, throw the grass always away from the road,
Right.
because we've been called on it.
It's a city.
City ordinances,
thing? Okay.
city ordinances.
Anyway, and like I said, this came from the mower guy, and I never did hear, well, and actually, he did call the deputy sheriff as well about it. So, like I said,
I
it
know
was just,
city ordinances tell you never to throw it in your gutter.
Yeah.
and stuff.
And-
And
the-
that probably says the same thing.
I don't know. The day that we got called on it, Steve went up there about an hour after we got called on. He said by the time he got up there, the grass was all through it.
Right.
So, but anyway.
Hour or two, it's blown off.
His big complaint was that it was slick for bicycles and motorcycles. And I was like, well, I would think it would take an awful lot of grass, or you were in a curve situation or a stopping situation. But anyway, I just wanted to let you know that I guess I would like to continue mowing the way we are, unless there's.
This
I
is the
think
first
we're-
complaint you've had in
this
how
is-
many years?
This is a referral to Brad, if he finds a state ordinance, to give it to us, continue till next week. And if he finds a state ordinance that we're violating, we'll talk
You
about
run a
that.
sweeper down the road behind you.
Or an air compressor,
Put the wind to the
or,
floor.
so, I mean, there's, those rotary mowers, just by the way they're
240
made,
down the
they throw, well, they're spinning this way, so they do throw grass on there. And unfortunately, we can't get them clear off the road, so,
Sometimes you got stakes and markers that you gotta get up and around and.
yeah, and honestly, you've seen the state highways, the state's the same way, they can usually get a little farther off the road. And
If it's all right with the commission, continue on unless Brad finds a state law that we violate.
Okay.
Yes.
Sounds good. Had a pre-con Friday, the contractor moved up the start date for the 290th and Nighthawk culvers. They want to start a week from today. That traffic control and all that stuff will be started on Monday. I will be doing the inspection on that as well, so I will be burning up some miles on the road because we'll probably still be working down on Nighthawk also. But anyway, they set their schedule out based on the 55 working days, but honestly, I foresee within 6 weeks, maybe 8 weeks being done, barring any problems.
On this project?
Yeah.
So it will be closed.
Yes, we will put signs up at Lincolnville as well as Durham saying that the road closed through traffic, right at the east side of Nighthawk, as well as the entrance to the house on the southeast side. We will put barricades across there for no access, and down on, it's not a mile, it must be 2 miles down, we'll put another sign. The unofficial detour is to go south on Nighthawk to 270th and east, and then back north. But people are going to make their own, just like we were working on Canada, I had to put barricades back into place 3 times within 3 hours. And we had about a 5-inch drop off, and so it's the constant battle. So, but I guarantee you this one here, they won't go through this one because it'll be about a 6 to 8 foot drop off. So, but anyway, we'll have to worry about that.
Okay.
We did get started patching last week. Hope to finish up Remington Thursday of this week, barring any rain. The forecast isn't real optimistic. Between now and then, who knows? But we'll get that done. We're going to also patch 40th and Timber and 60th between Peabody and Burns. Going to go down and do inside the city of Burns. Got that work. We're going to work out with them for payment of that, and then we're going to do 120th, 150th, and 90th as well. Just some small. They more areas there than what we want. And then obviously we would get to chip sealing, and I've already talked to the stripers about coming in hopefully mid-September to get everything striped. So
When you do a blade patch, you're tearing out quite a bit. I mean,
Typically, we don't, unless there's a real bad area, because the problem is, once we open up those, how far do we go? You know, without, oh, I was gonna tell you, I contacted Terracon as well, about doing some possibly, we haven't really established a scope yet, but, doing some kind of exploratory exploration on Indigo to find out what we have out there. We've obviously got some areas we're patching over there. We'll have to probably go blade patch them, before we get through this winter. So unfortunately, but.
I think that was a couple of them, the reason why I was asking that question, that how deep you're going, because
Yeah.
they're showing pretty deep.
Yeah, and unfortunately, you never really know till you get them tore out. I mean, I've actually, some highway work, I've gone down 6 foot to remove unstable soil, and 20 years later, it still settles. You know, so it's just, you just never know. So we do the best we can. So, of course, patching, and then obviously, like I said, doing the chip seal. So we're probably going through the end of September. With the chip seal and, well, obviously blade patching and chip seal. So we'll probably be pretty close to time constraints by then. The other thing is it gets cooler and cooler and takes the oil longer to break. But anyway. The other thing I guess it really had was, well, I guess one thing was, I don't know if you guys have read the KAC monthly August newsletter. I thought there were some really good articles about leadership and you know, hiring things in there. So if you haven't read them, I thought they're really good articles. You know, from people that look at things statewide as far as that goes. So then lastly, I'd like to give you guys pictures. After your decision last week to open up 190th, I told the traffic control guys to go out and take down the signs, and I went out there myself, and basically I know some of you have seen that, but these are some of the pictures that we're having out there. And you can see on the first one where we have the I-beams coming out of the bridge, obviously several inches of structural concrete loss over the top of them, and little disconcerting on how we can try to fix that. Second one shows basically some heavy duty tracks going across there that is not the motor grader, but I can tell you. Third one goes into dualies going across there, you know, obviously leaving a mark going across there. Fourth one, I mean, we're not having any guardrail on the south side, and that's probably because you think how many larger pieces of equipment have gone through there and knocked it off or whatever else. Obviously exposed bars there. The fifth one is really interesting to me too, because I have absolutely no idea what those horizontal lines are. I don't know if those are pieces of steel that were in the deck or whatever it is, but I was going to send it to KDOT to see if they had any idea, but I mean, they're very uniform and consistent, so I'm guessing that's probably what they were at one time, was some sort of bars or whatever else. And then finally, the last one shows you, you know, obviously a muddy spot there, but you look at the amount of traffic going through there. And this had happened, I mean, right after the rains that weekend. You can see there's still water sitting there. I bring this up because it really brings up concern on my part. And I guess I will follow that up with a letter or a memo, whatever you guys, whatever you want to call it, but I've got copies basically for everybody. The one on the, there's one more. One on the letterhead, I guess, is what I'm asking for, but it really bothers me that the decision was made to open that back up. I, as county engineer, am obligated by statute to be responsible for these. And also, in the position description that I was given by the commission, you know, this is my responsibility. And I'm like, again, taking it back to where I feel like my professional judgment has been questioned. It would be no different than an attorney or a doctor or whatever else to say, well, we don't really agree with you. And And it obviously puts me in a spot because, you know, that's what I was hired for, to take care of this stuff and make these decisions. And I guess the other thing is, I kind of felt like I lost a vote of confidence from the commission that my decision doesn't mean as much as constituents or whatever else. Like I said, I'm looking out for the liability of everybody out there, and you know, it's kind of frustrating. So I know I have had several people, both inside and outside Road and Bridge, that have heard about that, and they were very upset about it too. You know, and I mean, I don't know if the, you know, how that comes to play. Maybe Brad can answer that. Is where does this liability go then? I mean, is it totally bearing on the commission? I don't feel like that I really should be responsible for something that was going against my professional judgment.
The general answer is it does. It goes to the county unless in some way, shape, or form in the undertaking and carrying out of professional duties as outlined in the statutes that you're showing representative quotes from, there's something dilatory or negligent in what you did, then personal liability attaches. What you're doing here sets the paper trail in place. That no, I did mention this to you. This is your choice as to what you wish to do. So this pretty much candidly, I mean, you never say never, but it pretty much puts the onus on the county and our insurance if the decision is made to open that up and we have some type of actionable event. So I hope that, I mean, I think that answers it.
Like I said, I feel like I have to address this both professionally and personally, that, you know, it kind of goes against everything that I'm trying to do. So I wish there was a quick and easy solution other than just doing it all at one time, and, you know, but as I stated in my reasonings for doing it, so.
What was your reasons for doing it?
Well, the fact is that the bridge is bad shape. The road to the west side of there has, you know, considerable washing, and.
Do you realize we've still got to maintain that road down to that bridge so those people can get in farm to ground?
Right, but I mean,
So you closed it. They still got to have a road.
Well, what I'm getting at is we would not have to keep the road, we keep the road open up to the bridge and that west side over there.
We'd have to.
Right. But, well, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I mean, there's other things that we could look at if it's a different entrance or whatever else. I didn't look at that. I'm just looking at the liability of the bridge and that entrance, or that area worked up there. I mean, it's a constant battle anytime it rains, and you know, that's what I'm looking at.
That's not going away though. It's got that field on the south or north side. It's going to wash down that road no matter what we do.
But
unless we change something.
Well, but what I'm saying is maybe there's a way to move the entrance somewhere else where we wouldn't have to worry about maintaining that road.
According to the landowners yesterday, they won't move it.
That's what I understood.
Yep.
They would have to put in their own low water
Yep.
system
They're
to do that, and they can't because requires engineering. Navigable waterway is part of the Cottonwood system.
So that's the problem we're facing.
Okay. I guess.
What about a bridge there?
We can do a bridge.
Okay.
But my point is, between now and whenever we do it, I'm not responsible for the liability of that bridge.
Why would you consider yourself to be personally liable? Because we're all insured under the same insurance.
Who's got the better lawyer? I mean, professionally, I'm acting as the county engineer. You guys, as my boss, overruled that for whatever reason. And again, I don't know if it was engineering based or not. I was never told that. I was told that you wanted to open it up because the constituents wanted to get through there. So, again, that's my professional opinion to do that. And then, so I'm not saying that's the only option there is, but I'm just saying be no different than Brad would tell you something, well, you know, we don't, yeah, you know, we're gonna do what we wanna do. So where does that put him? Or a doctor, anybody with that professional standing?
It did say we still rated it a 5-ton bridge, so.
Is it 5 or 2, whatever it is.
5.
But yeah, it's gonna stay that way until we replace it. And actually, it's not gonna get any better. The other thing, as I can tell you, is, based on the best engineering practices at the time, how they rate bridges, that's just a rating. Will it take less than that? Will it take more than that? Nobody knows. That's what I'm getting at, you know. And if somebody takes a empty 18-wheel truck going across there doing 50 miles an hour, why they would, I don't know, but who knows what that would impart. You know, if you went across there with a heavy load going slow, typically won't impact the bridge as much as you going fast, regardless of the weight. But those, like I said, with those two I-beams sticking out there, and as much as the water goes over the road there, I don't know if that would ever stay in place, even if we put a mound of dirt up on top of it, which isn't the way to go either. I mean, like I said, we can replace the bridge down the road and do the work, whatever else. But again, it's between now and then, that's the part that scares me.
Well, this is no different than if you just keep going north on Chisholm Trail. That half of that road is 15 feet below the fields. They're all doing the same thing. You got another bridge up there north on Chisholm Trail that's no better than this one. And I know heavy stuff's going over it daily. So we're gonna close all of Chisholm Trail?
This one was ranked the second worst. First
Well,
worst is getting replaced.
But
Well, we've submitted the cost share for that.
Or yeah.
On Chisholm
Yeah.
Trail and Bison,
No,
that one going south, that's just as bad as that one.
Chisholm
There's
Trail.
no sides on it, no anything. If you go to, you go to Bison, go south from 190th, 290th, going south about a mile, there's one in there just like it.
Okay,
I mean, they're almost identical to look at.
so that brings up the question then, should we go up there and close that bridge?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, if we close that one, you've got 2 or 3 others.
I would love to go out and say that bridge will take X amount of years and take X amount of traffic, but no, I mean, the sheriff isn't gonna sit out there and monitor these things either. So that's the question that we have is, you know, but again, I mean, if you guys wanna leave it open, I'm just asking for you to, you know, release me of that liability or responsibility, so.
I think the other thing that probably, the more we talk about this, that may need to consider is kind of a county-wide uniformity of those. How are we gonna handle them? At what point do we close them? And now in terms of, I understand what these adjacent farmers are saying, but the way the law is, we can compel changing it. They won't be happy. I understand that. But you can't say, hey, we'll put a cross. As a matter of fact, in some instances, the county doesn't even have to do it. But we can go along with putting a different entrance in. It's not going to be very popular. I understand that, knowing where this is. But I'm just saying, in terms of the law, we have that ability. So ultimately, I think what it comes down to is one of those soul-searching kinds of events again. We've got areas that we can no longer ignore, but yet we don't have a solution to. How are we going to handle them? And from my perspective, if we do it uniformly, meaning, okay, if we're closing them, we're closing several of them. Just like this one, you look at that off to that side, kind of concerned about somebody hitting that in the dark and ending up over the side. That worries me too, I admit it.
Yeah.
But
Well,
how we
and
reach a solution.
ultimately, I wish I had more resources, you know, to go out and fix these, because, for instance, I had one employee that quit last week, is going back to school. I may be losing another one today, and so we have a blade man out as a flagger today. So, you know, when we're robbing Peter to pay Paul with equipment and personnel, that's the other thing that hurts us. So, which, I mean, it's just the fact of what we have. But anyway, that's the part that gets me is, I mean, I'm obligated by statutes to be doing this stuff, and so.
What is next year? Is it possible for it to hit the cost share?
We can try when, you know, typically it's twice a year.
Is your odds improved with the road being closed? Saying, hey, we can't even use our road without getting this bridge repaired. Can you
Yes,
please give us
yes,
some money?
I would say
It does.
Mm.
Well, if it improves our odds, that changes a little bit.
Yeah.
Changes things, yeah.
Now, here's something else that I just happened to be researching on the statutes, and Brad, maybe you can offer it too, is could we designate it a minimum maintenance road? And according to what that said, that kind of releases some of that liability for us, but.
More of a global release, yes.
Yeah.
We talked about, well, what's the difference if we put, like those signs you asked about at the end, versus a minimum maintenance, overall, a designation is more helpful to us.
Right.
You know, I hate to do any more of those than we absolutely have to, but we're getting down to a point, that's what I mean by some kind of a uniform approach to this. So you guys are not having to go step by step and case by case in dealing with it, even though that's the norm. We got too many of them, and we need to treat them all somewhat uniformly, because if we don't, that's also a place where we get into problems. If the engineer recommends close this thing because I don't think you can go over it, and we do one but we don't do another, then I start to have issues with that.
And I don't want to pick anybody, you know,
Yeah.
you did this to him anyway.
But with the minimum maintenance, then the state would probably look at you like, well, you already deemed it minimum maintenance, why would we help you on that?
There is that potential.
Yes.
You'd have to qualify that. On those applications, I've seen a significant amount of additional memoranda go with those saying, the only reason we did that is because we don't have any other choice. We need this road.
Yeah.
It needs to be maintained. We just flat can't afford it.
Yeah.
And that, you try to do that to explain and show them that you should be a higher priority, because it's something that we don't have any choice anymore. It's impassable as far as we're concerned for safety's sake, but we'll let people do it as long as they have notice, and we'd like it to be restored to a normal maintenance type of artery in the county.
So, something else that I've actually encountered in the past is typically your span bridges with beams and stuff like that, if they develop cracks in them, maintenance would go out and shore them up, you know, build cribbage underneath there. The problem is that it kicked it into a separate category, but down at the bottom. So are you better off cribbing the bridge, or are you better off leaving it go? Because if you let it go, it will stay in the higher priority. You know, so I mean, it's a safety issue where if you feel there's chance of imminent collapse, then that's what you would do. And I guess the other thing is I just want to make sure that we reconsider this, whatever else. Now, again, we could look at other options, whatever else, but I just wanted to let you guys know that it obviously concerns me and a lot of people in the department to where, so.
Do you reckon our own grader knocked the chips off on this end and then on the other end because it's covered up?
To say that a motor grader did that, one thing when you make new structures like this, you put a bridge plank on the end of them, a 3x12 that you anchor up there for that reason, because you save that edge. This has obviously been hit so many times, whether it's by the motor grader, whether it's by equipment, whatever it is. Yeah. I mean, if we've got guys that will drag an implement a quarter mile down a paved road, we're going to face all sorts of stuff. I can't put the blame on anybody. I mean, as old as I believe this one was like 100 years old or almost. So that man, there's who knows what's happened across there. But anyway, like I said, if nothing else,
if it hypothetically, if it did get a new bridge, would it turn into a rock road?
I would not want to add any more rock roads than what we already have. But again, if that's what you want me to do, I could do that. I mean, it's just like anything else. We face the same budget, whether it's on bridges or rock or whatever else is.
No, traffic light to rock.
You can never
Yeah.
have a ditch.
There's quite a bit of traffic on it, actually. It
Well,
shouldn't be out there.
Yeah, well, and again, I mean, you know, you talk about the traffic not using that and going out on the highway. Well, I don't know which would be less safe. At least on the highway, you typically have some shoulders or whatever else to work with too. But it's higher speed traffic. I understand that.
Those shoulders aren't big enough for the kind of equipment they're running down.
Well, but honestly, look at it. Our bridges aren't ready for that kind of equipment either. That's why that rail's going. Because you couldn't get a more than a 12-foot wide going across there, I'm guessing. And it's probably been hit several times and it's never been replaced, and it's just continued on. And so, like you said, so many of them around there too. So, but anyway, like I said, I just want to bring up to you. We can continue discussion. You obviously got other things to do today, so.
Do you want to put minimum maintenance on this road?
I was wondering if the road closed sign gives us better odds of getting the bridge fixed.
I wish I could read those people's minds. And unfortunately, they're facing the same thing. They get X amount of money every year and they try to divvy up 200 different ways. And that's, you know, we've been very fortunate getting the projects we have so far. So that's helped. But again, you've still got everybody else that's buying for that money too.
You put minimum maintenance on it, you still have to blade it at least once a year. And
That's another thing, and statutorily, I don't know if
Yeah,
there's
it doesn't
anything.
really say.
Yeah, it just says minimum maintenance and.
And it's kind of a gray area in terms of how that's defined. I asked the same question.
Yeah.
What does that mean? How much maintenance is minimum? And they're like,
why don't they have a no maintenance sign?
Yeah, that's really, would be a better choice.
Yeah, well, and to be honest with you, I don't know if it really matters because it's only a cautionary sign. It's not like it's a regulatory sign, so you say travel at your own risk. I mean, there's no liability with that,
Right.
but, you know,
Yeah, it's just an advisory.
yes.
Any wishes by the commission?
I don't have an issue with it being minimum maintenance, but I'm still against closing it.
We know we've got this maintained, we gotta get them down to the ground beside
their
crew.
fields.
I mean, we got to do something to get them there no matter what. I don't know what the field does on the other end, I haven't seen the layout of the ground, but they said there was, I don't know, I guess I'll look to see who owns it. They say they own it, I don't know how far it's south of it.
I haven't even looked at, this is no different than what we have up on 340th. You know, we've got a bunch of structures that are in bad shape, trying to get access to them, you know.
Same exact situation.
I know they do this audit, and I certainly sat around in the heat and watched them do that. That was exciting. But is it possible for us to get any of these guys from the state, at our request, come talk to us about some of these to say, you know what, we really are open to suggestions as to what in the heck we're supposed to do?
They're probably just gonna, I mean, yeah, I'm sure they probably would, but they probably won't be able to tell you anything new and exciting other than if you want to build a new structure out there, you have to follow all the KDOT's policies and procedures as well as the permits to do this, you know, like we've faced on every other bridge. And they're gonna say you guys are no different than every other county in the state and the nation when it comes to this, because you know, at the time these were built, they were poured by hand, the labor was extremely readily available and cheap, and it's just the opposite now. And unfortunately, we've, like every other county, we push things off as long as we can, you know, until hopefully nothing happens. But I don't know. I guess, Brad, I mean, maybe we can do some more research on this, or whatever the case may be.
And actually put it on as an agenda item next week or
Okay.
something, if we can make a few phone calls. I'll do that too. I don't have a problem with that. Because it keeps coming up and rearing its head, and we've got to come up with some kind of uniform way to address it. Because we keep throwing it in your laps, and I don't know, the problem is from Bryce's perspective, and mine, really, from the liability perspective, that I'm charged with the duty of making sure we don't have. I'm not exactly sure how to address it either in a way. I know we can address it. The question is, what's going to be the minimum potential liability to us and the safest approach for the citizens? I don't know. This thing is certainly looks worrisome.
Yeah.
And it's difficult to figure out, we've got competing interests there with access and everything else, I get that.
So the gentleman then that lives, his access is off of 190th. If we close that or go to minimum maintenance, he has to buy his own rock.
Well, we could establish that on the west side of his driveway and keep that road the way it is up till that point. And maybe that does
But
bring
then-
up.
Then
does-
he's gonna wind up with a bunch of people turning around in his, yeah, well, they're probably doing it anyway,
So I
so.
probably do.
Yeah, it's just like the deal down here, 160th off of Sunflower. You know, people pull down there and.
Been through that.
Honestly, it comes down to the fact is the signs mean absolutely nothing, if people don't want to read and follow them. So.
I guess the takeaway, I don't think there's a lack of confidence in you or the Road and Bridge from the commission. I think we're caught in a position where we don't have the experience, not the knowledge, we're relying on you and Brad. And then we've got the competing interests of our landowners. And we're trying to get to a solution, but I think we need a little more information and guidance from Brad on how to do that best. So it's not a lack of confidence.
And I don't know, I guess something else, that I don't know if we would get any response to say contact other counties that have faced the same situation. But I'm guessing they're probably the same way. And the fact is that we don't have a official decision or whatever you want to say for that. They're probably the same way. When, yeah, you hate to say that you get to, well, as soon as it collapses, we'll replace it. Well, nobody wants to get to that situation. So.
You'll be able to ask 4 or 5 of them September 7th and see what their answer is.
Yeah, that's true.
At the regional meeting, so.
What's that?
Well, we have a regional commissioner.
Oh,
meeting,
gotcha.
Just informative meeting that we just, stuff like this comes up and we talk about it and see what they're doing, see if they have any clues
Yeah.
different, so.
Well, like I said, I wanted to put it out there that, you know, obviously I was concerned at that, so.
And for those that feel like they've lost confidence in the commission, I would like to see their names. I mean, if you're gonna put it on there, put their names on there too.
Yeah. Yep. Agree with that 100%.
You know, I'd be in favor of whatever helps us get that road paid, or that bridge paid for. So if it takes a road close on, or if it takes minimum maintenance on, what? I don't know which way it's gonna go, whichever one gives you the best odds.
And, John, I think I still feel the easiest bridge, the cheapest way, but steel's went up, so I don't know what steel costs. But if there's another company building an Andy Bridge there, I think that's the best way we could possibly, it's the cheapest bridge we could put in there, because you go to build a concrete one and do all the, I don't know, maybe it's not.
Well, I mean, case in point, we're doing the same thing down there on Goldenrod, south of 170th. That's a steel beam bridge. And that's, what did that end up running?
280.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
that's the county still has to go in and do some work on that too.
Yeah.
What about, do they make any pre-stressed concrete ones that are, I mean?
They would make I don't know whether you would make you could make pre-stressed beams going across it. The problem is it carries too much water to try to put some sort of culvert in there. That's why we've had the issues with the railroad cars up north. They plug up so much that it actually is detrimental there. Yes, the problem is with your pre-stressed concrete, they're going to be extremely high priced too. That's just the whole thing is designing that to meet the requirements. Now,
'Cause I know, pre-stress is right there in Newton, so.
yep, and all that does is cut your transportation costs. I mean, the whatever percentage of the price is just making them. And I know they will be several months out, if not 6 to 8 months, whatever the case may be, so.
Okay.
Anyway.
Anything else?
No, I guess that's it, so.
Put it on the agenda for next week then, okay? We'll do that.
Anything
Oh, yes, yes. Have a 5-minute executive session with you, Bryce.
Yeah.
For personnel performance. I'll read it off, make that motion here in a second. What did I do? Buried them. I move that we recess into executive session in order to discuss personnel performance pursuant to KSA 75-431-9B for personnel matters of non-elected personnel with the board and Brad for 5 minutes and Bryce. Be from 2:18 to 2:23. That's my motion.
Second.
Second by Kent. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Well, thank you.
You hear anything from the brief from
Sounds like Bobby.
This conference will now be recorded.
Okay, out of executive sessions, no decisions. No decisions made. Moving on, Sharon Olmstead's here with planning and zoning. We'll go ahead and start with Sharon.
Good afternoon. I just want to give a department update this afternoon.
Okay.
This will be a quarterly update for the Planning and Zoning and Environmental Health Department. So there's a summary of like our open cases right now. We have around 32 structures in progress right now, 14 lot splits, 30 wastewater. 10 of these just need lagoon fence. 28 water wells, 14 of these were just waiting on well logs. 8 floodplain projects, about 7 of these are county culvert and bridge replacements. 3 items on the planning commission agenda. 23 violations. 14 of these are making progress. 5 we need some legal counsel with. 2 need legal action. I think one of those has been resolved. The road maintenance issue may have been recently resolved. And then C&D waste reduction, we have 1 C&D application right now, and then 4 disposal without permit authorizations. To date, we have issued 68 construction permits in the 2021 year. We have approved 3 C&D reduced rate applications for a total of 43.56 tons and forgiving $1,524.60. We have 1 appeal that is still in litigation with district court. Our next planning commission meeting is August 26th at 7 p.m. here in the commission room. And then the next page is a map showing our new residences divided out by commissioner district. And then also noting the blue shows those that are in the preliminary or the planning stage. Yellow are those that are in progress. They're actively working on those projects. The green dots show those that have been completed and either have received a certificate of occupancy or are very close to that. And then the red dots, unfortunately this year with the price of materials and just the whole pandemic situation, we've had a few people that got permits but then weren't able to continue their projects for whatever reason, the price of materials. And the next page gives a little more detail about where those permits are at, who they're assigned to, what the status is. commission today.
Are you gonna review the, groundwater monitoring?
Oh, yes. Do you have a copy of
I
it?
do.
Okay, I'm glad you do, I forgot about that, Tina. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Before you start on that.
Sure.
You was giving us something, I was gonna ask you, oh, I know what it was. You said that these red dots,
Yes.
you know, that people, they have a year when they, from when do they apply?
Usually so. There are some instances where they can request an extension.
Well, what I'm getting at, due to the pricing of lumber and pricing of materials, does this commission need to put something in, especially due, we've never expected this kind of rise and jump in materials that we've ever had before since I've been sitting on the commission. So what I'm getting at is, do we need to put in something special for this type of material? If they've applied for the permit, and then they're holding off till they say it drops back to reason, I think that's probably,
Or level out.
or level out or do something. So I'm just asking you, do you think there needs to be something put in to accept this, to help you accept this? Some sort of rule?
So would you suggest that we give a certain time limit, and if they'd like to reapply, we can waive the permit fee?
Something to that effect. You figure out what might fit the situation best.
Okay.
And bring, I don't know, that's just a suggestion from me. The board, do you sort of feel anything for this, or?
No, I've talked to one of the lumber suppliers. I think he told me he had 5 new homes on hold.
Wow.
Right.
Maybe you can count that many up,
Right.
getting close.
Got 3 here.
And there were a few that didn't even, I mean, they were in the very preliminary stages, they were just planning, hadn't applied for permits yet, but were gathering information and had to back out
Okay.
because of prices.
Okay.
We've had a few residents that could have remained in Marion County, however, our regulations didn't allow for things like a single wide mobile home or some sort of temporary housing. There were a couple that requested to live in like a camper or an RV for more than 6 months, which I think they could take that through a conditional use process and possibly be approved for that, but
Exempted for a period of time.
it's, again, that's a process and it takes a month and a half to 2 months to even get that granted. So unfortunately, the housing situation has been tough this past year.
They're still making single wides and going down the road, aren't they?
They are.
So, I've always
Said
said
about that one down in Peabody.
I just said there's been some room for Marion County to open up their eyes a little bit and look around, maybe not put a 1950 in, but it could put something.
They would have to be HUD certified. I mean, our current manufactured and mobile home code states that it has to be HUD certified. And it has to be 22 feet wide or wider.
That's what I'm saying, you can't buy a 22-foot single wide.
No, you can't. You can't.
So,
But
yeah, they had a real, when they put these rules in, they had a real hard feeling against trailer houses, and that's just the way it was.
And mobile homes looked a lot different at the time the code was
Yes.
enacted.
Yes.
As compared to what they look like today.
So is that something we need to address sometime?
To some certain extent, I mean, I really think so, because I do see other counties putting them out in the country, I mean, but, you know, I know they're new ones going in, they're fairly new, and it all depends on who takes care of them. How nice you keep your home.
And back when they did away with those, construction on some of those were very subpar.
Yes.
I think that industry's caught up and maybe some of their building techniques are as good or better than stick built.
That's a good way to put it, they've caught up with the times, yeah. Okay?
Single new, single wide,
going down the road.
I see double wide.
Yeah.
I've never seen a single
Yeah.
wide.
That's
So you
because
have
you're in
one or two
Marion
dads.
County, and we don't allow
Only 2 dads, yeah.
Still going into towns. Some towns.
Yeah, that's true, that's true. Yeah, they're still allowed in
Oh,
mobile home
I
parks.
stepped on somebody's toes. He was back there on that original board, down there.
Not on the original.
Not on the original board. Okay, Sharon, what else you got?
Okay, and I do apologize, I did tell Tina I would present this, the closed landfill had the water well monitoring done recently, and one of the wells tripped a level. We were trying to get that well taken off of the testing cycle, but it keeps, like, it's just,
It failed, huh?
some years it'll tip the scale and some years it doesn't, so it's above what,
0.04 above.
yes, it's just over, so I'm sure we'll have to continue testing that well.
It's a
So,
byproduct from PVC. So basically,
yeah, and
it's
I,
not coming from the pipe or some sort of, I mean, the well itself, is it the well itself that's causing it? Yeah. Dichlorethane, which is a, byproduct polyvinyl chloride, so it should be, I don't know.
I mean, they aren't suggesting any action at this
No.
time, it's just something that we need to monitor.
Okay.
If it gets higher, there may be some action that needs to be taken, but at this point, it's just in the monitoring phase.
Is there something like this that could generate an extension to the years if they have to be monitored?
Right, that's what I'm trying to say. It's just, is this coming off the pipe? Can we-
If it continues to show an increasing limit, yeah. And there also are different categories as to whether it creates additional years or just more intensive monitoring.
It was very close to getting kicked off of our required monitoring.
And then it had a headache.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Must have been a hot day.
Yeah. Well, I guess we gotta do what the report says. Is that coming up on our contract, or do we have to, or we already have it in our contract for so long a time?
Yes, we already have that, the
Okay.
engineering firm on contract.
Okay.
Do you remember Jack Chappelle?
I don't know if everybody's met him yet, but I think most of them have. Have you met him yet? Yeah. Dave, maybe have. Jack Chappelle, you haven't?
He's very smart man.
Is that it?
That's all I have.
All righty, well, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. You need this copy back.
Yeah, you know,
I don't think there was anything to sign.
no, I don't think so, I think it's just,
Information.
yep.
You need something?
No, I'm just
Oh,
waiting on you.
waiting on me? Isaac's here.
I have
This is
Warren, Warren.
Oh, Warren's next? Okay, I thought Isaac was next. Okay,
Warren's
Warren, step right up here. VF Memorial, Marion County Lake.
Okay, that's what,
Gotta get it.
we're working on
We're-
over there.
Yeah. Isaac was next, coming in.
About, I don't know, 6, 7 years ago, we was in here and, to establish a county-wide Veterans Memorial. This is not a VFW or Legion deal, it's a county memorial. And, we've got some interest now in it that we need to have an exact location, a street name, or how much ground is gonna be there. It was, just south of the CCC, statue out there. But we need, before we can sell it to anybody to get a grant or anything, we need a location. So that's what we basically need now.
Like a legal location?
Yes.
Okay. Closest intersection is Airport Road and Lakeshore Drive, but to get an exact location inside of the park is what.
Right.
Would probably require a survey to come up with a legal.
I don't know, those roads aren't named inside of it right there, are they? There's no name to them.
No.
Those little, like when you stop at the old Kingfisher and get that.
It'd just be meets and bounds description in a section setting, that's all we can do. And I don't know if there's been a prior dedication of how much land.
Do you remember that, Warren? whether
There
we did?
wasn't, it was just south of the property south of that statue.
Okay.
But if we apply for a grant or anything,
Yeah, they're gonna.
that won't get it.
That's right.
Are you looking at 30 by 30, 40 by 40, or something like that?
Whatever is available, that's
Okay.
what, I mean, you guys have to establish what's available.
Okay. But a minimal space for you, though. You need something for a minimal. We need to know what your minimal is.
Yeah.
How
small
big
is too
how
small?
big your memorial might be? We still don't know.
We haven't done that because we don't know how much room we have.
Oh,
Okay. Okay.
Would we want to name that road Memorial Lane or something like that? And then using the descriptions, 200-foot.
Yeah, I mean,
West
legal
of the
would come from
statue.
that. So if they give you a quarter section, you guys can fill that, you think?
Well, I don't believe we could fill that up.
How about you, Isaac? Have you heard of any possibilities of naming or area there? I mean, for roads or anything like that? Have you-
So we've looked at, you're talking about the gravel roads on the inside.
Yeah.
So I've talked to both the fire department and the sheriff's office about doing something like that for just emergency purposes.
Yeah,
If
Right,
we have
right, okay.
And again, just for everyone's edification, if I'm understanding this, it won't matter whether they name those roads or not, because it isn't platted. So we don't have the ability to say, you know, that this is lot number such and such in between these. It would just be, that would be a helpful identifier for emergency services and also for what we're doing. But someone's gonna have to go on to those topo maps and say that within section such and such, it is from this point, they use their points of reference, so and so many feet, and we'll just draw a square or rectangle or whatever is required, and that would be what they then could use. And you're right, every grant's gonna ask you for that.
Mhm.
They wanna know how much space, what the square footage is, if it's small enough for the acreage, if it were bigger. But it's gonna, and it's probably not something, depending on who is doing it as a surveyor, they'll do it from their desk on something like this. I don't think they'll necessarily, unless we ask them
you'll
to.
need to go out there with the old surveyor's wheel.
Typically, they don't have to anymore with the GIS system. Some will tell you they still want to because they want to pin it for you, or we want it pinned. I don't know that we have to have that, because we're, you know, someday, we could always do that if we had any concern, but I don't think it's gonna encroach. So, just a matter of getting a legal that they can rely upon, they can submit for grant purposes.
Okay, well,
Let's do it, huh?
yeah.
We can be assigned to do that.
I do want to stress one thing, this is a county veterans memorial, it's not a VFW or a
Yeah.
Legion.
Yeah.
County
It's
veterans.
for anybody that went into service for Marion County, regardless of what service or when or what.
Got it. So, we have people, you know, my father, you know, everybody, their fathers or so, whoever. So, what's your intentions then of like stones with their names on it then? Is that what your intentions are?
Most likely, but we just haven't got that far just
Okay.
on account of, we didn't know what we could, how much ground we could plan on using.
Because at the cemetery at Peabody, within the last 10 years, we've just put one in. It's been less than that. We've put one in. They put 4 stones,
and their area is 20 by 20 is about what they have for concrete there. And they have 4 stones there, and then it has all of the Peabody area boys, soldiers that's been to war on that, and so on different stones. And so, and then they come out every year and they update it once a year or so with any updates and stuff. So I'm just trying to get a feel for what you're looking at.
It's gonna take a big area, because all you have to do is refer back to the paper on Memorial Day
Oh,
for
yes,
all the
yes.
names.
I mean, you got a couple hundred names in there.
I mean, that takes,
If it's
that's gonna take
countywide,
some
it's
space.
quite a
Yeah,
bit,
yeah. It's 2 full pages.
Yeah. So,
We've had some talk about every veteran would have to buy a brick, but that was just a talk, it was nothing.
yeah. Oh, I see, like put a flat deal down and.
Something, yeah, either on a wall or what.
Well, then 50 by 50, if you put a brick down for every name that's on that paper, I don't know.
Right.
I don't know
It'd be
whether
a whole lot
50
more
by 50.
area than that.
That's a pretty big spot.
At the curved wall,
The
Yeah.
park ought to have a couple acres probably,
curved wall with
don't you think?
the architect slide.
Depends on what they do,
Yeah.
which way they go.
And another thing that we've talked about is memorial on Father Caton. He's remembered as religious a lot, but not as military. And any brochures you see or any flyers on him, he's got a stand in front of a Jeep giving a sermon. And we've kicked it around, and maybe we can get a stone, because down here at the marble company here in town, he can cut any design he wants. And we're thinking about having a marble stone there with him on in front of a Jeep giving a service. He's the only Medal of Honor in the county, so we do need to recognize him.
Yes. Do you want to start with an acre commission? Do you want
It's gonna take a sizable piece of ground.
And you need some parking area also, so it has to be big enough.
I think that's the reason why we chose there, was because the parking right across from there on the other side, little area, it's not big, but it's a start.
Yeah.
And so, I think that's why we chose that area.
And you could go a couple hundred foot south of the road toward the lake.
That one road takes off at a diagonal right across.
I know,
Yeah.
it's not anything straight out there.
Okay. Do you have any functions other
Get Isaac
in that
to
area
mention-
nowadays that you do besides what's there? Okay.
No, there's nothing, you know,
Just mows it.
it's the, yeah, mow it. It is the main route that gets you out to the North Shelter House, you know, right as you're coming in there to the lake, you just go straight, that'll take you out to that North Shelter House. You know, right now there's the CCC statue and, you know, the entrance flag and the Welcome to Marion County Lake sign, that's all that's really there.
And that's off to the.
That's off to the west.
West of
Yeah,
the roadway.
correct.
So would you wanna do something on the east?
Well, and then on the east side right there is that, right now it's like a parking lot.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like a square little, but people will park there sometimes to walk around the lake, to ride their bikes around the lake, that kind of thing. That's really all that.
It used to be rocked because of Kingfisher Inn.
Okay, well, you can tell it used to be
I
rock.
think the
mean,
county's put rock there too.
Yes, yeah,
They
they
work
did,
on the
they
road,
did.
so every 5 years it gets re-rocked.
Just give them that, inside that circle.
It used to be Girl Scouts camped in there too, but I don't
So-
know. It's not up there, not that far up. Okay.
not anymore. They've moved to a completely different part of the lake.
Which were you talking about? Here's
There's the
Their airport,
Upland,
yeah, Upland.
Lake Shore, and then there's the statue there.
right.
Carries a big bowl.
Shall I make you the presenter, Jonah? Are you on Google or something?
Yeah, I'm just on Google, if you wanna pull that up.
I'm just gonna make you the presenter.
Oh, wow.
Oh, you might not be able to.
Never done that before.
You might not be able to, because you don't have the cable.
Yeah, if you just pull up Google Maps.
Okay, hold on, let's see. I was trying to pull it out up on pictometry, but it
Oh,
won't
yeah.
let me move around for some reason, so. Let's see, just a second, I'm sorry. I don't know why.
You can't leave.
I'm not leaving.
You wanna stand up?
Just one sec.
To the people online, we're just going up to our board where you're usually at.
Are you doing, are you on Google Earth or what do you want?
Just
If you just go to Google
Maps.
Maps, yeah, you should.
What did you put in?
No, I just zoom out and zoom back in over there at the lake. Zoom in right there. No. Yeah.
And if you,
And then hit this over here, these layers.
There we go.
Okay, so we got the current statue here.
Okay, let me see if I can get it closer.
You just run inside
Actually,
that circle
so
there.
the statue would
You
be in the.
grab the little man and throw him down right there too if you want.
What?
Ain't there the little man over here? Huh? There's this little stick figure man. You grab him,
I
pick him
don't
up,
have a stick figure man.
and you dump him off over there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Right there.
Hey,
So
Yeah,
what
yeah.
am I supposed to do?
Just drop him on one of them blue lines.
Jonah, can you back up?
Yeah, this way, just a little
That'll
bit.
work. Yeah, there you go. So that's
That's not it.
that's a street view.
There it is.
There's that.
So all I was saying was this over here.
That's the parking, Joe, that we.
Right. So that's already got parking included, and then
Yeah, no,
just
that's.
in that circle, you just give them.
I gotta go
What
the
we
other-
talking
go back
about
the other
further
way.
south? What we talking about further south?
Oh.
Yeah,
That's where we was talking about.
Yeah.
I was
Yes.
thinking south of that road.
So you can just go down this road to come back this
I'm gonna get rid
way.
of the little man and go back to.
Here.
I don't like, I'm always trying to get it from above.
So you should be able to close.
Up in the top right corner, I think if you hit that white X. Yeah.
okay, now, Tina, go up just a little bit with the whole picture. Do the other way. Okay, you see those two trees right there by,
Right
in
here?
that circle? About that whole area encompassed by the road there. It was kind of oval,
Yeah.
That whole space?
that whole area right there, because it's marked. It's got boundaries.
The house, the shelter house down there at the bottom of that, Isaac?
At the
here?
far end down here.
Right there where she's at arrows at now?
Well, that's probably an
Right here.
acre, isn't it?
It should be.
Or is it
You would
more?
think, that's pretty
Yeah,
good
it'd be a
size.
nice
Oh.
area.
Well, yeah, then you
There's
just
the
have
kingfisher.
It'd be already marked and, labeled.
That'd be great, because
You can
then
make that
you'd
one.
have your own Memorial Drive
Like
that
a
way.
memorial circle. Something like that.
Yeah, I think that's
Easy to have that.
nice.
And there's only two trees to get rid of.
Stripe,
If
too.
you want, if you don't need
See some
more
parameters
trees.
of the road.
Inside that circle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
designate that whole area.
And then that way the older veterans wouldn't have to get up, they could just drive around and look at it.
Mhm.
Would you like us to go to our county surveyor, geotech, and have him draw
Yeah,
something
I
up?
could pull that and do that.
Probably have Sharon look at it, right? Isn't that kind of her area? She have maps and.
Well, there were appraisers do maps downstairs.
Yeah, they got that, but if you wanna get meets and bounds. well,
Yeah, you're gonna have to start from a
Surveyor.
section corner or
Mhm.
something.
Yeah.
So you have to have a description.
Do we make it more complicated then by making it a circle?
No, not necessarily. Well-
I mean, because they could throw 4 pins in and get a square.
Yeah,
The circle
that's
is
true.
a lot of pins.
That's true. I just thought it was, you know.
That's
you
something
had-
to start with, I mean, at least the general area.
Now, the reason why the other one was put in up there was so people on Lakeshore Drive would see it.
Is this it right here?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Go ahead, Isaac. Or the next.
It's down here.
Oh, that's it.
What's that?
That should be it.
That's the
CCC.
They got benches
right there.
there.
Yeah.
What's that up higher?
So there's an entrance.
Sign the flag up there.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I changed it. I think it was.
So it may not be that big area then.
Somebody with some expertise is gonna have to
You could just go
get
within
that
this triangle too.
meets and bounds.
Yeah, there's several.
Well, and all this here, it's just taller, natural prairie grass. So I mean, we could move our mowing line further back and take care of more of that ground there than we do right now. Because typically this is just something that grows, we burn, and it gets baled, just because it's a lot of grass there. But I mean, if that would be easier, you could also do something in there. But
Whichever way is the easiest way to do this, guys. I don't
Yeah.
Do you
If you
think you
hire
want along
somebody
the
to
road?
do it, it isn't gonna
Warren?
matter.
Do you think you want along the road, or would you rather have that circle that we first started with?
I don't know if it would make any difference.
Okay, okay.
You gonna go back and ask the board?
Although with that road, it
There is
kinda
the
makes
border.
it nice.
Yeah, right now.
to drive around.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nicer with the circle, you can drive around it.
Yeah, and creates an outside perimeter that's immediately available.
I'd say that would
Question
be,
of seeing
that
how
would
they
be
could describe
route
that
number
kind of
one.
And if they don't never develop it, it don't hurt.
Yeah.
I mean, it's already, it's there, just in
Mhm.
case, in case you don't never get to do it. In
Pardon?
case you guys don't ever get to develop it.
Yeah, we're all 75, 80 years old working on it, so who knows how long that we'll be able to work on it.
Okay.
But we fully intend to do something right now.
Okay. Would the board allow a phone call to Tina? You got something?
She
No.
did, it was a
Yeah.
fairly heavy sigh.
Yeah.
No, it was not a sigh, it was
It was
just
a
an
sigh.
intake of air.
I guess a little bit.
Thought
It
it
would-
felt
I was
an
just
eye
gonna
roll.
mention,
Go ahead.
I probably should have mentioned it in the meeting. It's about a flag retirement, fire pit. This would be a great place to put one, potentially, to be able to, as incorporated into the Veterans Memorial, have a
Mhm.
flag retirement area.
Yeah, but
Because I've got a
burn the
Girl
old
Scout troop that
flags.
still wants to build one.
Well,
That would be nice.
yeah, I mean,
I think it's turning into a whole plaza on you.
Yeah. it'd be a good spot. I have no problem with that. So, would the board allow to make a phone call to the geotech to survey that, get him some description? Then you're gonna have to name it. You want a name for this road or something?
Memorial Circle.
Memorial Drive's fine.
Memorial Circle. There you go.
Yeah.
There.
You got Memorial Circle, then you got Memorial Drive, the other road. Just like the big cities, they have, Lane, Court, Street, get very confused.
It's all around the memorial up there, isn't it? So, but if they've got plans to do something around all the roads with a memorial
I
in
don't
the
think
middle of
they
the memorial road being any hindrance to their plans to do something.
It's kinda like what Dave just said, that road that shoots
Yeah.
off the side there, that would be Memorial Drive, and then that'd be Memorial Circle.
Okay.
So it's all memorial something, so it's not really.
It's all enclosed. I mean,
Not
that's-
really picking one or the other.
That road comes out, it's back to the road the other way too. If you zoom on down, here.
Zoom down.
Yeah, zoom on down. See,
it goes out to the North Shelter House,
Yeah,
then just
yeah.
loops right around and comes right
Yeah,
back.
see, it comes back to the road there.
Comes back to Lakeshore Drive.
Looks like the perfect spot.
Okay.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, we were very pleased with it when the commission said that we could do that.
Okay.
You already got some parking right there on the north side.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't mess with
Just
this.
gotta put on more gravel.
So you're looking at doing a survey
Yes.
to figure out how much ground that is and to define a legal description?
Right.
Okay.
everything inside the road.
So since there's gonna be an expense to that, do we need a motion?
Yes, yes. I would make that motion to survey that circle there for the VFW, this countywide.
Countywide
Memorial.
Second.
I have a second by Kent. This survey will be done by Geotech and to give us a legal description of that property. That way everything's.
Is that, Steve, is that where Steve Rosemar's at? Because he's our county
Yes,
surveyor.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, Geotech, see.
All right.
So, all those in favor, or any questions? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, 5-0.
Okay, and who was the second?
I was
I'm
gonna
sorry,
ask the
was
same
it-
thing, who seconded it?
It was Ken,
Ken.
okay.
Hey, now,
Okay.
plans
Yeah,
for
it's gonna
bigger-
take 30 to 60 days, though, I would suggest, Warren, but.
You already
it's a
know where
start.
it's at.
Yeah.
You know where it's
Know
at.
where it's at, and you know how much room you got.
Yeah. And thanks a lot for your time.
No problem.
Appreciate getting
Thank you.
along with you.
Okay.
Okay, now we get to Isaac.
I don't have a whole lot here today.
But the picture you sent this morning, showed everybody.
Yeah.
Does it look any better now?
Yeah, so I guess I'll start with that. They did come out this morning to pull out the old heated dock. They pretty much got the whole thing. It's all out of the water at this point. When I left to come into the meeting, they had just taken one load to the transfer station. The transfer station said that they couldn't handle anymore. So they're had some plan. I think a company out of Wichita is going to be coming and bringing down big dumpsters that they can load it in, and then they're going to haul those off. So he said by the end of the day today, they're hoping to have pretty much everything gone and out of there. They said everything, yeah, it went a lot faster than I'd imagined it would. So yeah, it's pretty much out.
Wait a minute.
So you pay 10 grand
No.
to get rid of something and it
No.
happens.
No gas line problems.
No, but they left the tree.
They left the tree.
The
so
tree
that's-
is gonna be next. So
Okay.
they went ahead and left the tree, the concrete pad is still there. They took out that old rotten stump, they
Okay.
moved those rocks first thing this morning. And he said first things first, he just wanted to get the dock out of the way.
Okay.
So they swung it around and pulled it out. And when I left, yeah, they were working on hauling it off, so.
Okay, cool. Good deal.
That tree, we talked about it this morning, I think probably tomorrow, we're gonna
Okay.
get started on that. Last Wednesday, we had, our engineers out to look at the dam. So they were able to do that whole inspection that day. There were two of them that came out to look at everything. Pretty much what they found, and none of this will be official until that report comes out, but from the conversation we had after their inspection, you know, the slides were the main area of concern. What's happened is when those slides occurred, it pushed a bunch of sediment material down on, I guess if you want to call it the first footing or ledge, yeah. Well, that ledge was designed, the middle of the ledge is a high point, and it's designed that water slowly runs off to the sides of the dam. Well, that sediment that's pushed down and sitting in there is stopping that from functioning properly. So the two main things that he noticed that are gonna have to be fixed are those slides, and then just pulling that sediment that washed down onto that ledge off and re-leveling it all out to where it's functioning properly. He told me that he's gonna try to get it done as soon as possible. When we talked Thursday morning after they came out, he said 2 weeks is what he's hoping for. He said they will have that full report done by the end of the month latest. And what he went ahead and told me they're gonna do is he's gonna present two recommendations. One will be your basic fix what is broken. And then another one, as he put it, the Cadillac of repairs, pretty much to do the entire dam. And so he said it should be 2 weeks latest into the month, so as soon as we get that back, we'll give an update on that. But besides that, he said there was nothing else that they really saw that was a big concern to them. So that's good. The next thing I had is I had a call from a lady this morning that is looking to do It's gonna be like a military memorial service out at the county lake. She said that they're hoping for sometime in October. She asked me if they could do a 21 gun salute out there. I told her I've never been asked. I really didn't have a huge problem with it, but I just wanted to make sure, see if that was something that had been brought up in the past, or if there's a protocol that we need to follow for something like that.
We got a gentleman right here that will answer this question.
I'd say don't ask us to do it.
Yeah, well, and you know, like I told her, I just don't know, you know, if people hear gunshots, they'll probably call the sheriff's office and all that.
Is this in conjunction with anything, or?
No, so he, from my understanding, he was a Marion resident, but a lot of the family's from Arizona, so they're gonna actually be doing the full funeral service down in Arizona. But they are gonna be doing a memorial for family around Marion, and they wanna do that out at the lake. That's why they're not doing out at the cemetery or anything like that. I guess he lived out at the lake for a long time, and so they wanted to do something at one of our shelter houses out there. They're still trying to plan everything out. It was nothing for sure, and she was just asking, they'd really like to do that out there if they could. And I just told her I wanted to make sure that there were no issues with it before I gave her a strong yes or no on it.
Think you
Tell
know
everybody to put the dogs in the house.
Yeah, right.
Notify the sheriff department.
Yeah, right.
Given that it's a sign of respect and a memorial service, I think there's an exemption for that under any circumstances.
Okay.
Probably we'd want to notify the sheriff's department.
Right. And that was the only thing that I could really think would be a big
So
concern.
she actually get the army to come down and do that, or?
Okay, yeah, if they're having the military come out and do it, I don't
Yeah, it
think
would
there's
be.
any issue.
You get somebody to play taps first.
Yeah.
Then everybody else knows what's going on
Yeah.
by the time the gunfire starts.
Yeah.
Okay.
Except the dogs.
Except the dogs.
Yeah.
They're still howling from the taps.
Are you doing anything different from somebody else in some other way, wanting to celebrate life for some other service or any kind of service or something? I mean, are you setting a precedent?
We could rent the shelter house out. You know, you can't help
Wait.
people do the
Rent it
shelter
out.
house.
Could you do a special event permit for that?
That's what I was, when we
Because then it
first asked, I tried to
automatically
think.
goes through the sheriff's department. I don't know if that.
That probably would be the
You know,
cleanest
I
way to
don't know
do
if
it.
that is something that would qualify for
Then anybody could pull up a permit to get the same equal treatment.
Yeah, that's, in terms of Randy's question, that would solve that issue, because at that point, anyone who wants to go ahead and do some type of specific,
Salute for something else?
yeah, you to run it through as a special permit.
that. I don't know, I was just
Special
asking,
event
I don't know
permit.
if that's.
Yeah, something to that.
That would be the,
Do you have special event?
gotta get to
permits?
more of a standardized thing.
Well,
Everything
you've
today
done
has
them
been about
before.
how do we get to standardize something.
Yeah.
It's through planning and zoning.
Yeah, through Sharon, yeah.
And if it's a special event, they have to provide special event insurance.
Depending upon what their activity is, yeah, there's that.
But if
But
it's
what it does is
military-
lets us review it. If somebody's gonna do a live animal sacrifice, I've got a little bit more concern with that.
Yeah.
You know?
Well,
We talked to them about that one first.
yeah, so, I just, some sort of permit, some way, so Lake
Yeah.
presents it to us, or they come right to us, I don't care which way it
Staff,
goes.
yeah.
Okay.
Would you wanna, I mean, I think that those are, a lot of times are approved with outside commission and they
Yes.
go through the process. But, there is a $50 fee associated with a special event permit, so if the commission wants to waive that, then that would be the thing that would come back, you know, if they're asking for a waiver of that. It
That's
would
just
be
what I was
the
gonna
only
say,
thing.
let them ask for it, and we can certainly suggest that they have the right to ask. But that way we don't set some automatic, okay, we just
Right.
did it in this instance, let them make the request.
Is that precedent?
That way it's always reviewed.
So from a fireworks permit, I could get a request.
We're gonna turn that one down, but yeah, you can always ask.
Okay. Have you got the scope here, 50, maybe ask for a special event, so
Yeah.
could be, that's $50?
Yes, and if they wanna waive that, then they can come in and ask permission to waive that. Yeah, that makes sense.
Thank you, Tina. Thank you, Brad.
Mhm.
And thank you, Isaac, for asking us.
Yes. Okay, and I just have one more thing.
Okay.
I ran into an issue this week that I really don't know how to move forward with. There was a neighbor, I got a call Saturday morning from an upset neighbor that one of their other neighbors who was trying to fix a roadway, filling in potholes, is now causing floodwater to run down onto their property. And they've called me probably 10 times since Saturday. And like I told them, as far as the roadways go, I don't know. And I know Bryce, he doesn't really have anything to say on that. And I talked to Sharon and she said they don't really have anything to do with that. You know, and they just aren't taking that as an answer. So I told them I would ask today to try to see what they should do.
Did they fill in high and divert the water right towards somebody?
Doesn't look like it was. I mean, they were saying that all they were trying to do was just fill in the potholes, and there was like a little washout drainage area that's turned into drainage. That all it is was a washout that they were filling with some gravel that they purchased. But then there's 2 neighbors down that are saying that they're trying to flood their property. I went and looked at it. You know, it doesn't look like there's anything intentionally being done there.
Right.
But at the same time,
yeah,
I'm just not sure where to direct them to, because I mean, I know I'm not a road expert or floodwater expert, and I know Bryce shouldn't be involved in that. So I just don't know what to tell them.
What if you took your tractor with the bucket and just drive over one time to make everybody happy, make it smooth?
Let them stay off of it.
Yes.
I think that there's so many people moving in and out there.
Yeah.
They do not understand that those are private roads.
They're from the
I think
city.
we need a form letter from the county sent blanket that to tell them what the deal is.
This is a civil matter between adjacent
That's
property
what I
owners.
just, yeah.
And if I would not want you, from my perspective, legally getting on there for any reason to judge anything. Because I think it's such a.
We've already been good enough to supply them the gravel.
Yeah, I mean, that's way beyond, above and beyond. So at this point, that's between them.
Okay.
And in terms of, well, who do they talk to? You can all go and pay, there's enough engineers out there that will accept your business. You wanna go find one that you all mutually agree upon, or each get your own, that's your business.
Okay.
And how you clean that up between each other is gonna be a matter for you to agree upon, or find a judge to fix for you.
Kind of like your court thing, all the neighbors come to.
The same neighbors.
Oh, shit.
What did he say?
I don't know.
Well, they had a bunch of grass cart locked up in the code. Some of the neighbors wanted them out, some of them didn't.
Yeah.
So they went ahead and turned them loose the other day. They've been there for 2 years and cleaned up the basin.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, you know, somebody's happy and somebody's unhappy.
Yeah.
It's the same group.
It's gonna be the same thing.
You can't win.
Well, and that was it. And I just, you know, they were trying to figure out who to talk to about it, and I told them I honestly didn't know.
And I've
so
also
that
looked
makes
at
sense.
several of these, and it was one of those with good foresight and well done as far as I'm concerned, the notations on these various documents that relate to those roads out there. The county will accept it if you dedicate it publicly, but bring it to standard before you do. And this is the minimum width and et cetera, and you have to have the base created, you have to have it all done. I mean, it's really pretty well written, so all of these property owners are on their own unless they want to spend a fortune.
There's just too many big rocks up there.
Yeah, it's just not gonna be our issue.
I suggest have Hess come fix it for them. They got the equipment out there now. But they'll tear it more than they'll fix.
Right.
Tell them it's kind of like a joint access lane road. Been through that before. And the property owners on each side really have equal access to it, but they've got to agree as to how they maintain it and what they're willing to do to it, and who can do what, when, and how.
Okay.
That is their problem. I'm sorry
Okay.
if that doesn't help them. I guess you can give them my number.
They can form a homeowners association.
Yes.
Well, they've already got an improvement district
Yeah.
on their water.
That's
Yeah,
sewer and water.
that's on the sewer and water only as far as I know, so.
Yeah.
If they want to extend it, they can.
Yeah, they could extend
they'll need unanimous consent at
Big
this
old
point.
Jocelyn.
But that was all I had.
You talk about the weekend, your
Bluegrass?
bluegrass?
Yeah. We ended up selling about a little over 550 wristbands total. Overall, we brought in a little over $10,000. Our expenses were a little over $5,000. We did expand our concert part of the event. We had 4 bands play Friday night, and then we had 5 bands play Saturday, so our expenses were a little higher. Just over the event, we ended up clearing a little over $5,000 for the lake for the event. Everything went real smoothly. We did get rain for the 3rd year in a row that we've had the event. It cut the last band short, but they were able to play 10 of their 12 songs, so it wasn't much. It came down hard and kind of put everybody away, but besides that, we didn't have any problems. Everything ran really smoothly, so overall it was a good weekend.
Well, thank you. Anything else?
That is it. If you guys don't have any other questions.
There's just a comment on here from Sharon Olmstead, and she says, Tina, you are correct. A special event may be applied for. There are 5 different classification of events. Part of the approval process is to notify the sheriff's department, road and bridge, etc. So that's what.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
Glad I said my goodbyes last Friday to the shed.
It didn't take them very long. I was actually impressed. Yeah, they had it up and crumbled in a matter of a couple hours.
You have a
So
big crowd down there today watching?
about 10 vehicles on the top of the road. Yeah.
Should have a meeting out there
We're
today.
down to
Yeah, should have.
one item. Emergency management, Randy Frank.
Well, you got one above that.
And
Yeah, that
was-
one, we
that's-
went ahead and
Yeah.
just took off.
They took off. Government.
They're probably gonna come, next week, but
Was that online deal?
yes. I initially texted Randy, let him know we were running late. I never heard back. And I'll see if we.
R left. On here. Sometimes they don't put their name, so it was just an R. And it left, so I wonder if that R was Randy that dropped off the other line. Come over here. Yeah.
Been going along for a month real good, and all of a sudden just get a day like.
Yeah, when it's just everything.
Yeah, everything.
It's longer.
I see him walking over.
Okay.
I wasn't sure if he was getting my messages because he didn't answer, so.
What's that gonna be under? Executive session?
You know, those ESFs, do look better. They don't look secure really to be in closed session, so.
Not that I can tell either.
I mean, I turned the sound off here for just 1 second, but.
Yeah, I don't see that we would make the exception.
So I think it's gonna have to be open.
Okay.
I think I went to sleep once twice trying to read.
Wow.
Both right along too fast.
And I,
Hey, Randy,
Yes.
on the storage over there, I got that antenna and the trailer. Did we get money from anybody for that?
Do we do what?
Did we get money?
No, we pay co-op.
something I'm
So how
missing.
come, I mean, for a 4 or 5 county area,
Well, it was designated for us to have it, and then we take care of it. So we didn't have no buildings to take care of it, we wanted to put it inside. So that's when the co-op deal come along, to put that trailer, and then we put the red trailer with it, and we done the generator, and the lights, and then the big trailer now. So that's how that grew as it's been through the years, yes. Well, we're behind, Randy, but that's fine. We just a little bit.
Been a long day.
So, I guess our legal counsel finds nothing that unless you have some sort of information that we can't put this out in public.
No, this is gonna wind up on the website, anyhow, what you have.
Okay. Okay. So,
Let's see some. I remember what I saw. Gotta ask about it.
so I guess maybe a brief, that's what we asked for, is a brief rundown of the plan here, what this is.
Mhm.
And so, do you want to take off and lead us through it real quick, like, or?
Well, the plans you have, as you can see, it's a very lengthy plan. They all get to be that way. The basic plan that you saw the first week, and then you got the emergency support functions afterwards, the annexes. That's truly the basic plan on how we respond to a lot of things. The ESF stands for Emergency Support Function. Annexes are identified by function. For example, ESF 1 is transportation, road and bridge. ESF 5 is emergency management, 13 is law enforcement, and so on and so forth, 8 is medical. They all have their own little world and what they do. As you've got a chance to look through the emergency support functions, you would have seen the different things that they need to be working on in order to be prepared for whatever happens to come. And that's back in the, as you flick through the back pages, in each ESF, it'll list all the different actions of preparedness and things like that, each one of those. So this is, the Kansas Homeland Security has already approved of the plan. We're asking for an adoption of the plan. Is there any specifics that's, the one question you did have for me last 2 weeks ago, you asked me if the commission can open the EOC or activate the EOC and everything. I put that into the plan, so you can't see it yet because you don't have a copy of what I updated. But I did find a way to put that in there. But there's a lot of pieces where I can't change it, where it still says commission, because that's in the coding of the program, and I'm truly not smart enough to do that. So I'm not an IT guy, and the state gets really unhappy when you play with their coding, because it is their program. Because I did ask that question, I called the planner up there, and he said, no, we can't change that, but you can't change the other. So I did make those changes in there. Once it's adopted, we'll get you the updated copy with the changes, so you can see those as well.
I was under the impression that this was the part that, the reason why it wasn't on the website or anything was because it had some volatile material in it.
No, I think it was an understanding of the wordings. You're probably thinking plan, and I'm saying planner. Planner is the actual software name. It's the planner is what we use, the software name. Yeah, I thought a lot about this, trying to figure out how we got that confusion. I use the word planner, and you're probably thinking plan, which is what we're trying to understand. Planner is actually the software that we use to put this whole thing together. The plan itself can go on the webpage, website, which is where it's going to go.
Okay. Now, my question as I read through on all these EFs, we've named a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
Do they know they're on this?
They do, because they're part of the LEPC as well. Many of them.
I'm just asking. You've got City of Peabody, City of Marion, you got everything, you've got utility companies, you've got railroads, colleges. Do they know that they are a part of a plan?
Yes, because in the past, it's the same plan. All we're basically changing here is names. It's basically the same plan that we've used for several years.
I would bet that half of the people that's involved don't know that they're even.
Well, to take care of your concern, once the plan is adopted, we will plan meetings for the primary and coordinating agencies to come in, which are listed in the plan as well, to come in and identify and let them see exactly what it is, and they will talk to the support agencies. So we'll sit down and have an hour briefing or two, if it takes two, and go through that. We're already working on the plan of doing that. So for example, ESF 1, which is transportation, road and bridge is the primary and the coordinating, because that's what they do. They're good at it. And the support agencies example is Department of Transportation, the Sheriff's Department, each of the cities, because they all have roads that connect to the county roads or the state roads, and then the schools. And they will reach out to each of them and talk to them about their part in the plan.
Any questions from the commission other than just what I've asked? Is there any?
I think we need to have amended when we approve District 4 or District 4 court. Is that right? District 8.
I don't know what you're talking about.
On the people.
People
Annex.
Got the back.
Annex
or succession.
Talking about the judge who's still in office at this time?
Yeah.
Okay, if you approve it today, he's still in office. Okay, once he leaves, then we'll change that to whoever the next person is. But currently, as you approve the plan, he's still in office.
Okay, and then our appraiser is not Carl Miller.
I will check that.
So is Marcy, is she delegated to want to make changes when we find out there are people that are changing, or?
Marcy or I can either one make changes. There are several places.
Is this done as it happens or annually, or?
We usually do it annually, after the elections are over and everything else, which is when we normally do it. When the majority of the names change. Or stay the same.
When those powers retire.
20th is at least the reception. I assume that was the effective date, but I won't swear to that. This Friday.
Friday is his last day, but he said he's got to come back around for another 2 or 3 weeks, finishing stuff up. So I hope he's probably going to be a consultant after that.
Yeah, I think his effective retirement date is Friday.
20 is his last.
So do the support agencies then sign off that they're in receipt of the plan?
And they don't. I mean, it's not that they can't. It's not part of the process.
I'm just thinking, you know, something happens and then somebody that showed it on the support plan said, well, we never received that. I was just thinking that, you know, if each support agency is signed off that we are in receipt of this emergency plan, we'd be better covered.
This is not on the website right now, right?
Not until you adopt it.
Commission, do you have any other questions? Brad, Tina? Is there any other functions of this plan that we're not, haven't seen yet?
No, that's the entire plan.
This is the entire plan? Okay. Add it to the other. Add it to the first part, yes. Add it to the other part.
Yes, if it looks as thick as this, then you've got the whole plan. All the ESFs, the annexes, and the basic plan. You have it all. That is the plan. That's the plan that was approved by the state.
That's what we got the other day. Yeah, right, the other part.
So Randy, when there are changes in personnel, and how do you want to receive those so that you can update?
Just by email, it's fine.
Okay, I mean, I know there are several that are outdated on here, people that either are not in those cities or they're not working for the county anymore, or their positions have changed. So do you want me those now, or do you?
Yeah, those need to be.
If you wanna send them to me, that's fine, we'll start
Okay.
working on it.
Okay. I'm just talking specifically on the orders of succession piece.
Okay.
Well, this all started a year ago, so whenever Hillsborough asked for this plan, it's been a long time. Did you have to update it, or would you have to?
Yes, we update it every 4 years, 5 years, I have to look. But it's just our rotation to update it. That's why we're doing this now.
But it'll all be on all, everything that's not redacted, right?
Everything that I have given you will show up online.
I thought we had some redacted pieces. I thought.
No, if you look what I gave you, nothing was redacted in it. On that original one for Mr. Roy, there was nothing redacted.
Okay. Was there supposed to be anything redacted?
Was there supposed to be?
Yeah.
I went through it to look at, to see if I needed to redact anything. But nothing was redacted, there's no black spots on it at all.
Does any commission member have any other statements, or questions, or answers?
Has lots of information in it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we don't have enough people in Marion County to operate under one of these plans. We don't have. You get down to basics, and you've got a few out there, and we've got to support, we've got an operating staff on emergencies, and very minimal staff at that.
Hopefully it won't all happen at once.
Well, yeah.
Wear lots of hats.
I know, myself included, a bunch of people from here took off for Greensburg when that took place, so we got enough people. So, I mean, as long as somebody's there to direct, yeah, I know.
There's not enough people to do this. You're not gonna do this.
No.
The public's not gonna do this, because there's other things.
Right.
But it will be tough to, I mean, this is a general guideline, and that's what, we've done it, before this was ever invented, we was doing the same thing, only maybe not as efficient as what this is, and know where it's going. So, it's tough to, in our county, to put a plan together and put people in all the places that's there. I mean, that's why if you read through it, the only thing that I'm really sort of, I expect Randy to do more than just acknowledge. You know, I expect him to act. And so, and, you know, and one of the questions on here, on I think number 3 down or 4 down, whichever one it is that I wrote down on, was, and I'm going to revert back to our to the flood. You know, Sharon's part said she was notified, but she didn't know she was even part of any plan. On the flood, when the people run the dam, run out of water, Randy was notified. And I don't know what Randy did. I remember him saying what he did, but I can't say it word for word. But anyway, there should have been a lot more action so the public out here knew. And there wasn't. And that's what I'm saying. We need to get down to real things so that people, so we can react. And Randy can have people to call, or at least send people out or something to that effect. And so, and that's what it's in here, but to get down the line is a lot of steps, and we don't have people to do them steps. So anyway, it's a good, I'm not saying it's a bad plan, I'm just saying that we don't have people to put in all the slots that's on here. If you count all the slots on some, just take one incident out there, and I think I counted 45 people that should be, 45 things that should be done. But if this is what the state government wants in order for us to get FEMA help,
This is what they want.
and so
We've met all the FEMA requirements and state requirements for this plan.
any other questions?
Is going back to FEMA, that wasn't an issue with us not getting any money out of 2019.
Oh, no, that's not done. We're still working that one.
We were told that there isn't any money.
We're still, the flood 2 years ago, we're still working, they haven't closed that. I haven't been told there's no money, no one's told me that.
Is it Bryce, was he the one saying that?
Bryce said something about roads.
Yeah,
I'll call the state and ask them, I hadn't heard that.
yeah, I think it's Bryce said something.
Yes.
Yeah, you better check with
A month or two I called them and asked them, they said it was
Check with Bryce before you check with the state. Don't wanna cause a ripple
Yeah.
if it doesn't exist.
The state and I talk all the time. We do frequently.
Yeah, well, FEMA has a new head for Kansas. I mean, he's been in there for maybe a year, less than a year.
Okay. Who are we talking about, what's his name?
Lee Teffanelli.
Oh, okay, the Adjutant General, he's not FEMA.
No, he
He's the
doesn't work.
state, he's the state Adjutant General, he belongs to the governor.
Yeah, he's long gone.
Yeah,
Okay.
He works for KC there.
yeah, but yes, they do have a new 2-star in there, yes. I can't think of his name, but his son's the emergency manager in Reno County. So, they're both, the son retired, I think, from the Air Force or something.
Any final questions from anybody?
I make a motion to accept the ES.
No, EOC.
We do it
Actually,
through.
there's a
resolution.
There really is a proclamation for it.
What's the resolution?
Let him talk, huh?
2021-18.
Withdraw your motion and start over.
2021-18.
It's on top of the page.
He's right on there.
Right, 18 down at the top.
Okay.
There you go.
Perfect. I'll make a motion to accept a resolution 2021-18 for proclamation of Marion County Emergency Operation Plan.
I'd second that motion. Have a motion by Dave to adopt the emergency proclamation, the resolution 2021-18.
2021-18.
2021-18. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0.
Thank you.
Thanks, Randy.
Just so that you know, I'll be walking out of here, probably starting vacation. My cousin passed away of COVID this weekend, so I'll be traveling on to where they're at. So I'll be taking a couple of weeks off. I'll be available on the phone, everybody knows that, so call me, but.
How's further keeping celebration going?
Celebration. How was I going to answer that question?
Where you were going with that one?
Yeah, still moving forward. The part with Doc, the airplane, it's not going to happen because he's having some engine problems, and they don't think they can get it fixed in time to do that. So American Airlines will fly him in. We'll still go through the whole process. Things are still moving forward. I haven't heard on the horse-drawn caisson yet. I've heard that's up in the air because they can't find the caisson. It's, only a few places have those, like Washington D.C. and things like that.
Arlington Cemetery, huh?
Yeah, they're kind of hard to come by.
Oh.
No one just keeps them in storage. So I don't know if they're going to be able to acquire one. Hopefully next week when we have our next meeting, teleconference call, I'll listen in on it to see if they did acquire one or not. I don't know if they will. But things are moving forward. So I think things are in good shape. We have a meeting planned in a couple of weeks to sit down and go over it. So I'm bringing in the different leads and talking to them about where we're at on everything. We should have a better answer about that at that time. So we'll see. We're still, about 5 weeks out, I think.
Is there any direct contact to the American Pilsen Church?
Yeah, I talked to Father Beback. He takes care of several churches. And then what's the lady's name? Rose. His secretary, Rose. Yes.
Because I've heard different comments that some of the workers at the Pilsen Church aren't hearing too much. So
I guess I'm not the contact for them. The church is. I try to keep that line closed there because of the government. So,
I just, but
I-
in the plan, there's people up there that say they're not here.
and I'm hearing that from people saying they're not here for the diocese either. So I think they're keeping things pretty close right now. I don't know why, but that's their choice. It's their event. We're just a sport if something goes bad. That's what we're there for. So we just sit on the sidelines, drink a soda pop, and hope everything's a good day.
Okay. Any other questions from the commission? Thank you, Eddie. Tina, do you have anything to finish up with?
No, I don't think
You can email me a copy of that and I'll send it to the state. Thank you.
Is there anything that I haven't done that I need to do?
so. I can't think of it.
Okay, good. Good deal. Brad, do you have anything?
Nothing together we haven't already done today.
Okay. Commission, any business that you need to, that we need to attempt? See what's coming up next? Work session next, what is that? Coming up next week, the work session ahead?
23rd, 10:30, and that was for ARP. You had said ARP and courthouse security.
Okay. Okay. So, we'll move to public comments then. Somebody, oh, that was Sharon's. Pass it, Glenda.
Right.
Okay. See no public comments up there. We have no public in the building. Commission comments. Guess I'd have to make that motion to adjourn then.
Second.
Have a second, but I can't. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Go to sleep.
Yeah. That was a half-second fast one.
Well, you're gonna get a quicker draw, gentlemen.
Get slow.
Yeah. Brad Gorsuch. Present. Kathy Enlow.
Here.
Jim Schmidt. Here. Mel Fleming. Here. William Krupa.
Here.
Chase Gann is not yet. Larry Kishenberry.
Here.
Glenn Thiessen.
Yep.
Derek Belton is present. Sharon Olmstead.
Here.
Brandon Meyerhoff. Here. Russ Avey. Here. Okay. Next item is the record of proceedings from the July 22nd meeting.
I had a question on page 3, and the last sentence in the first paragraph, well, that's right before the motion. I wonder if there's some words missing there. Belton states, bring the edited version of the memo to a public hearing at the next meeting. I don't know whether I mean, it sounds like maybe we need a motion, or remember what you said?
I'm trying to remember.
Where is that at?
Last-
On page 3, at the end of the first paragraph, second line, Belton states, comma, to bring the edited version of the memo to a public hearing at the next meeting.
I think it was handled as a consensus at first, and then the board voted
Yeah,
on it
because we
later.
voted later on those, which is I think what's in the parentheses. I mean, I don't remember word for word, but I know it was basically, we'll put together this, or bring this draft to the public meeting for the next meeting is,
Yeah, there's some
I don't know how we want to clarify that.
verbiage in
Yeah.
there. I mean, it just
Somebody else
seems like,
probably better
if someone
than
ever
that.
reads it down the road, they're wondering what's going on there. Then the other question I have on page 4, 8th line down, the definition of agricultural, I think that should be purposes instead of purposing. That was what the section was, agricultural purposes.
Page 4, you said 8th line down?
Yeah. It starts with redefining the definition of agricultural purposing.
It could be
Fourth one.
processing.
Fourth one, yeah. No, go on down another one.
Well, then it's.
H line.
Then it's 2 times, yeah.
On On these that were printed, I believe it's on the fourth one. I was gonna say, maybe my copy's different.
Yeah, 'cause there ain't nothing that says purposes on the 8th one. Does on the 4th one.
Will you read the sentence on?
When I'm reading, I redefine the definition of agricultural purposing, to strike the definition of commercial feedlots and commercial feedlots would be left unchanged. Maybe it's on a different.
So we have the definition of, called agricultural purposes, land used for.
Right.
So we're
And this is-
redefining that
So it should be
section.
purposes instead of purposing?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's probably on line 4.
I don't know.
Uh,
Well, there's also definite, it also says purposes there. Here.
Okay.
I don't know, maybe there's a different version that was out there, but that's the version that I had. Sure is the version.
I do the same thing, but probably made a page break different.
Yeah.
So that one should be purposes. Should we adjust the verbiage on the other? Somebody that can make it sound better than me.
What we did there was basically.
You directed staff to
Yeah.
add this version.
Yeah, I think that's what we should add.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that sounds good.
I remember you saying that now.
I knew that was the intent. I don't know how exactly it came across.
That sounds good. Add those words to it.
Okay.
No. Can we change the spelling on Johnson County on the first page?
Yes,
Thank you.
we'll add the H in there.
Where do you see that at? On the first page?
Yeah, after
You see where it says 80 and 90%, right after that?
Okay.
That's why Kathy's here.
She's got more, I'm sure, she's just slow.
No, that's okay.
That's all you had?
Yeah.
I make a motion that we approve the draft minutes as changed.
Second. It's been moved and seconded to approve the draft minutes as amended, as changed. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay. Item number 3, amendments to the zoning regulations concerning solar energy conversions and alternative energy. I know you should have an edited version copy in front of you. Does anybody have any questions or comments about?
This was public noticed in the Marion County Record on August 4th, 2021.
Thank you.
And letters were sent to city officials and township officials 20 days prior to the hearing.
Sure, thank you. I think I might kick it to you, Russ.
Yeah, I can certainly go over, this one had a few more edits. The more I looked at it, the more there was some nomenclature, I guess, that kind of just, I felt needed to be discussed and changed.
I'm gonna hold it for a second.
Sure.
They don't have sound.
You have to go back home and work from home. You don't get sound here. You work from home.
Yeah, if we need more feedback, sound feedback, yeah, I can go home in my basement.
Is there still no sound online?
two different comments about sound out there.
The box is turned into a secret person. But that never, it had no sense.
I can't see, I forgot to bring those parents.
Sure.
This is just this one.
Can you hear us now? The way it says.
Maybe I didn't pronounce the H in Johnson.
It's a silent
I'm just going to Kathy a little bit. You fought back pretty hard
Your name is Jonathan.
so
Yeah.
it's Jay. Or
You
hit
took-
on somebody
you
else
took
now.
training. Did you take training?
Yeah.
That's not good.
That's not good.
No H.
Johnson.
I'll catch you at break this.
How do you spell Jonathan?
J-O-N.
No H.
No, H, C.
A-T-H-A-N. It does have an H in it. Do we need to call Tina?
Would you have a nice drive up?
I did. So I guess somebody plowed into a bridge just north of Park City, just north of Wichita.
On the interstate?
On the interstate. And so Tuesday night, I was at the Park City City Council, and KDOT had just emailed the city manager like at 4 o'clock. Hey, we're gonna shut down northbound 135. And basically you have to take the exit to 77th and just go right across 77th and then back down the on-ramp to bypass the bridge.
Linda, can you?
And that place is just a nightmare at the time that I need to leave to come up, right?
Right.
At 2:35, that,
Yeah.
what they're trying to
Because
fix.
it's all under-
what they're-
it's
yeah.
all under construction
At least it's
anyway.
under construction to fix it, but then this was one of those deals.
Right.
And so, man, I left plenty early, because I thought I was gonna have to take like hydraulic and just parallel the highway, like 20,000 other people were gonna do it.
Right.
Boom, they hadn't set up yet. They had all the cones in the median, they hadn't started construction yet, so.
Cool.
I drove around town a little bit, got some gas, and noticed that you guys got a taco truck, which is one more advantage than I have in my neck of the woods. Get somebody rebuilding right there at the curve, just east of the high school.
I'm not sure what's going on there. I
Yeah.
know they cleared the lot.
And it looks like there's a restaurant slash bar.
Is that where they're building that
place or
food
something.
bank?
Yeah, I think it is.
Yes.
They said
Jam
that's where
packed with
they're-
people.
They said that's where they're building the food bank.
But then there's that restaurant right by Casey's. That parking lot was pretty much all the way full with people coming out of it. There's a food truck there, and then there's.
That's there, that's there.
And then there's a restaurant.
If we can get 3 food bags.
I don't know, jam packed, and driving past, there was just a wall of people.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, I think it's.
Goldfish have joined the meeting.
We're gonna have to call this the goldfish.
That sounds like goldfish.
My brother-in-law just come on.
Is every, do we, how many are online?
Holdbacks.
2. Yeah.
That's good.
We have NA and Linda.
Yeah, that would be nice when they get that fixed though.
Think we'll live that long?
Are you talking down
The food
that
bank?
intersection?
Right,
235?
right when you get into Wichita. where-
235, 96,
Yeah,
135?
yeah, where it's
Yeah.
usually like
254
a flipped
or
over
whatever.
semi from taking the curve too high.
Don't ever try and leave any Wichita anytime after 3.
No,
3.
not that going that way. Not going that way. I think it's kinda crazy though. that They got construction coming into town up from the north, the east, the west, and the south is under construction. So there's no direction that you can come in on a major highway in Wichita that's not under construction.
That's what they're saying.
I'm like, why'd you do it all at the same time?
They got the money, gotta spend it.
Man.
Says it doesn't rain in August.
I found out something interesting though. There was there was another vehicle that we were driving I think all the way from Missouri. We were just the two, I mean, we were within a half mile of each other the whole time. Got up there to 96, I took 96. Went on around. I didn't know what he did. I mean, you kind of get lost on the traffic.
He probably went 54 to 35.
Did he take Kellogg or did he go 254?
I assume he probably just went to, I don't know what he.
And y'all came out a half mile apart?
Well, I came and fighting the traffic on 96, trying to get onto 135. All of a sudden I see him coming.
Yeah.
Zipping on by there. It's like, well, then he was about a mile ahead of me by the time I got through the traffic. So I don't know where he went from there, but it's like, okay. I figured Kellogg would be slow.
Yeah. They've done it, they spent a ton of money, Kellogg.
I think so.
Kellogg.
That's a fast road now.
Yeah, compared to what it was, there was a lot of money spent there.
Met a guy at the airport once, he said, I think he was from Texas, he loves coming to Wichita. He said, you're 10, 15 minutes from anywhere. It's so easy to get. You just hop in a car and drive it clear across town. Till you get into your deal.
Yeah, well, yeah. And it honestly is like a 20-minute window.
From anywhere.
Well, that bottleneck
Oh,
on
that
on the
bottleneck,
canal
yeah.
route.
Right.
And it's worse now that the construction started.
Right.
Now it backs up all the way to 29th Street. So it used to just back up to where you get
I
on
was
the
in there the other day, it backed all the way up to the center.
The Central?
Yeah, I was like, I don't know what's going on, but I'm like, oh. It was one lane all the way.
No, I'm not a transportation engineer, and I certainly don't work for KDOT, but yes, they schedule something as major as that north end loop. And then they'll close down a mile section of the canal route to restripe it.
Yeah.
It's like,
They're cutting out the little sections.
You know how many,
Yeah.
you know how many tests you have to fail to get that job?
I know you can't get the other job, that's.
Which one, the
Never
guy?
as many as be president.
Oh, geez, that's a bad service.
Which job, the guy that was pushing the dude down the canal route? the other
But
day?
one, I mean, even a change in a tire on the median gets you backed up all the way to Central, that's probably what it was, just an offender.
Yeah, because it's just insane.
That'd be nice when they get that all done.
Well, we was at Woodland Park for the veterans rally on the motorcycles. You ever been to Woodland Park outside of Colorado Springs? It's just a little.
That sounds better. Is that different?
Oh, what everybody was there for, it was like Wichita traffic.
That's what happens when I turn my sound.
So you're getting sound.
I'm getting sound. I'm not sure if it's on their end or.
Is their volume turned on their computer? Sometimes you hit the mute button on your computer.
Because you can't tell whether they're muted on there, right?
No.
What if we turn all of these mics off, and do you still get the loop?
Can you manually turn mics off?
They're all muted right now.
Okay.
But then we don't get
I'm still getting
feedback
sound.
somehow.
That was, that time when we were all online, and that
That's what we had all night long.
Yeah.
It only was 50-some minutes, wasn't it?
Yeah. It's supposed to be a short meeting, we're gonna make sure we get our money's worth, we already have.
I might just have.
About a third of the time, I would have to just reload my Zoom or go to Meet or whatever software. Because even though on my little testing panel, it shows that I'm live, you'll see everybody yelling at me on the screen saying, you can't hear, you can't hear.
Just drop off and reconnect.
And so you just,
Just
thing,
reload
about a
everything?
third of the time. Well, you just log
shut
out
out.
of the software and load it back up and then it works. But that was my microphone. It's the only thing that I've had people hearing me on the microphone.
So it's kind of important, kind of have to have sound.
We almost need to be be able to type or ribbon.
Yeah.
Or at least you can type it, so I guess we have that on the other side.
I wonder if she got the sound when you turned your speaker on your computer, when you got the feedback.
Yep, she's getting that. She said once in a while there is some noise and then it is silent. So that's probably when I'm turning my.
That's the same problem we had the last time.
What'd you do when?
Because the mics, we never got quality sound out of the mics. It was just that feedback. Both ways. Do we need to reboot our system?
Try that out.
I mean, at this point,
What do we got?
yeah, I think it's a good idea. I mean, it's a good try. It's just reboot our system and see what
Let
happens.
me until then
Screw the
we're
whole
gonna
thing
try.
up. And not even try it hard.
Chance.
Tell them we're gonna reboot and they'll have to probably log back in and
From the
Log out.
You're throwing him under the bus and he's not here to
Everybody-
represent himself. That's
5 minutes, probably 5-10
I
minutes.
think that's nice.
Meantime, let's get it done.
Amendments to the zoning regulations concerning solar energy conversion and alternative energy. I'll kick it over to you and we'll kind of go through that process.
Sure. So again, this is one of the two cases on tonight's agenda that we discussed previously last month. This one, we had a few more edits or a few more questions and comments on this particular amendment than we had the CAFO discussion. But what I have changed since last month is shown in red and italicized. And so I am proposing, we had already in existence a definition and a land use entitled solar collectors. And a solar collector, and just kind of reading through a lot of this material over the past month and a half, solar collectors really, in most discussion, centers around the actual conversion panel itself, not necessarily a group of them or a collection of them. So my proposed change from last month is to redefine and change it from solar collector to solar energy system. And then I also included a better definition of on-site users, or I collectively categorized on-site users and wholesale producers as the private and utility scale that we're going to talk about, as well as including battery storage. So although battery storage unit was brought up last month, I think pretty much just in passing, but in looking at that, although it's not prevalent today, it's certainly going to be prevalent in the near future. And these range in size from a very small type of module for a single family home, as an example, to a fairly large established or a fairly large structure to house the battery storage units in a utility scale production. So you're going to see battery storage included in this draft where it had not been addressed last month. And you will also see a few modifications to our proposed requirements based on battery storage. So I'll just go through some of these briefly. Last month I made a note that I think we should have a two-part definition. One, when we're dealing about utility scale or large area solar farms, while still maintaining a relatively hands-off approach to private solar collection or energy systems, rooftop mounted, things of that nature that would power a farm or a home or maybe even a small business. And we also talked quite a bit last month about, well, what are we talking here? You're saying, I started off last month with a megawatt as the defining line. In reading through various other jurisdictions across the country, that number really is wildly vacillating. Most communities talk about the 10 acres that we had talked about last time. So generally, the consensus is that you need 10 acres for a 1 megawatt generation facility. Most single family homes generate approximately 7 kilowatts. So that's a great variance of energy production. So, like all good regulations, when they're dealing with a fairly new technology coming into your jurisdiction, you find the best target and you pull the trigger and see what happens. So I redefined that from a megawatt generating capacity down to 250 kilowatt generation as the dividing line, and added an area component. So you have to meet one or the other, the lowest portion of that. If you're generating less than 250 kilowatts, but you set on more than, your array sets on more than 2 acres, you need a conditional use. And the converse of that's equally applicable. So again, anything that produces less than 250 kilowatts of energy, sets on less than 2 acres, it's an accessory use, as was the original solar collectors in our existing set of regulations. We also talked a little bit about, and I had in my definition, these concentrated solar thermal devices. This is the one that's out there in the Nevada desert that has mirrors that direct sunlight to a central unit for the conversion. I don't think that type of technology is applicable really any place but a very our American deserts. So I just eliminated that and prohibited those types of units. So we're really just talking about the PV standard for these solar farms. And then I changed the definition again, modified it slightly. And I will say that instead of calling these things sex, I tried to come up with a little bit more puritanical descriptor for all of our delicate sensibilities. So I'm calling them solar energy systems, private utility energy systems, utility scale. So when we talk about the utility scale, I think that's the one that we're most focused on when we're talking about a need for better regulation. And it's again, anything over 250 kilowatt or a facility occupying 2 or more acres. The intention is for them to be on site, so you may have a user, perhaps like a co-op or some type of business that would have their own on-site energy needs, but then would also have an interest in selling. He also tries to take into consideration municipalities that may or may not follow Lynchburg and Osage City's example and put up a solar farm for municipal purposes, but also quasi-wholesaler of that energy. And then, of course, these are intended to take care of producers such as NextEra that would be more of a utility provider on a wholesale, large-scale basis. And again, you'll see that Johnson County is one that Sedgwick County's regulations on solar facilities formed the basis of my initial draft. Johnson County finally came out and sent me a copy of their draft regulations. As you can imagine, it's significant for reasons that don't apply to most counties. It's a very urbanized county. There's not a lot of rural area left, and certainly not going to be in the future. So I can understand the level of detail that they put into their proposed regulations, but some of that was relevant, and part of the relevant sections of Johnson County's discussion was, the recognition that batteries, that these battery components, these battery storage components, need to be addressed in your regulations as well. So that's the changes I made to that.
Just to interject a question.
Absolutely.
So would the battery storage also apply to possibly wind generation, if they decide to store energy and those facilities?
Certainly, potentially.
So these drafts that we're talking about would apply to that even though?
No, we would need to change that Article 27 in WEX when and if that ever becomes necessary to apply that to battery storage devices. At that time.
It just seems to me that if the battery storage ever gets to the economical stage, it would make sense maybe to use that as well.
Be a very light-handed amendment that would be very, very simple to do at that time. And it's certainly something that we can give notice and take care of now if we need to. Since this public hearing is only around solar energy facilities, CAFOs, and storage, shipping containers as storage structures, we kind of got to stay in that lane. But that's a fantastic point. Yes, that's something that we need to keep cognizant of. I think on page 3 we get into some changes from what we had seen last month. Sharon brought up a very good point on item J. We simply said that all of these utility scale solar farms be set back 40 feet from the project boundaries, the property lines. And we had a little bit of a discussion about that. Knowing full well that as a conditional use, we can place greater setbacks in more sensitive areas if needed. But in Sharon's review of some of the literature dealing with solar farms, we talked a little bit about buffers around incorporated cities. And this is going to be a double-edged sword. So we already had a proposed condition about staying, if a solar farm is planned to be within a mile of a FAA regulated airport, they have to come in with their application saying that they have approval from the FAA. Very standard on that type of construction activity. But it also made sense to perhaps keep these an arm's distance away from cities. So in writing this, I thought, well, that's just easy enough to throw in there. But then I thought, well, what examples have we used? We've used 2 cities who built their own wind farms. So we didn't want to preclude them. Now, granted, they may be more than a mile, and they may oftentimes be more than a mile away. I'm sorry, a solar farm.
Yeah, solar farm.
But we wanted the ability, if a city, I think I said, if Hillsborough comes in and they just want to go right east of that Evergy substation, which would be generally a logical location for something, we don't want our regs to preclude them. Now, of course, Hillsborough could do an island annexation, bring them into the city of Hillsborough, and then regulate them however Hillsborough sees fit, and take it out of our hands. That would be fine. But I also wanted to make sure that we're not shutting the door. It's to the city's benefit, and if the city chooses not to have that benefit, we want to give them the ability to say thanks but no thanks. So again, we would allow them to make an application within a mile, and hopefully before they make application, they would have some sort of written authorization by the mayor or city council of that small city being agreeable to it. But certainly that community would have the ability to fight it going forward, and if the city's against it, then that would give grounds to the Board of County Commissions to deny the CUP application.
So the county commissioners would be the ones that would ultimately decide that then, whether it be permitted within that mile?
Yeah, it's written that way because we're a recommending body in these matters, so
Right.
ultimately it lays to the county commission. So
Unless they did that island.
certainly, county planning boards probably should love nothing more than annexation law, because
Take it.
your jurisdiction. And quite frankly, oftentimes that is a win-win-win situation for all parties. So the city, if it's a municipally sponsored project, that's the route I would think that they would go most of the time. It's their facility. It should be on their ownership. It should be governed by their rules and regulations. If I'm the mayor of Hillsborough, I wouldn't want to leave it, no offense, I wouldn't want to leave it up to this planning commission or the Board of County Commissions, because it's our project. But in the event that that's not the case, or in the event timing is of essence and we don't want to go through that annexation process, that would allow them the ability to process it through us.
It basically gives the city an option. If the city is wanting to supplement their utility, then within that mile is what, basically what you're holding it.
Yeah.
And if they don't want that, then they have the ability to fight another company.
Yes. Any other questions on J? L?
I have a question on I.
Yes.
It says 35-foot height. I know we've talked about these being very low profile and 35 foot high is a fairly high structure in a.
It is.
For this type of a facility.
Certainly. Johnson County, as an example, limits the height at 12 feet. To me, that's snug. I would say 15 feet would probably be reasonable.
30.
How did we come with 35? Did we talk about that, or was that
I'm not sure we've talked about it.
How did you come up with it?
I came up with it because of other, I usually don't cap a property lower than what the zoning regulations would be for any other structure otherwise.
I remember you said something about 35-foot, two-story house, that
Right.
scenario.
Right. Now, perhaps there's enough confusion that we need to separate the sheets and say, no solar collector, the solar panels cannot be greater than, say, 15 feet in height. But it would permit a battery storage building to be 35 feet. If there's a house that happens to be within the project boundary, they're fine. So it could read something to the effect of all solar arrays or solar collectors shall not exceed 15 feet in height. All other structures shall be limited in height of 35 feet.
I mean, I'd feel more comfortable with that than
Sure.
to have a, I guess personally, I mean.
Anybody have any objections to that?
So what are we trying to accomplish?
Basically, so that their solar
I mean, you put
collectors.
solar collectors up at 35 foot high and suddenly you have I mean, if you have a 10-acre deal at 35 foot up in the air.
I don't know why one would ever do that.
That's where
I don't know either.
Yeah, I guess
They're typically 8 to 10 feet. Johnson County capped them at 12.
Spend all that extra money to support something that high in the air.
I mean, I was just like, why 35 feet? I mean, that's.
I
Well,
feel
that
like the
was for the
35 feet
buildings.
covered a building also.
Yeah.
Because I think we did talk about that.
Yeah.
So basically, there was, anything was not 35, but do we want to
If they-
split it?
If they did have a storage building, they could put panels up there
Right.
and then have.
On the
their-
roof.
Yeah, on the
Yeah,
roof.
yeah. So let's say
Yeah.
they've got a 2,400 square foot Butler building out there
Yeah.
as their maintenance building and as their
Mhm.
battery storage building and
Yeah.
whatever, and they might as well
Well,
throw
why
some
not?
up there.
Yeah, why not?
We can approve that modification in the CUP.
Mhm.
We can change that standard. If we're saying 15 feet and somebody says, look, because of the topography or
Yeah.
because of this tree row, we need these to be 18 feet, we
Okay.
can modify that condition. This is just the standard by which, that's the default standard. So if they come up with a project that envisions a building where they're gonna have collectors
And
taller
then,
than,
you're saying we would just give them a variance?
in essence,
Basically.
It'd be a condition on the CUP.
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
But they would have to make that argument in order to get that waiver.
Mhm.
Can I have a question? What about these putting them on their houses, they're 30 feet?
They're exempt. We're not looking at your
I'm
regulations.
just asking, or
Yeah.
a shop building, a
Yeah.
farmer does, okay.
As long as you're not generating
Where
for
you're
sale
talking
250 kilowatts or more.
Yeah.
And like I said, we're about, an average home is about 5 to 6, I rounded up to 7 kilowatts a year of generation capacity. So even if you were to, you would have to have a pretty big machine, equipment shop to
Understand
generate.
that, but I know there are some that are on two-story houses. Everything else,
Absolutely.
I'm just asking where you
And,
get on
and
that.
those types of uses,
Mhm.
even on commercial buildings.
Right.
We don't want to be in the business of regulating those. This is for this is for large scale utility generation.
Okay, just a question I had, and you're talking 35
Certainly.
feet.
Yeah.
So do we want to separate them and put the 15 with a 35-foot building? I mean,
The solar collector's no more than
15 feet.
All other structures.
if
no more
everybody's
than
good,
35 feet.
I mean, I don't know that it's a huge deal because even if, like you said, if they need 18 feet, well, they'll have to prove that to us when they apply. And we either approve it or don't.
Exactly.
If everybody's good, we'll put it in as an amendment or a change, I guess.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Is there anything else on J, on the setbacks? So L, I think we simply had it as no outdoor storage materials. And in reading through Johnson County's, again, with battery storage, a potential ancillary use, we wanted to make sure that they may have the need for some kind of maintenance yard. And if so, that's another waiver. So again, unless explicitly permitted by the conditional use application. So if they come in and show us a valid need for outdoor storage area associated with their solar farm, then we can grant that.
I mean, I think the goal of that was to keep everything inside.
Right, just to
keep it clean.
Just to keep it clean, yeah.
I don't know, maybe it's too picky, but why do we pick on this industry and not on all of it?
As far as
Keeping stuff stored outside. I mean, we're in a rural county, and if you try to stick that on the ag community, there'd be more than 2 ice back here. And so I'm thinking, why do we limit a certain industry and not others? And what are we trying to benefit from that? And what's the end goal for doing that? I mean, I don't like anyone jumping around in the next guy, but
Right.
I'm thinking we're not treating.
You used to sell sheds.
But I don't anymore, so I can't benefit from that.
I mean, I would say,
I'd say we're talking about a commercial.
more of a commercial setting, I
Yeah,
guess.
rather than residential.
No, I know, but ag is all commercial.
Yeah.
I mean,
So-
we're still just one business to the other. So what makes this commercial industry business different than all the others that we have in it?
Because we have the home rule authority to make them different. And one could argue, and I'm not being argumentative, certainly go whichever direction the commission wants. But,
I know we
but
can do
the
that,
reason
why
is.
do we want to do that? I guess that's what I'm asking.
Because if you don't, you're gonna have all kinds of crap in that
And this is where we would ask that, do you want to regulate that or not? I mean, that's for this board. This board is where those decisions come from.
yard. Because we're regulating 1 or 2 businesses versus a couple thousand farmers. It's easy to regulate 1 or 2 people.
I'm not sure it's easier, but why? It's discriminatory.
But the farm businesses don't come in for a CUP and have approval.
We're talking about a major.
And most ag is exempt in this county.
Well, I
It
know
certainly
it is
is.
all those things, but I guess I just don't know why do we think just because we can pick on them, there's only 1 or 2,
Well-
do we say that we can make them?
Well, so another way to, on the flip side of that, to answer your question perhaps a little bit better, is we have statutes that protect agricultural production. We have rules under our current zoning regulations that exempt plenty of things in the ag district and for farms. But you can keep whatever you want to. If you want that spring tooth out in your front yard and mow around it, that's where it can be. But I bet we have regulations on how many inoperable vehicles a person can have. So we're regulating that. Why are we regulating inoperable vehicles?
Do it in town, I mean,
Right.
there's a lot of cities that have that.
Now, that's an extreme example that the majority of people would say, well, yeah, I don't want my neighbor to have basically what is a salvage yard next to me. This is in no way gonna evolve, and as a guy that uses or preaches zoning to protect the unexpected, you know, these things are they're run by multi-billion-dollar international companies. They're not gonna be a salvage yard. And if we want to strike it, we can sure strike it. I think last month I put forward that I wanted to create as onerous and as long and complicated list of conditions as possible to pare down from. Instead of trying to guess what we're missing, I threw everything in the bucket to sort through.
And we didn't cut nothing. Actually, you added something.
That's
Charles,
why I'm one of the best.
I'll have you just hang on to that. Here, when we get through these, I'm gonna open up public comment, so if you'll just hang on to that, I'll have you share that.
I wasn't aiming.
No. No, but like I said, it's better to start with too much
Right.
stuff and pare down than it is to not have, to sit here and just try to brainstorm what we haven't come up with. So item O on page 4 is kind of an either or. So we had the top half of that, very simple, very short sentence dealing with it. And I had a note that talked about going back to what we've done with WEX systems and stuff like that. And basically all those regulations talk about the need for a fire plan to be articulated between the developer and the local fire departments and emergency services in case there's some issue. With wind turbines, it was in case they had a turbine catch fire and needed a high angle rescue. That was a very special type of emergency service that we wanted to make sure that our local fire departments were able to deal with in one way or the other. Here, it's similar, perhaps not as extreme. Most fire departments, I would think, would be trained in dealing with these types of fires, but it's a battery. What is going to cause a problem is if there's range burning, and I think we've talked about that quite a bit in the WEX regulations. But again, battery storage facilities. These things may have their own unique need for a specialized firefighting capability. They certainly, probably, if installed, would be the most likely culprit of creating an on-site fire hazard. And if we had an applicant here, they would give us a 30-minute dissertation on, no, this is how we keep them controlled. We don't care how they keep them controlled. We want to make sure that they have a plan and that that plan is articulated to county officials that need that information. So I offered the secondary language, which is a little bit more involved, that they need to have a mitigation plan to account for any potential fire and articulate that to county officials or city officials.
So it's their job then to get that information to the local fire department?
As part of the application. My assumption would be that any group that we would be interested in working with that's part of their, as we know with good players in wind energy conversion, we have questions. They typically have all the answers because of all the other permitting requirements with other agencies, state, federal, etc. So that was the language potential. I think since nobody's asking me, I think I would probably go with the red highlighted language. It's a little bit more definitive, but there again, I wanted to give the commission a choice. Are there any questions about that particular item?
So are you thinking you'd give the commissioners either or you'd just give them the one?
The either or is up for your consumption tonight, or consideration, I should say.
I would agree with the red highlighted.
Yeah.
Paragraph 2.
Item Q reads pretty much as it was presented last month. Item Q put me in a rabbit hole for about 5 hours one day. A third of this is their decommissioning requirements, and it was a mind blower. And at the end of the day, I called Sharon in panic, and if you want to know why these memos were issued late, it's because of item Q and my inability to wrap my mind around it. So there are dozens of moving parts to what can be in a decommissioning plan. It dawned on me in looking at Q on my computer screen, let's leave it the way we have it, which mirrors what we have for wind energy conversion systems, and leave it like we do pilot agreements, although we're not dealing with pilot agreements in solar, but we will have maybe a temporary construction road maintenance plan. But like those two things that we're accustomed to hearing about during a WEX approval process, we will have a requirement that they provide the county commission a decommissioning and reclamation plan separate from the CUP. So the CUP, again, would require a decommissioning plan be approved by the county commission separately before Sharon issues a building permit. And we don't have to get into the weeds of what that looks like. Ultimately, Sharon and I will probably provide the county councilor with some information of what that plan could look like. You will all receive a copy of it, so we kind of know what it looks like. But are we talking about surety bonds? Are we talking about escrow accounts? Are we talking about this? what represents a forfeiture of your surety bond, what represents an abandonment of the project. All these things is extremely detailed, and it honestly needs to be in a separate policy, in my opinion. And so that's why, instead of having 5 additional pages to this memo, I added that sentence. And I guess I spent a great deal of time explaining that because I need a little pat on the back for.
Do you have a question now?
Yeah, I appreciate the easy way out for us here.
And I can take 20 minutes and read you what Johnson County dictates for their
I don't
decommissioning.
have one.
Yeah.
Use that. But my question is, does that basically require, and I don't know if we have it, but say we have 3 or 4 applicants down the road in 10 years, each one of those would have to fight through the weeds to come up with a decommissioning plan.
Right, they would come up with a decommissioning plan. It would be my hope in seeing what that looks like, that the county would ultimately adopt. Again, nothing to do with planning and zoning, that's a separate policy, that the county commission would adopt by resolution the requirements of what the county expects out of their decommissioning and reclamation plan. And in that policy, it would dictate to any future developers what their requirements are.
And so they could be different. The first guy in, he might get off really easy, and then we find out, well, that's not enough. Second guy in really gets hammered because we know more.
Could be.
I think with
progressive kind of thing.
Hey, having indirectly heard things about the WEX agreements, sure, that's a possibility, which is why I would think this go around for this policy would be my hope that we could craft something together that would be more definitive, more straightforward, and more of a checkbox. 10% surety bond, 10% escrow, held in escrow, is going to fluctuate based on the valuation of the project. So there's going to be variations in the actual details, but the requirements will be the same. It'll be 10% for you, 10% for me, 10% for the next person.
I think it's, have it as a checkbox. Do they have this? That way, I mean, we don't have the legal counsel and that the commission can and do and decide, and so we make sure they have it, but let them.
And there's no requirement to have a decommissioning plan. I think, as we talked about in one meeting, these are a substantially different animal than WEX to get rid of. These will probably have no issue. There will probably be no issue in having to go through reclaiming their bond in order to reclaim the site than we would have with 600-foot towers or 30-foot concrete footings. But some of this stuff, there have been situations where people ask the question, do we even want to mess with the decommissioning bonds or anything like that? I think we did have kind of an active desire to see something done from last month. But there are places that says no, that's between the developer and the landowner that they're getting a lease from. However they want to leave that site, that's on the property owner to negotiate during that lease payment. And that's certainly something that the county commission can take into consideration and approve. They may not want to mess with this.
To me, it seemed like it would fall in the same general category of what we talked about earlier about not having any junk on the site. To walk away from 100 acres of worthless solar units, that's junk on the site. And so that seems to me we wouldn't have interest based on what we said earlier. When they walk away, they take the junk with them.
Certainly, but what if they don't? It's like leaving an apartment. If somebody gave me in college a $50 apartment deposit, I'm getting my $50 worth on the last day that I live there, right? So, I mean, you want the whole purpose of that decommissioning bond is to make it financially worth their while.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm thinking there needs to be.
It needs to be a large enough figure that they're not gonna walk away and leave it.
They can't just walk away and leave their junk.
Right. And that, you can imagine, that opens up a considerable amount of things to have to discuss.
That's why we let the commission.
Well, very similar to a lot of things in the WEX. There are things that that's something that, we oftentimes in these CUPs make a requirement that is perfected by Sharon writing a building permit. Agreements that they're gonna have to make with the county commission, things like that. This would fall into that realm of things. We're requiring a plan. We're not going to spend our times, nor really should we have the authority to spend the time negotiating what that looks like. That's a county commission thing.
I feel the details are beyond our scope.
Yeah, certainly beyond your authority to actually implement that, my non-legal opinion.
Sounds good.
And last but not least, probably last and least, so those changes that we just went through, those alphabetized conditions of approval, fall under a newly created category in Article 19, dealing with conditional uses enumerated. Just a few sections down in the zoning regulations is Article 19-109 that talks about accessory uses and what accessory uses are allowed. Windmills, ag buildings, things of that nature. Playground sets, things of that nature. Solar collectors were in those two sections. One deals with the ag zoning district, 2A deals with the rural residential district. So what we're basically saying, again, we're renaming it. It's the same thing, we're just renaming it, but we are saying that these private systems, these small systems, are still allowed as accessory uses in those two zoning districts.
Based on the definition given in our.
Yeah, we're redefining it, so we're renaming it, and therefore we want to make sure that we account for all the other references to solar collectors and change them over to solar energy systems private.
Okay. Anybody have any questions for Russ before we open up public comment? If not, Charles, if you're interested, I'll start with you, but I'm gonna ask you for anybody here to speak into the mic, just so, when you're sitting over there, the mics can't pick you up.
I think you've covered everything. I mean, there's things, like I say, building wise, KDHE or somebody else is gonna step in to control some of them.
Sure, yeah. We have one online. I don't know if Linda has any comments.
She doesn't have anything on the chat box. She said no.
Okay. Anybody else here in public? If not, we'll close the public hearing. Any other thoughts or comments or discussion? If not, I'll take a motion to recommend approval to county commission.
With the modification, I would suggest with the modification to I.
Yeah, the modifications
No.
tonight, yeah.
Motion.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded to recommend the amendments to the zoning regulations concerning solar energy conversion and alternative energy as discussed tonight here with the changes in I and O. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right. Opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Here's your virtual pat on the back.
Well, thank you.
I got vertigo reading that first commission.
You put a lot of work into this. I appreciate
Here's
it.
the best man.
I'm glad we're to this point, because this is, I think it's a good step. I mean, it's not gonna be the final step.
No.
But at
As we've
least
learned with regulations, they'll change.
at least we've got something moving forward, that we gotta make a step forward.
I agree.
So now go out and recruit one.
There you go.
This item will go before the governing body on September 20th. That's a little past our 14-day protest period. However, I have a prior commitment at whatever that 2-week mark meeting would be. So September 20th is when I plan to present this to the commissioners.
Okay. All right, item number 4, amendments to zoning regulations concerning ag land use regarding confined animal feeding operations.
I believe this came out of last month's discussion, clean. I don't think I didn't have any notations. So the strike-throughs and the highlighted text is the exact same as we discussed last month.
Anybody have any questions for Russ? We'll open up public comment on this one as well. Like I said, if you're here in person and have a comment, please use the microphone if possible. I mean,
yeah, maybe so.
Yeah, we'll leave it open. Go ahead, Russ.
All right, so my apologies. For those viewing virtually and for those in attendance that may not have been here last month, the county, we received direction to clarify and alter our regulation of CAFOs, confined animal feeding operations. As we've discussed, this is a land use that is highly regulated by the state, as well as the federal government, but primarily the state. There have been legal challenges to local zoning regulation as to its impact on CAFOs. Counties that have zoned CAFOs with a higher standard than those required by KDHE were upheld by the courts, and so basically what we have is an appendage in our regulations that probably just needs to be removed. There's no purpose for it. There's certainly no legal basis for us to really do anything above and beyond the state permitting requirements. And so we just felt it cleaner and perhaps better that our regulations just don't deal with them. And while we were looking at that question, we raised the question, or we still had the issue of, that's fine for feeding operations, but the same definition talked about stockyards. And so stockyards, as we define it, are holding pens basically for the ultimate transport or processing of animals. And so we felt that in order to best maintain regulation on processing plants, that we should eliminate the language about confined feeding operations and instead focus on redefining and preparing our regulations to better handle any large-scale animal processing. And so we created a new definition. We eliminated commercial feedlots definition, we maintained commercial stockyard definition, and pretty much created a agricultural processing definition to handle anything such as a Cargill beef processing or a Tyson processing plant coming into the county that would have severe impacts, that is not considered or should be considered under the umbrella of what we would traditionally call agriculture, and that is more of an industry. And that's where we had our primary discussion last month and set the public hearing for this meeting, and that's how we arrived at what we're proposing to recommend to the county commission tonight.
And again, I will throw in there these text amendments were noticed in the Marion County Record on August 4th. Letters were sent to city officials and township officials at least 20 days prior to this hearing.
Okay. Thanks for the update. Anybody here have any comments? Anybody online have any comments?
Comments?
No comments? If not, we'll close public hearing. Same process as before.
Make a motion to read.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the amendments to the zoning regulations concerning ag land use regarding confined animal feeding operations. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Will that go the same date, September 20th?
Yes, that will also be presented to the commissioners on September 20th.
All right. Anything else there? We will move on. Item number 5, discussion pertaining to shipping containers in suburban residential districts. I will probably defer again.
So we are operating under a set of zoning regulations that have prohibited or precluded the use of shipping containers as an accessory structure. There are a number of sections within our regulations. Article 13-102 talks about their prohibition in a various list of basically all zoning districts with the exception of the ag district. And in Article 19, it is specifically listed as a prohibited use in all zoning districts except for ag and rural residential. So basically that we are set up that these shipping containers are permitted in the A agricultural district, permitted by a conditional use in the rural residential district, and it's explicitly prohibited.
One may be administratively permitted in rural residential.
Yes.
What's the definition of rural residential?
It's a
so many
zoning,
acres?
it's a zoning district is typically defined by the number of acreage. So it's under 40. Agricultural is typically over 40 unless they've
So
split
the
and just not
rural
rezoned.
residential district is on, we have
It's
some map that's gonna show
greater than 10 acres, less than 40 acres.
greater than 10, less than 40.
With one residence, or does it refer to how many residences are on that district?
I can pull up the definition.
It would typically be one. It would be a single family plot of land.
Basically farmhouses.
Basically farmhouses with the old acreage sold off. Keep the home place. And there's
People that sold the farm ground and.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if there's a split, you know, 40, you can get back to those.
Yeah.
You know, someone has 35 acres and say, I wanna sell it, and I'm gonna sell it to 5 different people. Everybody has 7 acres.
So
That's
if
a
you
different
go
animal.
to 7
That's
acres,
that would be a subdivision
change.
plat. We'd have to plat that would have to be
platted,
zoned to
yeah.
like a suburban residential zoning district or whatever that minimum lot size.
But you
is.
could still split those to 10-acre tracts?
Yeah.
So if they
And
did
be
it,
rural residential still?
no, you can only do one split.
No, we changed that.
You can do, 3, which
From the
makes
original.
4.
3 from the original.
Right.
So,
And that's 3 from the
Per 40.
original for one landowner.
Right.
From a parent tract.
From a parent tract. So like you split your 40 off.
Yeah, but what if you split it, let's just 160 acres, you divide it in 4.
Then it doesn't go through the.
Only if you're building
lot
the house
split
on it.
process.
So if you wanna break up your
entity
order.
buys that 40 acres, he can split it 4 times.
Sure.
Yeah.
He can split it indefinitely. The problem becomes if he wants to turn it into a homestead. If he wants to turn it into if he wants to put a house there. So for agricultural purposes, if you want to split up your ground however you want to, you just come down to the courthouse and get as many tax key numbers as you want, and you split it just by a legal description.
But if you want to
But if you want to build a house on it, then you're on the clock for this lot split stuff and zoning. But oftentimes, so we don't even care if you're splitting up just raw acreage. This mainly deals with, there's already a farmstead or a house out there. You know, somebody owned that quarter section and built their house.
Right.
Come in and do that all day long. But then it's when you start subsequently splitting stuff
Like
off.
that example that we seen last meeting, there was a map up there with it.
Yes.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about is the impetus for this amendment, or the discussion of it.
So basically, they're a rural residential with 10 acres or 12 acres or something, but they want another.
They were less than 10 acres. That was a 5-acre tract.
The one with the shipping container? It was 10. I think it was 10.
I thought it was 10 that we talked about last month.
But just so I'm clear, as far as agricultural land, that has nothing to do with any residential anything, or any city, or any subdivision, or whatever. There's no regulation whatsoever on shipping containers.
Correct.
Okay.
On ag, in ag, presuming that also would be zoned the A.
It still requires a building permit,
Well,
and it still
greater
would need to
than
meet
10.
setbacks.
Yeah.
No, it has to be 40.
41. 41.
Yep, let's do that. Just for story.
Chase, did you get that? You'd still need to get a permit from Sharon to locate it and make sure that it meets the setbacks and stuff.
Can't put it
Well,
right
what's
on
the
the road.
what's the difference in that, like say a portable shed, or a cabin shed, or something like
It's still a
that?
structure, it would still be permitted.
Is
If
a
it's
cat
for-
is like a portable shed? Is that also supposed to be permitted?
Yes.
Really?
If it's
Oh.
not.
You just lost your immunity now.
You better quit talking while you're ahead.
Better make an appointment.
It was there when I bought it.
So here's the
It just
general
moves
rule.
around.
If it's not road ready, if it's not sitting on
Wheels,
a
basically.
chassis or wheels, whatever, a trailer, and can be pulled out of there today, it should have a permit. And you
Well, I
can
got a
be.
wrench truck, so.
If it's for, here's the thing, you guys, it
Got a frame
can
you
be
won't buy.
ag exempted from the permit fee. So if it's for ag purposes, we can waive that fee for the permit. We just have to have a permit on file, because when the appraiser's department goes out, they'll see that structure sitting there, and then you are in violation. So what the permitting process does is it makes sure that it meets setbacks, it's not sitting in a floodplain, some
That makes
basic things.
They just want it on the tax roll.
Right.
You just
Even
wanna
though
tax it.
even though I thought those auxiliary road-ready structures or non-tied down structures aren't taxable.
Put a hitch
I
on
don't
it.
know about the taxing on it, I just know that we need to permit them.
The short version is you'll never own anything, you're renting it from the government.
Right.
So come see me tomorrow, Chase.
Troy's gonna
I don't have any of that
Point to the
stuff.
map,
I was just curious.
What's
Yeah, I
your
was just
available?
curious.
What is the
I got a neighbor that has some of that stuff.
I was thinking about building a cabin right here.
5 to 10.
It's on your winch truck.
So, that's how,
I might step back and say, will you go through, now that we've kind of defined those a little bit, what the requirements, ag is not required, rural residential is 1.
you're allowed 1 through,
And rural residential is defined as 10 to 40 acres.
Yes.
Yes.
And suburban residential, which we were talking about, is 5 to 10 acres.
Basically less than 10 acres. Anything less than 10 acres, and there is a minimum lot area, square footage is required.
So is East Shore's not suburban residential?
They're East Shore, they're zoned.
They have their own.
I'm just saying, I thought that, I understand that as the yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But,
To get away from these area requirements, because it's hard to put County Lake and into other, they're special in and of themselves and deserve their own zoning district.
So is East Shore special too, like the County Lake?
Not quite as special.
Dang it.
You gotta gear up.
That ruined my whole day.
Do you want to be in that category?
No. No. It was my humor.
Start building stuff over property lines.
Suburban residential, none?
Suburban residential, Lake Lot, East Shore,
All of those.
R1, all of, in Village 1 are all strictly prohibited from having shipping containers.
It's easier
I
just to say
cannot
A and
permit
R
one.
or allowed.
And they're not even allowed
A
to.
allowed, RR1, everything else no.
And since they're expressly prohibited, someone couldn't even come in and request a CUP for a shipping container on a suburban residential lot.
So,
So here we are.
So here we are. And so something that we don't really talk about too much, oftentimes, these are typically this type of regulation typically revolves around such things as single-wide mobile homes, or manufactured homes, or modular homes. And not as the planning commission, but when you are wearing your Board of Zoning Appeals hat, you are allowed to grant certain things, and we all know that variances are one of those. But something else that you also deal with are appeals, and we've had one of those. But the Board of Zoning Appeals may also grant what they call special exceptions. The thing about special exceptions is it has to be enumerated and defined in the list of special exceptions, and we have several of those. Apparently we have 11 of them. Mainly that you can place a single-wide mobile home on a lot that's zoned suburban residential, as an example. So that you're not allowed that right you're not allowed to put a single mobile home on that lot by right. You have to have a special exception granted by the BZA. So think of it as a variance of sorts without the variance requirements. And as we've always stated, there's one variance requirement that is not a self-imposed hardship that's impossible, I would argue, to overcome. So these people that may have a 5-acre lot and want a shipping container as an accessory structure would have to ask for a variance, but it's a self-imposed hardship. You wanting something on your property isn't a unique physical feature of your property. It's what you want. It's your own hardship that you can't get it. So instead of treating these things and maybe 90% of them are always approved, but the variance is the wrong tool to use to get there. The appropriate tool that's rarely used because you have to define it is a special exception. So you can't have a special exception for anything under the sun that you want to sneak in there. It's got to be listed, and so this would be the 12th such special exception allowed by our zoning regulations. And we're talking about placing a shipping container, whether originally as a transportation vehicle or as a separate structure, as an accessory storage building on property zoned SR, R1, ES, LL, and B1.
I'm not interested, speaking on behalf of East Shore. We are trying to clean the area up. That's going the wrong direction. I'm sorry. A shipping container on these small lots would just be a catastrophe.
See, in like the small lots, I'd agree, East Shore Lake, but 10 acres.
I'm fine with
5
that. I'm just
acres.
saying on a small, our lots are 80 to 120 foot wide and 100 foot deep. That's not a big lot.
So I'll say this, again, like the solar memo, threw everything in there, and we can back out of what. So what we're trying to do is remove the prohibition and require them to go through this process, a special exception through the BZA. And what I've done is mirrored the prohibition language and added it as a definition of that special exception. We can keep the prohibition. Maybe we just want to allow it in the RR, lift the one, you know, you're capped at one.
And I would be surprised if the county lake would want.
That's what I was thinking too, you know, what if we took out the county lake and East Shore, what's the village?
That's
Lincolnville?
only, no, Lincolnville's incorporated, but
I'm
only.
sorry, Lost Springs.
Canada, Pilsen.
Unincorporated.
Lost Springs.
Really?
Yeah. Surprisingly.
So what is the special exception process?
All these incorporated.
So the special exception process, you would make an application to Sharon, as you would any other BZA case. But instead of checking the variance box or the appeals box, you would check the special exception box. So you would be seeking a special exception under Article 21-104-12.
They'd still come before this board.
So they'd come before the board and the board would make the decision.
But if we
on
took
that
out the
particular instance.
So we would
East
start as
Shore,
the planning commission,
county,
adjourn the planning
and the
commission,
village,
open up as
we
the
wouldn't have to
board of
deal with
zoning.
those.
But it'd come before it.
I mean,
That's what I.
And you can deny it. You can deny it based on,
Whatever.
But if we don't have it in here, we don't have to deal with it.
it's prohibited, it's prohibited.
yeah, like if we just left in like rural residential and suburban residential, or, you know, took out basically East Shore and the lake and
In the village.
the villages, where there's probably hardly room for.
There's really not room, it's just that.
So
There'll be
those-
people, trust me, there's always people that, they talk to me about frickin' storage containers, and I say, no. That's not what we're trying to do out here, we're trying to clean things up. So, if they see a chance for
East Shore District needs an HOA.
Well, that's what I was curious of, is what happens in a subdivision? I mean, do you guys just, just like,
we honestly have our own, we have a set of bylaws that are out of date, but they were bylaws from the 1970s that cruise, you know, when they put that together. So we have that, and then we have this right here, and we marry those two together, and we try to manage through it.
You need another layer.
We don't need more room. No, we don't need more, we need less crap.
I mean, I think it goes back to our discussion earlier about requiring inside storage, is that, I mean, I think the overall goal is to keep things clean things up, maybe, and that's, I guess, kind of how we're.
but wouldn't that shipping container that they put all their crap in be cleaner than their crap laying in the yard?
No, they need to get rid of the crap.
I mean, yes.
I'd rather not, that's what, I don't know, I'm just.
But if you got an 80 by 100 lot and you put
And
got a house there,
if the neighbor puts one up.
and and you try and put a shipping container in there, more than likely there's.
So you're
And then
setting,
Yeah, the setbacks won't
you're
work.
setting a precedent that you'd rather have a stick-built shed
Something that
built
everyone can
purposefully.
benefit from is a nice structure.
Yeah,
There you
Mel's
go.
it for that
You
one.
want to start a business and building up and putting sheds on there.
Can you live in a Hutcherson wooden building? Is that the same thing? I'm just
You
asking.
mean like a portable shed?
Yeah.
So
Are
it's
you
still a
calm?
structure, it'd still be an
It's
accessory
just not a
structure,
shipping
but it's
Okay, so
not
if
a
you put
shipping.
windows and wooden doors
Oh,
in the container and
it's
make it an
only a
office,
shipping
is that-
container.
And then they put air conditioning in it, and they put a heater in it, and then
Something
they
had-
So I guess if they can't have a shipping container, they can put them in a portable shed.
outside.
They still have that
Doors
option.
I want one.
I mean, I'm just asking.
Our problem is taking those buildings that you're speaking about and turning them into a habitable structure.
Yeah.
That's the problem
I'm-
in many counties.
I'm just asking, but the container's about the same thing, and you guys are buying the buildings to do just what a container is.
Mhm.
No, this is
I don't disagree.
specific to shipping containers.
Just a question, I'm just asking.
That's another can of worms for
I
another
know, I
one.
know, but
Yeah.
I'm just
Well,
saying,
and-
you're talking really about the same thing in a roundabout
Well, you
way.
gotta,
And I
do to
think
establish
what-
the HOA.
Well, and see, that's just my opinion from the surface, is like, I think each individual community needs to, you know, especially like in this instance, I mean, they need to have their own rules for that.
So if we take them out of this, they can deal with it.
Yeah.
Right.
Let us deal with it.
But we have the residential, the rural residential and that we're trying to
Right.
deal with.
No, if it's out of here, it's
like
it's
never gonna
not required,
happen.
not allowed. If it's
Right.
not in
Yeah,
here.
they wouldn't have the ability to permit.
To even
it on
apply.
their
Yeah,
own.
that's right.
And there's a certain logic, obviously, to the allowance or prohibition of these things based on the general size of the lots that those zoning districts are dealing with. I think you make a great point.
They're just small lots.
And the thing I'll say about the village district, so their intent, this village district that Dave puts together is intended for unincorporated communities. Now, there's also, it can also be applied to those cities that may be incorporated but choose not to have their own zoning regulations. They give their zoning authority over to the county or join up with the county and have a joint zoning regulations. We don't have that. Yeah. So there again, similar to the county lake and to East Shore, these villages act in a similar way. They're a small, tight-knit group of smaller parcels of ground.
So ridiculous question. We have a disaster comes through, Greensburg tornado. And people need somewhere to stay in. If we completely remove this, we remove some options from people.
Not necessarily.
Is there an emergency?
Emergency housing can be set up in the city limits.
Okay, because Daily, I agree with you. I'm just saying, but if you get a disaster comes through, you would rather sleep in a sleeping container than a pup tent.
Well, absolutely, you want a roof over your head.
So, you know what I'm
Debate
saying?
that,
That's,
yeah.
the only reason I brought that up is because if we completely remove it, it's completely unknown.
You'll have to go stay in a rural residential or an ag or a
See what I'm
suburban
saying?
residential district.
Only up for a few more acres. But yeah, I mean, that's,
So with the village district, I mean, I'm thinking about Alney, Canada,
There's some pretty
Pilsen.
good sized lots.
There are some good sized lots, and quite honestly, it'd be nice if some people in those districts would put some things inside of them.
So do we wanna just pull East Shore and the lake out?
I think that East Shore and the lake, those districts are intended for a different purpose than the village districts, in my opinion. I mean, just the landscape in general. So, I mean, I can totally see where the lots at the lake and East Shore.
You
aren't
deal with
big
East
enough.
Shore all the time.
Do
We don't have anything.
the setbacks nullify that? Let's just say that.
Setbacks make it a lot tougher.
Yeah, the setbacks would be,
We have, our setbacks kill a lot of things.
Well, that's what I was
Which is
curious
good.
at. Right, I agree with you.
So really what you're saying is the setbacks would eliminate most of those being placed.
I would assume, I don't know.
they
That's why I
would-
asked.
They would, but then you'd still have a couple on the outskirts of the lake and East Shore that could have space for them,
where there's a will, there's a way.
and it may not be as desirable in those two districts.
Yeah.
So what's proposed in this memo is an all or nothing. But, as we've discussed, we can pair that and modify the bottom, item 12 on page. bottom
Or you
page.
can add one thing that says you have to have 1 acre.
Yeah, that was my other thought, was
That
if
will
you
whack
have a
everything.
minimum
There's-
acreage,
At
then.
East Shore, there's none over an acre.
You're still
There-
gonna
there
get
are
that
a
at
few
the
in
lake
Lake,
though.
Yeah,
Like you got many at the lake with over an acre, I bet you don't have many at all.
There are some
somebody
that
sells
backside.
a burger.
But do you want to have it at all then? I mean,
They're gonna do something out there.
That's what I'm
I
saying.
bet acres,
Well,
200.
you know,
You just
but-
put this in here
200.
as a,
Eight
if
by
it was
200
gonna
is
be
my
a
guess.
no-go unless they okayed it through a special permit, right?
Yeah.
And the only reason you put this in here was so that in an extenuating, off-the-wall circumstance, they would have a process to go through to try and get one, but they could still be denied, if I understand that right.
Yeah, well, right, so we're not just goading them in to make it an application so we can deny it.
No, I didn't mean it. I didn't
No
mean
matter
it.
how fun that sounds.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
But no, so our example comes from a rural residential, suburban residential type of lot. Easy. Well, so then, last month, when you bring up East Shore, it's like, yeah, maybe that, that's certainly debatable. We don't have to allow them in every district through this. So obviously when Dave wrote these regulations, it was probably it was a very common occurrence, and I can't imagine that there wasn't some discussion about it here in Marion County to eliminate these things. We want to deal with, what's your problem? Well, mobile homes. These shipping containers popping up all over the place.
They're hard to get.
Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So Dave's not going to prohibit them without being told by you, Planning Commission, or the County Commission, we don't want to see these things. How do we prevent them? That's how you prevent them. Now, we may be rolling back that a little bit based on some experience that we've had with a few applicants. And again, it's an idea of giving them the appropriate avenue by which to make their pitch to you as the Board of Zoning Appeals that their property, whether it's their location in the county, whether it's the physical screening and the physical design of their lot, nobody's gonna see this thing. Each and every property, as we know, each application area is different and unique, and there are areas where you would allow that based on certain physical features of the lot due to its separation from other property owners. There may be locations where the converse of that's true, where everybody's up against each other, and this would just create one more problem for a community that already is suffering through certain development problems or issues historically. So what we're saying is, instead of trying to always use the variance technique to try to get from A to B, if you as the Board of Zoning Appeals feel like any particular application should stand on its own merits and be reviewed under its own merits, we should do that through a special exception and open the door for that. It may be the political will ultimately that we want to keep it just the exact same way it was. And if homeowner A comes in with their 8 acres and tries to do a variance, we'll deny that variance.
Okay, so the simple Bubba explanation of all that legal talk you just said. Okay, up here in Article 13 is where we said, I think it was Article 13, where you're gonna say agricultural and one on rural residential, right? Mm-hmm. And that's okay, good with that. The only reason you got this down here is for somebody to have an avenue to try and make an exception, right?
Yeah.
That doesn't mean it's allowed automatically.
Absolutely not.
So that's my
Still
point.
counts before
So
this.
that's my point on that.
You would
is-
have to approve this as a BZA.
That's that was what my point is why do we wanna get rid of that when you just said that this is the way you need to do variances, because somebody's gonna want a variance at some point.
Well,
And you don't have to okay it.
I don't support that, but I would say, let's take out the ES and LL groups. East Shore.
And I don't mean to confuse the issue, but while we're throwing it out there, if we didn't want to mess with it as a special exception, we could allow it. So again, Article 13-102, the very last structure says, such structures may be placed in any number in the A agricultural district. We can permit the SR and R1 districts one of these storage containers by right, like we did with the rural residential, just by right. But if we feel that storage containers are still a sensitive type of structure on a lot, we can go this route. So we really have multiple options. We can either add them to the list of special exceptions or any different combination thereof.
Now that you got something.
Application for a special exception. Do the neighbors have any input into that?
They would get notified, similar to a CUP,
Same as the variance.
similar to a variance, right?
So that would be another way to deal with East Shore.
Mitigation.
I mean, other than it creates negative friction with neighbors, now they have to vocally voice their opposition to it in order to keep someone from turning away. I mean, is that what we're saying?
Notified in the paper, notified 1,000 feet, and public hearing.
So, I want every stupid board out of East Shore. I get notified every time something like this comes through. And so, Sharon would send me a lovely thing that says, do you have anything? I would say, no, we don't want those stupid frickin' things, and I'd send her a note in. So, wasting her time, and I would make sure that I got enough people that said, no, they don't want this, and send in letters, because I'm gonna make dang sure no one wants it, that we're gonna have enough opposition to get it next. I'm just trying to save that administratively anyone's time, because I'm not gonna sit here and say, oh, well, yeah, you can have a thing. I can lose, I get it, I can lose, I can, you know, it can pass, but there's gonna be opposition letters sent in from East Shore on a storage unit. So we can go that route. I'll just have a canned letter. I'll just say, hey, here's my canned letter for every one of them. You can shove it in there. And then you get people mad because they got turned down because they want to have a storage container. I had a guy a few months back when I said, that's not the image we're trying to portray out here. Plus your lot's too small. Plus your neighbors don't want it. I know that. So just stop. Plus, you can't do any thoughts.
So there is an HOA.
It's called a cold.
I mean, I'm really interested in hearing.
No, I didn't mean that as a smart aleck.
Brad's camp
I mean,
is.
So you.
I'd take those two out, I'd take those two out and then leave it, you know, if someone.
Let them
wants
come
it,
for everything else.
Let them come for something else.
I'd be interested in see what the lake community would have. I know they don't even like their own parents out there, but.
I was gonna say, I don't know.
From everyone that has ever approached that topic with me, they are absolutely against it. There was one person that came in, he bought a house out there and wanted to, I don't remember, remodel it or something, I don't remember. Wanted to have a shipping container to store things in until his house was done. But they're expressly prohibited, so I couldn't permit it. I couldn't even send him to this board and ask him.
Then you'd say the majority are against it.
I would say the majority are against it.
Which makes sense.
I can't speak for them, but that's the
They're prohibited
feedback
for a
I-
reason today.
Yeah.
But see, that was what I was kind of having in mind when I said the hazard of taking out. If you, because if, I'm just asking this question, I'm not trying to twist arms. What would have to be done to allow a temporary, while a house was being built,
Just get an enclosed trailer.
you know?
Leave it on the axles.
Put it on a trailer.
That's all? Okay, that's why I'm asking
Basically,
that
put it on a
question.
trailer.
I don't have to permit it if it's.
Okay,
Yeah.
so there would be an option.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
obviously, the guy figured something else out because
Okay.
he's still.
I think that we can simplify this conversation and these decisions if we just broke these things up from biggest to smallest. So agriculture, we know that we can do whatever we want with any number. And then whatever that next division is, the 10 to 40 acres, is it limited to one at this point?
Yes.
Okay, is everybody good with that? I mean, is that appropriate? And then what's the next division?
SR.
The SR, which would be anything less than
It's like 3 to 10.
3 to 10 acres. I mean, I think if a man owns 3 to 10 acres, he's far enough away from his neighbors that if his neighbors didn't like it, they could plant a tree. I mean.
But it's big enough that you can put it back in the line and not be.
Yeah, so I feel like, I don't feel like, you know, it's up to me in this position here to choose what he does in that situation.
They bought the land, they ought to be able to use it.
I agree with that. I mean, and that's my stance. You can do anything you want as long as it ain't next to me. You know what I'm saying? But that's what everybody in here, I mean, that's your deal. You have more people that.
And I think that's
you got
kind
more
of
stuff, but.
where we're going there. That's kind of basically
Right.
all that's left, other than the East Shore and the lake, is the
Right.
village.
So everybody's good with everything except that little deal right there.
Basically, East Shore and the lake.
I mean, that's the consensus I got.
Basically, we allow a special exception for the rest of them.
But what I'm saying is should there even be a special exception for a man that owns 3 to 10 acres? I think it should be that's up to that's his discretion.
So
Kind of like what Russ was mentioning.
So
It explicitly says up there in 6 that you can do whatever you want in agricultural districts.
So basically, we put suburban residential and village with rural
They have,
residential.
they have one, they can have one, and maybe a special exception if they want to. I
Are
don't
we
know.
sure there's no suburban residentials that are 2 acres, 1 acre? Are we sure?
suburban residential can be a minimum of 1 acre. But that's not in a platted area. The
So that would be
platted
in the
area
country.
would either be East Shore, Lake Lot, or Village District.
And we're wanting to maintain the prohibition in
Those
East
two
Shore,
areas.
Lake Lot, and 3 in the village.
Basically, rural residential areas.
I think the village,
Not in
we were,
village.
We're saying 1?
I mean, the village.
Could
we
be a
weren't gonna
special
deal.
exception.
Special.
Okay.
I could see where.
Where they have to ask their neighbors to see if they're okay with it.
I
Well,
could
because there's
see where
probably
that's
lots,
connected.
there's probably, people own multiple lots, and there's probably empty lots
Yeah.
that they would,
Yeah.
so the village we could put in as a special exception where they would basically, they have to ask your neighbors, like you said. But maybe suburban residential,
So basically.
The other
you just
two, we
gotta
would
take-
do
you
one.
just-
Take
You're
the
basically
lake.
just down Lake and East Shore out and everybody else a special exception.
Sure.
or do we need a special exception?
Yeah, I don't think a person like this rural, like the lot, like the rural, I don't know. the-
Rural residential.
Yeah, the rural residential,
They're defined in the very last paragraph.
Bruce Serene's house.
wherever it's at.
Yes.
I just don't think a man with 3 to 10 acres should have
Some of
to
those
do
are-
a special exemption. I just don't. I mean, I don't see any
You're saying
reason
you
for
can
that,
have
and that
one
would
on and
actually
one on.
alleviate the very problem that we have.
Exactly. So, what I'm
Yeah,
hearing,
east.
ag stays the
East,
same,
yeah.
any number.
Yeah.
Rural residential, and now suburban residential R1 and V1, Village 1, both get 1. And
That's-
1 only.
That's what I gathered. from
East
my
Shore and
conversation.
Lake Lot
Prohibited.
prohibited as is, as currently
We'll
is.
throw a wrench in that. Do V1, do a special exception V1.
I think so.
I
Because
think
they're,
so. I think
they're
so.
platted with
Yeah.
neighbors.
Yeah, I think
Yeah, I
it
think you-
would.
Yeah,
You get
so
some
leave
small
that for
lot.
the special exception.
I just marked that myself.
I know. So we take out East Shore and Lake Lot.
Okay.
V1 is a special exception, and the others are like rural residential.
Except for, the only thing's gonna happen is what you gonna do.
SR
It's
and R1.
basically SR, but it's a smaller.
R1.
My question is, though, what are you gonna do whenever, if you take that over, and you get an R1 guy, comes in and says, I like that too. Now you got no way to do that, it's just a no.
But he couldn't have 1 before, so.
But he could ask for a variance.
Well,
Yeah,
it's
no,
because
no.
it's a special
Variance
exception.
would
Not
be-
if we take it out of here.
So
If we left it in here, then they could
Rural
ask for
residential,
it.
suburban residential.
But
And R1.
the problem we have here, guys, why
Rural
we
residential,
don't
suburban residential,
want
and R1.
R1
a free-for-all with
smaller.
shipping containers.
Well, we could do R1 because they can potentially be, what, half-acre lots?
Yeah.
We
With
could
V1.
do R1 and V1 as requiring the special exception. Rural residential gets suburban residential added to it. And East Shore and Lake Lots stay the same
I don't
as
think
they
it's
are
gonna
now.
happen that often that a special exception's gonna be that big a deal.
I feel like that was.
I bet it happens.
I feel like that was a dare. Somebody's coming.
Yeah.
Can't say that out loud.
So I guess to recap.
Village One is not bougie like Lake Lot and East Shore. I think Lake Lot and East Shore have a definite precedent that they are
No, you don't want them out there.
Right.
just a different.
Prohibited.
They're-
Prohibited.
Yeah, prohibited. Village One, I mean, if they want to have a shipping container come in and apply for a permit that meets the setbacks, I don't, I mean. I
Here's the
don't know
devil's
anything.
advocate for you. Go over to the Pizza Hut in Marion, I bet you wish you had that stuff in a container. Just saying.
I mean, I can just see where it would be beneficial to the village districts.
You know what I'm saying?
So you're saying it's not worth putting them as a special exception?
I kind of don't, but that's, I mean, that's your decision to make.
Thoughts?
You're saying V1?
B1, so that would be
Allow-
only Pilsen, Canada.
Allow one with a permit.
Allow one by right in the village, one.
So you're saying allow one in everything except agriculture, and it's unlimited, and we're taking out East Lake and Lake.
And then no special exception. So we wouldn't have to worry about item 12 at the bottom of page 2.
I think the V1 where you have neighbors, and you may have a neighbor within 50 yards, right? 30 yards.
Small lots.
Yeah.
V1 and R1. R1 is half-acre lots.
I guess it'd be pretty tight.
It's 125 feet minimum.
You don't have as many rooms to plant trees so that you can't see them.
Yeah.
Too long to grow.
You can put up a privacy fence, I guess.
Containers.
Yeah, get your own container.
Yeah, if you put 17 containers on there, you gotta.
I'm a little in the same way as Brad, that if there's neighbors that close, I think maybe the neighbors, because they may hate shipping containers. And it might,
They may hate what it looks like right now.
well,
But I mean,
they may be thrilled with
That's a
shipping
different
containers
issue though,
though.
that's still.
it doesn't matter, it does,
Make the fight.
I hate cedar trees. I mean, there's things that go on neighbors' places that we all hate. I mean, that's just the nature of all of us. So, I mean,
Well, but the neighbor could hate it and we could still approve it too.
true.
We don't like the neighbors pull out either.
That's right. Speaking of that, I might have one over there.
Is it a good roll? But well,
So,
we cleaned that one.
the consensus is we're doing something.
It's only.
The question is, which route are we taking? Whether we leave or scratch or,
I wish somebody from a B1 district was here so they could speak to this, but.
well, we still have public hearing for
Yeah,
this. This is
yeah,
just a
that's right,
discussion.
This is just discussion, so it would be noticed in the paper.
So I guess my suggestion, we've got a pretty good structure of what we're doing. It's just which ones. Do we put it up for public comment? And we can decide then, do we leave them, pull them, whatever. I think that's.
I think before I would take out the two that we know we don't want. I mean, that's East Shore and Lake.
Pull the two that we,
Yeah.
I mean, it was a pretty good consensus that we pull East Shore and Lake Lot.
Pull them out.
And then we decide basically what we're doing with Rural 1 and V1.
Rule 1 and V1 are the hard ones, I think. That you really.
Part of what happens to neighbors change. People move in and out and, you know, changes the value of the property if it's anything.
Those B1 districts just tend to kind of, they're laid back, they kind of take care of things on their own.
They're in those
I don't hear
districts for a
from
reason.
them very much, I mean.
And you don't drive around them because you don't wanna see what they're doing.
So I think
Put
what
your
we're.
blinders on like this, so.
And not to have 5 shipping containers out there.
That's where you put
I
blinders.
mean, no one complains about them, you know what I mean?
It's a big, one big happy
very
family.
few complaints right now. I get more complaints from Lake Lot and
Slow rolling this thing out and letting this seep out.
Not for me.
And then
That's,
from.
I think,
When you have the public hearing.
Yeah.
I think.
If we're gonna get feedback, we'll hear about it.
Yeah, so I think that's what, we'll get a motion here in a second, but I think unless somebody objects, we're going to pull East Shore and Lake Lot.
See you later.
Okay, prohibited.
So for, maybe for language for next meeting,
Yep.
for public comment, we're gonna pull East Shore and Lake Lot out. We're gonna put suburban residential with rural residential,
Allowing
allowing
one
one.
administratively.
Yep. And we're still deciding on rural 1 and B1. whether it's a special exception or it's administratively. In my, I'm speaking for everybody here, but.
Wait for public opinion.
Either those two things get dumped in with the one permitted.
They go one way or the other.
They go one way or the other.
But they stay
Or a
here with
special
an
exception.
exception. Special.
They'll
Or everything
either-
gets prohibited, we can just not.
There'll either
do
be
anything.
an exception or there'll be something allowed administratively, I think is what we're kind of fighting between here. And maybe we'll get some comment.
Yeah. Maybe somebody will hear about it from the village one, or we could enlist somebody, or,
So.
that lives in one of these two other areas. I mean, it's great that you're here from East Shore.
Right.
Yeah, that's the bad thing is.
Because at one point in time when Dave was putting this together, somebody from all these other districts said, we don't want this. And so we're rolling that protection, if you want to consider it protection, we're rolling that away from them. So it's good that we're letting this out to, hopefully gather some public comment, if any, and if it's silent, then it's silent, I think.
But we still have to decide.
We still have to decide. And
Either
we're not,
way.
It's fine.
I mean, we've settled on basically two things, so.
and we can certainly, again, what we are allowing, what we are freeing up, if you will, or deregulating, still requires a public hearing.
Yeah.
With the exception of suburban residential, they're getting a free pass, which I think is reasonable,
Yeah.
based on their acreage.
So if somebody would like to make a motion to have a public hearing
With those changes,
with those changes.
I so move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. We've got something for next month.
Job security.
See what they want to do.
That will be September 23rd.
I'll be planning to leave.
I'll be gone.
Well, I might be on this Zoom.
Okay. Off agenda items?
I do
Nothing. Anybody else? Anything?
Just a question, I don't know if this has been raised yet or not, about the new wind guides, wind towers in south of town. Any progress with the wind towers? The turbines?
Yes, so I can't remember where we were at when we had our last update. So the Expedition One project has been sold to Orsted Onshore. They're in the process of obtaining contractors, securing parts and all of those things. They're working on getting their final layout determined. They're moving forward.
What did they sell?
What do you mean?
Because there's nothing, it always perplexes me when they say, well, they sold that.
The right to
Oh, I see,
develop
right, I see.
What are the
contracts.
Yeah, the contracts. So they have acquired the
Okay.
asset of the project itself.
Because I'm like, man, there's nothing down there, what they'll sell. It's contracts.
We did, as an example, I mean, when we're an engineering company, we work for this company called Bencor. They build Walgreens. So Walgreens has nothing to do with the zoning, the plating, the building permits. Bencor has a contract with Walgreens to deliver them a turnkey pharmacy at the end of the deal. So something goes south on a zoning case, Walgreens has nothing to do with it.
Gotcha.
Bencor gets sued. So
Yeah, I
that's
got
a
you.
little bit how I've noticed that these wind projects work. There's an intermediary, and their job is to move the ball from point A to
Because
point B.
there's a part of me that thought it might be part of a shell game.
And it
It
seems
probably
like,
is.
You know, it's like,
Trickling
there's really
did the same
nothing,
thing.
there's really nothing
takes
there,
multiple
but here,
people to move the
here's
ball
some money,
forward.
here's some money.
I got a piece of paper.
And then they have,
Yeah.
you can asset, all it
Yeah.
needs to be is just built.
That's what I think.
Anybody have anything else? Anybody have a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
I won't be late next month, because I won't be here.
Yeah, sorry I was late.
You really didn't miss much because we were offline for like 45 minutes. 30 minutes.
Talk about it.
He was the one that was
That's
having.
all right.
Did you shut the mics down so they couldn't hear us?
Mics off again.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm gonna be able to zoom either from where I'm gonna be.
I hope you figured out what you did.
It's like Pikes Peak, but this time I'm going south of it and bottom of Arkansas.
I know how to.
Down in
Pretty,
Arkansas.
yeah, pretty sure.
I don't know why it's not working, but I know what's up. You know what
That's
workaround?
what I'm saying.
Yeah, I was there last weekend, they couldn't even get phone service.
That's what I'm saying. No, they got that Bike Blues and Barbecue, so I'm gonna go down there and listen to a bunch of blues music and eat me some barbecue.
They have that in Newton.
Huh?
They have that in Newton.
Yeah, but they don't have 750,000 Harleys show up to it.
Well, thank goodness. No.
Why don't you go to Sturgis?
No, no, cause Sturgis is getting to be a joke, cause a bunch of those people up there, well, there's an acronym that they've assigned to Sturgis now, it's called a RUB. RUB